Hey, gang. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, little guys? Little dudes. Me squishing you. This is how little all of you are. Hi, what's up? Yo, thank you, Vic, for the 7 stream streak. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Necron. Hi, Gengar. Hello, non-creative. Hi, JJ. Hello, Fred Bob. Hi, Ian. Hello, Blue. Good evening, Miss Nikki. Hi, VT. Hello, Deca. Hi, Yaj. Hi, Dust. Greetings to you. Hi, St. Jimmy. Good evening, Miss Yvonne. Hi, Cosmo Carve. Hello, Etienne. Or is it Etienne? Hello, I'm a cutie pie lover. What are you doing here instead of the I'm a cutie pie stream? Um, Hi, Vic. Hello, Jordan. Hi, Onyx. Hello, Finesse God. Hi, Dogma. Hi, J Relic. Hello, Sid. Hi, Dalmo. Did I say hi to Fred Bob? I think I did. Um, Hi, Priest. Hello, Beinovu. Did you change your name? Or did you? No, you made a new account. I swear to God. That should not be your first message. Hello, Insta Killers. Hi, Dragon Boy. How are you, day been, Miss Eugen? Dalma, let's rewind. Let's ask questions with a proper grammatical structure. What happened to your old account? Did you get in trouble? Did you do something bad? Confess here. Confess now. Hello, dude fart. Love your name. My night off, we give full attention. Yippee! Hi, Eddie. What up? Confess your sins as I am your. What is it? I don't actually know much about Catholicism. As I am your father, as I am your priest. Max followed in 2FA problems. That's crazy. I don't think I'd ever follow so many accounts. Hello, Delude. What's up? Hi, Yo Yo. Hello, Jojo. How's your day been, Miss Eugen? There we go. My day was okay. I woke up late. I read a lot. I indulged myself in some reading. It's not like a super good book, but I love the yearning in it, so I'm enjoying it immensely. And then I showered, I got ready. I heard some not so great news. It's not really involving me, but I feel very bad for the people involved. But I can only really give my thoughts and prayers at this time and hope that things turn out for the best. And then yeah, I started streaming a little bit later than I had planned. I kind of wanted to start at 4, but then I got sidetracked by this like YouTube video essay, and so I was like, even though I times two'd it, it was literally like over an hour long. So it still took me like 40 minutes to finish the video. But it's very good content. Hello, Evaldo Amarim. How are you? 2K per account? Yeah, I don't follow 2,000 Twitch channels. That's insane. Sorry, I'm wearing my rings today, and I was missing some of my fingies, so I went out to go retrieve them real quick. Hi, Kinshong. Hello, Oblivious. Good evening to you. I like good old-fashioned yearning stories like Free Run. Free Run's pretty good. Dude, okay, I don't like yearning stories when like there's no possibility of them ever being able to reciprocate their yearning though. Like Freeran, like that guy is dead. That guy was put she literally saw him get put to the dirt. Hi Callie. What's up? I mean, I love free run. Don't get me wrong. I think it's fantastic and whatnot. But like, would I count that as like my type of yearning story? No, because it's like, bro. And then she didn't even realize like the depth of her feelings until he was dead. Isn't that so sad? Violet Evergarden. I never finished that. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even finish the first episode because I thought it was so boring. It's so beautiful. Don't get me wrong. And I'm sure like if I had managed to like get into it, then I probably would be able to appreciate for like the masterpiece that it is because I know that it's like very highly rated, very highly regarded. But I just thought it was so slow paced in the first episode, and I don't watch a lot of animation or frankly just media in general. So it has to grab my attention or my interest like within the first 10 minutes, and it did not do that, unfortunately. Hi Johnny Show, what's up? Yeah, but it looks beautiful. But may I ask, so she's like a robot, right? She's a robot or like an automaton or something. And like was she in love with her creator? Because then that's giving like Loki father-daughter robot incest vibes. But I feel like that was highly debated too. But I wasn't exactly sure of the circumstances. Hi P Noisy. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. What's up with you? Ready for more voice acting? There might be some voice acting today. There might not be. Bum bum bum. She was a child soldier with prosthetics, so she's not a robot. Okay, but her love interest, who is that in relation to with to her? Because why did I see some controversy, but or not controversy, more like potential heated discussion. I have a cool fun fact about that show. The name Himmel is German for sky or heaven, and the show is named Freeman Journey to End, and Freeman Journey is like both to reach heaven, but also punches you for making me feel emotion so early into the stream. Damo, it's not even been 20 minutes. Calm down, bro. Waking up from a Pokopia grind? Well, you came to the right place because you woke up to another Pokopia grind. Let's get it, P Noisy. Okay. Okie dokie. But yeah, we're just gonna jump right into it. I fear. Oh, wait. Hi, Zadie. Hi, Arhenius. What's up? Yeah, but we're just gonna jump into it. I'm gonna wake up my Switch and then swap categories very soon. And yeah, because I don't have a lot of hours before Apex. I think it's like 8 p.m. Pacific. Apex start. So that's in about 2 hour 20 minutes. And then I don't know how long we're gonna be playing Apex for. And then we're gonna be trying to swap back to Pokopia, but if there's not enough time, I might have to just drop directly into Resident Evil Requiem. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool sweater, thank you. This is a 100 Thieves X Crazy Raccoons shirt, long sleeve shirt. Yeah, yeah. I think it's like supposed to be kind of reminiscent of Andy Warhol's, like the Campbell chicken noodle soup logos and whatnot. Yeah, but it's crazy, crazy thieves, 100 raccoons. Yeah. Have you made any crazy storage slash buildings yet? No, I don't know any of the storage. Like, please instruct me. If there's storage optimization to be had, because I don't know about any of that stuff. Yeah, and I'm not very good at building either. I don't last Cobblemon server I was actively a part of, I literally just had all my stuff out in the open, behind one of the academy buildings. So I'm not really one for building. But and I probably won't build myself like too nice of a house, but I think I will try to at least like rebuild the infrastructure around like the certain maps and whatnot. The real optimization comes after grinding story. Yeah, that's what I was told. That's what I've heard. So your Twitter is filled with people in their storage buildings, units underground, so it's out of view. That's crazy. That's kind of sick. I saw a tweet and it was like showing this like easy waterway where you like have a door open to like basically like let in the water and then you can close the door, and so then like it's not constantly flowing all the time, and I was like, that's cute. Your shit is so fire. Thank you. Crazy Thieves, Crazy Raccoons, X100 Thieves, collab drop. Okay, but yeah, stop distracting me. I must Pokopia. Yeah, for farming. I've been touring stateside. Okay. Yay. Yay. Surely there's sunlight though, right? Surely the sun is still out. The sun is out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Oh. Please let there be sun. Please let there be light. Oh, hell yeah! Sunseto. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Undefined, for the 55 stream streak, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I'm bringing my audio mixer a little closer. A Pokemon is the talk of the town. Head to the withered wasteland to see for yourself. What does that mean? Wow, look at the sky. It's so pretty when it's lights out. I mean light out, not lights out. Okay. I gotta hit this. Oh, we got the unknown slate, I think. That is not what... Yay. Inspecting. Oh, wow. Zork. That's a unique look you got there. You into disguising yourself too? That's a halfway decent disguise, I guess. Nowhere near my level, of course. Hey, I know. Let's be disguise buds. I'll give you a holler next time I'm gonna prank somebody. That's cute. Yeah, I mean, Oh, wait. Our Pokemon Center is finished. Tangela stamp. Oh my god, our stamp is complete now. Yippee! New daily challenge. Oops, shop day. So we get new flowers. Dude, I have not planted a single freaking thing I've bought from the shop. But I cannot miss the possibility of wanting these later on and then not having access to them. All done, yo. Wow, it has flowers all over it. That's so cute. I'm guessing this Pokemon Center will really come in handy for you from now on. This place is starting to look more like it used to, all thanks to you. Let's keep it up, Chud Maximus. Thank you. Yes, a fine next step. There are a great deal more Pokemon in this town now, thanks to you. So he's asking me to please raise the comfort levels. To raise the environment level to 5. I think our environment level is not very great for this town. Build roofs on the homes of Pokemon who prefer dark places or move their homes inside caves and such. Okay, I guess I can build caves. Yeah, because Zubat doesn't really like the brightness. There's so many Pokemon out and about right now, though. Okay, sorry, let me put some stuff back. Is there stuff for moi? I guess not. And then let me lay out the picnic basket. And then I'm going to put... I should ask about the relic too. Oh, this is a new friend. Hoppip. Cotton spores? On a dream island? Wake up! It's daytime! Shouldn't he be awake? Yes. Oh, Wobbuffet, what now? He streams at night. Oh, my bad. I understand him better now. Wait, this is cute. Okay, but I must force Torchic into labor. Look at this. Squishy clay time. Nobody works for free on my land. We must all contribute to society. The society that I want to make. Yes, sir. Okay. And then... I gotta go to the other island. Hello. Dude, she shocked me. Ooh, that's cool. A furnace. I think I'm supposed to break all these. Bam, bam, bam. Wabam. Wait, no, that's not what Kitty says. Waboom. It's waboom, right? When did he come up with that? I feel like that was a recent addition to the Amakiri Pie vernacular. I can lay some bricks here. So it's more even, yes. Oh, wait, there's some squishy clay here. And here too. Wow, there's so much squishy clay here. What the hell-y? Should I water this area? Like, look at all this squishy clay. Oopsies. Somebody's hungry. Is it Snorlax? Don't run away! I will never have to fear the lack of squishy clay and or brick again. transforming good for in this game? Like, other than plot reasons, do you guys know? The release of Resident Evil Requiem and Pokopia so close to each other is like the gaming world's Barbenheimer. Do you know what I'm talking about? When like Barbie and Oppenheimer released so close together and people were going to both. What if Pokemon meet an RE version? I don't know whether they would invest in that. I think that'd be cool to see. Slay the Spire 2. I mean, don't get me wrong, Slay the Spire 2 is still an incredibly good game. Oh. But it's not as like much of a tonal dissonance as like Pokopia versus Resident Evil Requiem, I would say. Pokeball lamp, ooh. Break these. Well, I guess I can pick them up. Red Cliff Rock. Hi, Motor. What's up? Oh, there's some honey here. Yes, we finally caught the sun. Okay, now I can bring Mary Pierre. Hello, little guy. Corvus, what's up? Good request done. I'm so dang hungry. Got any food you could share? Why, yes, I can. You think he'll like some seaweed? Bought me some food, did ya? And now this takes me back, I tell you what. Why? A long, long time ago, humans used to bring me food kind of like you just did for me. Kind folks like yourself were always giving me the tastiest treats to eat. This really brought some nice old memories to the surface. Thanks, Chud Maximus. Oh. So he's kind of like a god or something, or what? Hi, Peter. What's up? Okay, there's like stuff to do. I honestly don't really know where to get started at the moment. What environment level am I at right now? Oh, I'm only at level 4. Okay, that's not that bad. No home. Maybe we should get started on trying to build this after all. Okay. Or where was the house? Dude, this house is so gosh darn big, bruh. And it blocks the stairway. Have we been here before? Oh, I guess this is the way to the Withered Wastelands. Dude, I'm trying to think of somewhere I can place the freaking house without it blocking everything. I mean, maybe if I remove this... Is it still blocking anything? Do I not have any utility poles in my inventory right now? I guess I don't. Or maybe... No, it's still too freaking big, bro. Hi, cyberspace. What's up? This is so annoying. Oh, we can get Golbat or Crobat here. Maybe we just... decimate this island. No more palm trees. Okay, the one thing I will say that I liked about Animal Crossing over this is the fact that, like, that it would clear the stuff for you, you know? Like the trees and everything. I think in Pokopia, like, you have to be the one to, remove all the debris and whatnot. And I don't know whether they'll do that for trees. Yeah. Does it still count as in the way? Oh, is it 'cause... okay. Is it good now? Okay, Farfetch, Mincino, and I need another Pokemon with Gather. How am I gonna get that? This is kind of annoying. Yeah, we can't build it because I'm lacking a Pokemon. Machoke? How do I get Machoke? Is Machoke available in this the beach area? Let's see what's in this Pokemon Center shop. Oh wow! Wait, this is cute. I need cotton spores. Fuck me, bro. Hi, Octave, by the way. Oh god. I guess it could be worse. No, it's okay. I'm gonna oh. What is it, Flaffy? Thank you for the berry, Flaffy. Okay, I'm gonna TP to Wastelands. Nope. Didn't mean to do that. Frick. Yeah, we're already in Bleak Beach and we have Mincino, but I need a second Pokemon with Gather, so that's kind of stinky poo-poo right now. This music is hecka good. It's still raining. Huh? Try heading to the coast where Onyx is? Well, how come they didn't tell me about all that? Yay! It's so cute! Okay. Let me put in some furniture. Okay, let's go find some other furniture we can put inside so we can actually put Pokemon inside. Sorry, artist, excuse me. sure we can get some furniture here too. So now we can only get Hoppip items from Pokemon Center, and I can't just barter. It's gotta be with the cotton spores. Rah! This is as worse as Tom Nook, bruh. It is kind of a scam, but whatever. What up, Pidgey? Aw, thank you, Pidgey. That's very kind of you. How many Pokemon can live in this house? It's not right by the bed, and that annoys me. Oh, yeah. This is looking marvelous. Where is Charmander? I want to see Charmander, so... Oh, hello, Vespa Queen. Your Majesty, we gathered up lots and lots of nectar for you. See, here's some really sweet nectar I found. It's all sticky and yummy. That's kind of cute. Dude, where the frick is... Oh my god, there's so many shiny spots. That's kind of my first apart. Ooh, this tea set looks divine. Oh, we can make rug now. Yippee. Dude, where is Charmander? I like low-key made that whole house for him and some other people to live in. Pokemon, my bad. I don't even see him around. Is it because he's a fire type? Oh wait, no, this is his place. How's your comfort level? Warmer. Should I give him a campfire to put in? Can you put in campfires in houses? Isn't that like a fire hazard, safety hazard? Ooh, pink hut. Rosary tea. Oh, let me try it out. Should I get him another? Should I give him another campfire? He said he needs it even warmer, bro. Hello. Wait, no. You can live in here, bro. I'm afraid I actually do is a crazy response. Where's Ivysaur? I kind of want the Saurs to live together. I think that'd be cute, no? Onyx. Wait, they were saying there's another city that I never interacted with or explored in the Wastelands. Dude, I have so much honey. Oh, dude, I swear this wasn't here before. Or was I just... Road closure announcement. Whereas I just blind this entire time. Go to Pallet Town? No, not yet. That spooked me a little, I ain't gonna lie. We could probably go to the Rocky Ridges now. Can we go any faster than just running? You think I'll ever be a bird? A flying type? Is there a bike in this game? I don't know. There might be. Gate open! Yummy! Yeah. Whoa there, Chud Maximus. Wait for me. Be quick with it. Looks like humans were. I'm really sorry for the yawn, everybody. It looks like humans were doing some sort of work here. Let's go see. I'm just an EP guy. First name E, last name P. No, I take that back. I really take that back. What, Baron? Slightly more rugged terrain than we've encountered up until now. And I don't even see any Pokemon, let alone humans. I just hope we can find something, even the smallest trace of what happened to humans. Now then, where to begin? Where to begin? Is that a PC? It tells us in the past this too was a town where humans and Pokemon lived together. Baron, please. Okie dokie, Motor. Thanks for stopping by. Hamburger steak. Oh, can we cook in this game? Shall I silence my dog forever? By just giving him the world's fattest hug. Oh, he went quiet after that. I think threatening him worked. Even though I didn't threaten him to his face. Ooh. There's a lot of goodies here. Balloons. Can I water this? No. Doesn't do anything. What about this? Oh yeah, that put berry. Oh, what pretty hedges. Wow. I'm missing all the tiles. I don't even know whether the Pokemon here like hydrated patches and whatnot. Maybe this is overkill. There's a house. Katie's journal. I can't think of anything. I need to have 4 design proposals ready in 2 days, but I'm coming up blank. I was begging my Smeargle for help, and he scribbled some random patterns on a piece of paper and handed it to me. Are those the design pitches? That's so cute. Actually, that gives me an idea. Back to work. Oops. Revert to an old save, new designer? What does that even mean? You drawing her miss. Ooh, we got a free storage box from that. So this place, do you think that the humans left because there were continuous mountain eruptions, or not mountain, volcano eruptions? Because I'm sensing a theme with each place. Like droughts in withered wastelands, perpetual clouds in the bleak beach, and now here the rocky ridges. All climate change, all climate disasters. Hi Goosey, what's up? Oh, there's more here, but I can't really climb that. Doing everything just to avoid the professor. Okay, don't have any of these. Is there a way? Register? I want... Okay, that's not what I meant. I just think it'd be easier if I could set the skills in a certain order. Rainbow, what's up? Sorry, this is very serious work to me right now. In case you're wondering why I just went absolutely non-verbal. Okay. So sad you can't play this without getting a Switch. Yeah. I mean, I know that this probably doesn't help, but maybe the craving could be pacified a little bit by watching other people play. Honestly, I'm an enabler, so I'm like, guys, if you keep being sad about not being able to play Pokopia, maybe you should just get a Switch. Get a Switch too. Because if we, okay, the thing is, a console isn't meant to last like forever in terms of like newest releases and whatnot, no? Because it's been 9 years since the Switch 1. So, I think that's a reasonable amount of time. Oh, already? Oh, a score bunny! That's kind of cute. Threatening arson already? Not a very modeled citizen. If you really want to, okay, I don't have it. If I had giga millionaire bajillionaire money, I would be hosting like a giveaway of like at least 10 Switches and whatnot. But I do not have millionaire bajillionaire money. I am sorry. That's on me. For not being rich and smart enough and pretty enough and skinny enough and talented enough and just overall a better human being. Hi Baron, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. What the? Is this a trap? What is that? Why is it floating like that? What the fuck? Can I not hit this? Oh my god. Ooh, iron chair, cute. It's okay, use. We're also all those things. Not enough? Well, I don't want you guys to think of yourselves about. I do not want you guys to think about yourselves like that. It's okay if I do, but you're not allowed to. You must only think positively about yourself. Well, you know what? 2026, I said, would be the year of my delusions. So let's all think positively about ourselves, shall we? We are the best. DJ Khaled. I'm the greatest human being to ever exist. I am so talented and I can do no wrong. And we're all gonna become millionaire bajillionaires this year. Yippee. Waboom. A milli. this is how I'm gonna make my milli. By sucking up volcanic ash. This is the best plan. Nothing could go wrong. If it doesn't happen, it's your fault. No, actually, it's not. Because I spoke these words during Women's History Month. And as a woman, I can do no wrong in this month of March. Thank you for entering our recent drawing for the Easy Kitchenware set. We are excited to inform you that your name was selected. Please find your kitchenware set enclosed. Happy cooking! Oh, what the... Ooh, industrial bed. Mossy rest spot. Oh, Larvitar! Larvitar! I so badly want a Larvitar. Oh. How do I get the other... the fourth moss? The moss. I will have to go looking. Hi Emma. What's up? Let me send you money for IWD. Nah, it's all good, bruh. Just buy me boba the next time we hang out. That will be your reparations. Rita's yesterday? What is Rita's? Is that food? Is that yummy? Wait, hi Rai Rai. Sorry, I didn't notice your name until now. Hi Azine. Italian ice and gelato and stuff. Can I kill you? Can I kill you for getting Rita's without me? Reach over and give me your neck so I can squeeze it. Dude, is there something wrong with me? Why can't I be normal? I don't normally feel FOMO, but when you guys talk to me about what like good things you've eaten, that's when I feel like an inordinate amount of rage. And I'm like, this cannot be. These motherfuckers. We're supposed to do everything together. If I'm not allowed to play games... Oh, thank you, Meg, thy Megalodon, for the sub. For gifting a sub to the community. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your Ditto badge. Yeah, it might be food aggression, but it's also like... We must, because I... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Because you know I almost never play games without you guys off stream. And then it's like, how dare you have delicious food without me? Where's my yummy food? Ooh, Clefairy doll. Plop it down anywhere. Oh, that's cool. That is very cool. Our bad, I'm throwing out all the... No, I mean, you don't have to do that. Just don't tell me... Don't tell me you got yummy food unless you're planning on sharing. Or like you can post it in the food channel in Discord, then I won't be too upset because then it's like, oh, at least I see the food and it's like a little bit like I'm partaking. Not really, but like I can pretend. No, I'm not saying don't eat. I'm just saying don't tell me what you're eating. Do you guys think I'm that heartless? To be like starve? I mean, I know I threatened to beat Emma up, but I don't know. I don't think I'm that bad of a person. Yeah? Oh, okay. My bad. Nah, you're right. I am that bad of a person. Frick me, Brett. Okay, I'm assuming we can make the habitat with 4 red tall grass around the water. Thank you, Rai Rai, for gifting a sub. Welcome to the universe. Boplo. Make sure to thank your gifter. You want the badge? Enjoy your Ditto badge. Alpine grass. I like the music for this area. I mean, all the music's been pretty good here so far, but... Too hairy. Look at this cute photo of Rio. I took it when Growly, who just moved in next door, came over to play. Doesn't she look happy? Lately, she's been spending every free minute playing with Growly. At this rate, she'll probably forget all about you. Just kidding, but if you're worried about that, maybe you should finally visit next summer break. Lore. Oh, and here's like an alpine tree, I'm thinking. American headbutt. Oh, and it gives sticks. That's cool. 3 bottles of fresh water. Thank you, that one fat kid you know, for the gifted sub. Thank you. Please make sure to thank your gifters, everyone, and enjoy your Ditto badge. It's getting dark! It's getting dark. Dude, the targeting on this game is a little wonky at times, I must say. I'm like, why can't I? Okay. Oops. Another Pokeball. Ooh. Oh, I'm out of pee-pee. Yeah, I should have eaten one more. Okay. Now let me put the soil back. Can I ask you guys a question? So, like, you know how I was saying that, I posted a Pokopia TikTok and it actually was doing really well, and then one of the top comments though is like somebody kind of like spoiling the game, and it's not like a spoiler out of nowhere. It was like kind of a theory connected to like the scene that was showing in the TikTok. But I decided not to say anything about it until like people started like complaining underneath that comment, and it was like, yeah, like, I can't believe I have to avoid like the comments of TikToks like a day or two after release, like just so I'm not spoiled. And then the original commenters started like arguing back with the other people, and they were like, well, like, it's fairly early on in the game. And I was like, well, I don't necessarily think so, because I played like at least 8 hours within like the first like I wasn't playing on day of, but I was playing like fairly close to day of, right? And we hadn't gotten to like the stuff that was mentioned at all. And then I was like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I played like, you know, 8 hours within the first 2 days, and I hadn't gotten to that section, and I'm sure that, like, you know, most people would appreciate it if after a new game, like, you wait until, like, talking about, like, spoilery stuff until, like, a week after release. And then they were like, well, I got to that section after, like, my first, like, day of playing. And, like, I guess, like, everyone prioritizes different parts about the game. Like, I prioritize story, some people prioritize building, and I'm like, okay. Like, I just chose not to respond back, but the really petty part of me was like, dude, I want to block this person so bad. But, or, I don't know. Like, that just rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know. Am I, like, could that person just not have, like, apologized and been like, hey, I didn't know that, like, that accidentally spoiled you, and, like, maybe I'll just be more careful next time. I, like, just tend to go through games pretty fast. Like, instead, that person is blaming me for not playing the game, like, a certain way. Yeah, because, like, what should I have expected, given that this person had, like, already argued back with, like, other people who complained about spoilers in the comments? Like, I guess, I don't know, I was like, as, like, the original poster of the TikTok, I would expect, like, my reply to have had a little bit more sway, I guess, I suppose, but nah, he was just like, well, actually, I got to that conclusion within the first 10 hours of playing, so you should have as well. And I was like, alright. I think doubling down is funny. Oh my god. I don't know. I just don't understand people who double down. I understand doubling down if, like, you Okay, even if I think I'm right, I feel like most of the time if somebody is like, hey, I think you're wrong, there must be a reason for that, no? And even if you're like, even if you have a difference in opinions, I feel like it's not hard to like try to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and think like, why the fuck would they think this way? And I don't think everyone deserves empathy, but at the same time it's like, or understanding. But to me, I think it's like important for myself to be able to take like my beliefs and the way I was raised out of the equation and be like, okay, why is this person like just thinking the exact opposite of me, right? I don't know, I don't think it should be that hard, but apparently it is very difficult. I mean, it's like basically you're punishing people who want to take their time exploring and like building, and you're saying like, well, because I got to a certain point, that means everybody should have gotten to that point and like known every little nook and cranny of this game. And if you don't, and I spoiled it for you because I was playing a certain way, then like it's your bad. And I'm just like, okay. Or I just kill my... I mean, he didn't say anything. Like, he wasn't that extreme, but that was the tone that I was getting. What was that? Oh my god, Ho-Oh's here. Yeah, he wasn't that extreme. But, like, my dramatic self was like, okay, so should I kill myself? Like, that's, like, just my response to everything that I don't understand. I'm like, should I do it? Should I show you how serious I can be? About how freaking annoying your response is, but... Anyways. Yeah, I know he dropped something, but I don't want to get it right now. I'm busy. Busy punching Ash. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people haven't played this game yet because they don't even have the game. Because it's a Switch 2 exclusive. And, like, I know that the economy... Dude, you know what I was really surprised by? There's an Amazon Fresh near me, guys, right? It's closing down. That's how I know the economy is in real dire straits. If a Bezos business has to close its doors because people ain't buying enough groceries from them. Isn't that wild? Yeah, so I, like, even though I'm an enabler and I'm like, yo, with the way that the memory shortages and whatever, and like the chips processing and like whatnot, like you might as well get a Switch 2 now before it's too late when you have the means to buy a Switch 2, or like you have the comfort to buy a Switch 2 and it's not even in stock. Like, I'm an enabler in that regard, but if you're really like, hey, it's either buying a Switch 2 or paying my rent this month, obviously I'm gonna be like, go with the rent, buddy. It's a game. It'll be around. But yeah, the fact that the other person was just like, I don't know, like there's a lot of reasons why people don't want to be spoiled quite yet. California has great produce / local groceries. Yeah, I mean, do you guys have grocery outlet where you are? Grocery outlet's real good. I say grocery outlet is good because I don't actually buy groceries from there. I buy snacks. They have great snacks, great snack varieties. It's looking pretty... Oh, missed some stuff here. artificial hot spring now open. What is this? Excavation. Oh, wait. Yay. Yay! Oh my god. We will have a larvitar soon, hopefully. Oh, so cuting. Do I have to punch this? Can I even punch? Okay, I can punch it. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I think the bay is good for visiting. I don't know about living. Because I think LA is expensive, right? I think the bay is even more expensive. And your roads are narrower. And I'm already bad at driving enough as it is. Yo, thank you, Yvonne, for the reset for 5 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Happy 5 months, Yuki. Hi, Yuki. That's how I feel for all of Cali. Yeah, that's fair. I get very defensive of Los Angeles, though. I feel like it gets a worse rep than it should have. Oh, there's like a secret place in there. Wow! Wow! It's so pretty in here. Block of limestone and I can make... What can I make? Yeah, I need the limestone. Is this limestone? It is. Okay. Am I no better than a human? Humans overwrought the earth for its natural resources, which brought about huge natural disasters that threatened the lives of Pokemon and humans alike. And I am taking upon a human form and harvesting these resources. Yo, thank you, Rainbow Witch, for the reset for 7 months. Welcome back to the universe, and thank you so much for your prime. I really appreciate it. But like, at least I'm doing this to like help bring back habitats for the Pokemon to live comfortably, right? I feel like nature is all about resource exploitation. It's just that humans got too good at it. Or yeah, humans like are exploiting the resources at a rate that is not sustainable for the earth. How much much limestone do I have? 30? 30 should be good enough at the moment, I think. Like-minded individuals have been slowly joining my cause as I continue to create homes for Pokemon. I greatly appreciate the support those individuals provide, but we have all begun to grow tired as the meteorological anomalies and resulting natural disasters continue to worsen. You think a child playing Pokopia for the first time and collecting this is gonna understand anomalies or meteorological? We need more time and we need more help. I have recently begun hearing rumors that there are plans to temporarily evacuate all of humanity into space. If these rumors are true, does that mean all of our efforts have been in vain? My collaborators seem anxious as well. Perhaps they are of the same mind as I. Why? Railroad crossing. Yay. I grew up in Hawaii and it always stood out to me how aware Native Hawaiians were of balancing resource exploitation with sustainability. Yeah, I mean, that's why... Dude, I mean, America ruined so many things, no? Like, I know I am an American and I live in America and I benefit a lot from, like, being a citizen and whatnot, but at the same time, I just can't help but to cry how, like... Because, like, Hawaii is, like, an example of, like, American interests ruining, like, some beautiful islands and also, like, the people in general. Like, their livelihood is threatened and they're being, like, priced out of, like, their own lands due to tourism, which is also affecting, like, the prices of things and whatnot. You got priced out, you're never moving back. I'm sorry, dude, this sucks. Okay. That's why, I don't know, like... I went to Hawaii as a kid, and I would love to, like, go back, because I don't... Dude, I don't recommend going on too many trips with your kids when you're younger. Unless your kid is, like, a savant or a genius, because they're not gonna remember shit. They're not gonna be appreciative of, like, the places that you took them and whatnot. You're gonna be like, look at these cute pictures of you on this Disney cruise, and then you're gonna be like, I don't remember that, mom and dad. Or mom and mom, or dad and dad, or parent and parent. They're just gonna be like, I wish I remembered that. Yeah, but I don't remember Hawaii, and I don't know whether I'd ever be able to go. Cause, like, I truly don't think there's an ethical way to visit Hawaii. I mean, there are ways definitely to, like... Also, can I hit this? No, I can't. No, I think it's, like, nice, and honestly, it's probably more for the wife and, like, yourself, too, to experience good times together as a family. But in my personal opinion, I think that, like, if you go on family vacations expecting your kids to, like, be grateful for them or remember them later on. Because my parents, that's what my parents did. They were like, we took you to so many nice places as a kid because we wanted you to set you up for life and, like, have you have, like, high expectations for yourself and, like, your future partner who should be able to provide those things for you, and I'm just like, yeah, but I don't remember any of those. and I don't know. We wanted you to be a greedy capitalist when you grew up. Well, I don't think that was their thought process exactly, but they definitely wouldn't word it like that. The thing is, I do feel like Koreans are pretty like they definitely get bought into the capitalist system very readily because of like post-war Korea industrialist like mentality and work ethic that was instilled in them. But sometimes it is kind of sad and exhausting to go through, to experience. I mean, I don't know whether this is for every Korean parent, and I'm pretty sure it's different because I am a girl, and like, because of that, I think that I get placed like a lot of like gender role expectations, you know? But yeah, frankly, I do. Isn't it a little sexist? It's like you should make sure that your partner is able to provide for you and protect you when we're no longer there. And you, well, I get like protecting, but like providing. I was like, you guys don't think I could just do that for myself? Shouldn't? Why don't you just like say like, hey, I want you to make a lot of money? Why is it important that my partner makes a lot of money too? Larvitar? Hi newbie. Hi Jojo. Hi Pecco. Oh, so cute! So cute you are. Hello. Nom nom. Pretty tasty. I don't eat dirt. I'm sorry. So cute. Okay. Let me put some tracks down. Ah! I agree. Larvitar is probably my most favorite pseudo-legendary. Do you think Washington Wizards should be relegated to G League for letting Bam Adebayo score 83 points? I'ma go with a yeah. I actually think that they should all just be jailed for letting him score that many points. What's wrong with them? Hi Rainy, thank you. I hope you have a great day as well. Metagross is not as cute. That rugged path Shermate, now then could you please examine that PC? I already examined it, didn't I? Try pushing some buttons and see what happens. It's not working. Pushing this PC over to that electricity. If I give Look at this. Make me some ingots. Smelting furnace. Do I have that? What kind of Pokemon are they? Maybe we could entice a Machoke to come back here by making a suitable home. What kind of home? About Machoke. Do you know Machoke? Sandbags? Okay, so we need 2 sandbags. Nice. Wait for me. Oh wait, there's another level. Huh. Are they not here? Is it up here? Or is it in a different area? Did I say hi to you, Brandon, by the way, or nah? Oh, it's right here. Silly me. Oh! Huh? Huh? Dude, that guy got so sad when I took the sandbags away. No, I didn't mean it. Yeah, I think Machoke is a gatherer, but I need to... I need to, like, bring it over somehow to the other area to help. Oh, wait. I could have used these. Let me put these back for you, Larvitar. Yay! You're happy again. Oh wow, that was fast. Hey, you watching me train? What do you think? My punches pack a lot of power, huh? Nothing? Not even a raised eyebrow? Dang. Why is he making fun of my expression? Is it so bad that I can only make one expression? This is outrageous. IRL or in game? In game! Dude, I'm defensive of my Ditto human. Oh, I can make a wreath. Where does he want to go? Wait, I kind of want some berries first. Hold up. gonna warm up by flexing and doing cool poses. You're gonna warm up by scooping up stone. I did already take care of it. Machoke really unsettles me, I will say. Well, he's just very humanoid. Dude, I'm so cute! And I'm not making the same expression. I got muscles. Bring it over. Press and hold A. I'm trying. It's saying press and hold A. Am I supposed to eat? Huh? Or is it Y? Guys, I'm gonna go insane. Okay. Hold while walking up to it. I am holding. It's not working. Press and hold A. I'm holding! I'm literally holding! I've been holding buttons since I was 6 years old, bro. Oh my god, it might actually be broken. The other rock? Wow. 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 I'm not so... Okay. Thank you, Eureka. Wow. Wow. Holy hamstrings. The PC's not here, brother. Dude, this guy is a lazy piece of poo. I asked for help, and what is he doing? He's making me do it just because I know how to copy him now. Looks like you got that PC up and running just fine, so why don't you dive right in and see what you can learn from it. Hello, Calvin. Ditto got a big head. What's wrong with being a big head? I also have a big head. IRL. Big head means big brain. I have a big head. That's cool. Sad. I can't find anything. Is that even? Oopsies. A Diglett! Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god, that did startle me. Thank you guys. Environment level increase. Yippee! Level 2. Wowza. Ooh, we can get bigger bag. Yay! Okay, we can get a furnace. Is this furnace gonna help? Hot spring spout. Okay, I can make him a choke. Where's my choke? What rank am I? I am probably plat 3 or 2. I don't play outside, you guys, so. Wait, where did my choke go? Hello. Oh yeah, I don't think the rank thing is accurate. Hi Kororo, how are you? Oh. Oh my god, there's just like a hidden freaking room here. Machoke's muscles are so strong and so rapidly that they are actually dangerous to the Pokemon itself. Oh. Is Machoke one of your favorite Pokemon? Why do you know that lore off like the top of your head? You thought the bell was biological? Fair enough. You're like, oh, how does he get born? How does he evolve with a bell? Thank you, Slat, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Thank you. I really appreciate it and enjoy your ditto badge. Oh, my stomach. Wow, we get 3 full slots for our bags now, you guys. That's so cool. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to rototill. I'm an idiot. You're gonna watch season 2 of One Piece live action. Enjoy! Have a good time. Nami dies, and so does Luffy, and so does Zoro, and so does Sanji, and so does Usopp, and so does Chopper, and the only character that lives at the end of the day, Nico Robin. Thank you, Son, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Thank you. Ooh, stone house kit. Very nice. Enjoy your ditto badge. Just in case you guys didn't know I was joking, none of that happens, by the way. Yeah, there is an end goal in that, like, there's a story, so you can follow the story, and it's not just about, you know, building and making your town, like, pretty and whatnot, but I want to clear out the area so that for later it will be a lot nicer. And it's also just more convenient if, like, some of this stuff is out of the way. No, it's not about battling. You're just, like, essentially rebuilding these, like, habitats and homes. Pokemon are re-emerging because you're, like, kind of helping get the place back together. But there's still no humans, so there's, like, a underlying mystery, like, where did the humans go, you know? And you and the other Pokemon are trying to find that out while also bringing places back to normal, or like some semblance of normal. And yeah, in order to fill the Pokedex, you're not like battling anyone or capturing them. You make homes for them, and then they appear, and then you guys are friends. I didn't mean to do that. Hi Pyro, what's up? I've always wanted to play Pokemon Conquest. I think Pokemon Conquest came out when I was like in high school and broke. I think I didn't even have a 3DS at the time. So I never got to play. But think of Pokemon fighting alongside like Odu Nobunaga. Isn't that crazy? Okay, where could could Machoke be around here? I don't know where the frick he went. Well, let's at least put some tracks down. Okay, now we rotate to. How am I? I'm okay. Could always be worse. I'm sure there are some days that things are actually worse, but at the moment I think we is okay. We is chilling. That didn't count. Now it counts. Nice. It doesn't count as being underneath the fruit tree though? Tree shaded flower bed. I guess it has to be directly underneath the. Interesting. Well, does this help? Nope. just take these up. Did I eat? I ate earlier today, but I might eat some food in a bit, or like get a little bit. I am feeling a little peck. Oh, there you are. There you are, buddy. Come here. We must build. Oh shit. Oh wait, no. I need that. Hello. Follow me. And then let's see. Is there any way we can let irrigation in? Ah, yes. Uplifting. Oh, Lotad is in this game. Cute. Can I not just lift it up? Okay. Well, let me just punch this real quick. Punch this up. Punch this. This one. Why isn't this one receiving irrigation? Ah man, they didn't make me an aqueduct person for no reason, so... Okay, let me think about this real quick. Also... Does that make a habitat? No? Okay. How do I get it to flow to all the plants here? Can you move out of the way, sir? Why won't it flow? stopping the water, but dude, I don't have the brain power for this quite yet. Let me come back to this. Or let me just come back and bring sprinklers or something. Okay. Build that. Well, let's talk about improvements after you've done this little thing for me, huh, buddy? Not long at all. Yeah, it looks pretty sick. There is not actually that many trees around here. Or flowers either. I guess I need to get a grass type to speed up. Or just find more flowers. Wait, I wanna... The best chef in town? There's a cooking Pokemon? Hold on, let me get this hint first. Oh, pirate Pokemon. Or the pirate habitat. Oh. He's gonna teach me how to cook. I want to cook. I want to become Remy. Hi, Desan. What's up? Hello, Jack. Hi, Saturn. Chop, chop, chop 'em up. All those leaves are green. Chopping on a cutting board, smooth and clean. Flop, flop, toss, toss. Put 'em on the plate. Now you have a salad. Tasty, green, and great. How do I make a cutting board? Dartrix? Dartrix? Pointy tree shaded rocky tall grass. That is so freaking specific now. Put these away. Rocky shaded rock. Okay. Hey, get back to work. Stop socializing on the job. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting. Hi, I'm lurking a sub. Thanks for lurking. The Pokemon need a union? No, they just need to freaking listen to me. They just need to do as is told. Yeah, I feel like for these, I just break them, no? Tyrant, yes, and... Maybe I'm supposed to break all the stylish full Tyrant? I don't think so. I can't think of a... Oh. And then I drowned. On accident. Lol. Lol lol lol. Oh, they're here. Cool. He's a distinguished little guy. There we go. Needed to make myself presentable first. Now then, hello there. It's nice to meet you. Blade Quill Pokemon. Can you... Oh, the Pursuit of Beauty? You want to discuss aesthetics and the pursuit of beauty with me, right? Can you make cutting boards? Could you help me with something? I've always wanted a perch. If you need any lumber to make you one, oh thank you, that is quite kind. Why aren't you on the job? Oh my god. Oh my god, these Pokemon are testing me. Especially the starter Pokemon. They think just because they're starters, they can just up and about do anything they want to. It's actually infuriating. I heard you're gonna make a salad. You can have some. Where do I place the cutting board? Here? I need more salad? More leaves? And then I eat the salad. Oh, shoot. Okay. That's cool as heck. When leaf is just powered up after you eat a salad, you can press and hold ZR to use it on a larger area. You can also use it on water to create aquatic plants or on stone and hard ground to grow moss. Oh. How will this help us with the chain? Pat, pat, pat the dough, knead up all that we bake in a bread oven, and your bread's ready to eat. Where do I get a bread oven, bruh? Torkel? How do we... Let's go ask him about it. Where might Torkel be? Hot spring in the cave? My ditto looks very glorpy. That sounds about right. Is everyone just slacking off here? Yeah, thank you, Dan, for the sub. Please make sure to share your Twitch in a second more properly. Thank you. This just sickens me. Like, what is going... Do we have no work ethic in this Pokopia society? Huh? You guys just expect me, the lone ditto, to do everything around here? Just because I'm a jack of all trades and I can do a lot of things doesn't mean I can do everything, bro. What about my break, huh? Where's my break? It's just unbelievable. And you guys are defending them. Unbelievable. Okay, we are switching game soon. I gotta turn off my controller to conserve on battery. Waiting for... I did not beat Requiem yet, but we're gonna be playing it after Apex. Yo, thank you, Dan. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Dan, for the resub for 4 months. Welcome back to the YouTubers, and thank you so much for the Prime. I really appreciate it. Pokopia is a vibes game. Hope all has been well. Yeah, it's been pretty well. Damn, I can't believe it's been like 4 months since TwitchCon, pretty much, huh? 4 or 5 months? How are you, Raylord? But I finally got to like Leon's parts. I got to Raccoon City. Like butterflies. First time when I look at you. Okay, give me a little bit though. I need to wipe my mouse and I gotta wipe my mouse pad. The new Gundam event is pretty fun. Should I try it out? I didn't see you beating the underground area. Believe me, it was tough. I was complaining the entire time. I don't know whether any of you guys actually found it fun to watch because I was just like, me, I'm scared. Me. Fuck you guys for not wanting me to play with a walkthrough. I'm gonna do what I want. I don't want to extend my time in this prison for much longer because I'm already scared and me. It's just unreasonable that you guys expect me to play the game. Play Apex. I'm gonna! Sorry. I literally have it open. I need to clean my mouse. I need to clean my mouse and my mouse pad. Do you understand how dirty the bottom of this was? It was very dirty. Can't a girl make some conversation before she switches games? Why am I not permitted that? Play Rainbow Six? No, I'm good. You're almost at the scary part? Wait, I thought I was past the scary part. Yeah, we're at just chatting stream right now until I tell my mods to change my category. What do you mean I'm almost at the scary part? I literally thought I finished the scary part. Everyone was like, after you complete the underground part, like, it's not scary anymore. I mean, if you're asking about the spider, I didn't actually think the spider was scary because I don't have arachnophobia. If anything, I felt sorry for the spider. There is RE today. We are playing Resident Evil today. You have an everything phobia? Well, that's no good. That's no bueno. Sorry, I gotta pull up OBS. Can I get a category change to Apex? And we can unpin the chat for now. Thank you, Raylord, for gifting a sub. If you received a sub from Raylord, please make sure to thank him. Yeah. This love is maniac. Oh, wow. This is their melee? Oh, it's like a tail. That's kind of cool. Dude, I don't even have enough currency for this. Freak. Shall we one pack this? Oh, okay. I got exotic shards. Not the worst. Wait, maybe now I have. No, I'm still 100 off. Frick. Okay. Are you guys on diff accounts? Cause I don't see y'all online. Or are they avoiding me? I think they're avoiding me, you guys. Should I kill myself? Okay, I will say with IEMs, everything feels like much louder. So I actually gotta lower my game. Jibby gets the Gundam skin? That's rare that he gets a skin at all. Conduit gets a skin. Valkyrie's is so sick. I think the Revenant skin is really well done too. I think like Octanes and Conduits is like really distinct and Valkyries, but I mean other than like their poses, it's like a little like Cryptos is really generic. Yeah, this is their Apex Gundam collab. It's kind of sick, no? Plays rather be playing Pokopia. Understandable. I want to learn the dance for this. You guys remember when all the idols were doing the dance for this? That was so heat. I miss those days. I just watched the original Godzilla vs. Mothra and now the skins are calling to me. What skins are they? In Fortnite? Or a different game? Wait, what even is a E district? Fuck. Dude, I don't know. What's good on E district? I feel like Vantage is so piss on E district. Oh. Ross said, since you're 3.5 hours late, he refuses to speak to you anymore. He's pooping. I hope that shit, like, tears, like, his skin around his butthole and he bleeds furiously, endlessly. No staunching the blood whatsoever. Dude, this is a guy who said that, hey, after this week, I'm not going to be able to play for like, after today, I'm not going to be able to play for a week because I'm too busy adjusting to my job. How dare you get a job when we have Apex to play? It's just unbelievable how some people are so selfish. They want to get money. They want to have stability in their life. Well, what about their non-traditional job friends who need friends to play with, huh? I'm literally just kidding, by the way. Hi,
Yeah, I
Gianluigi. How
think
are
he's
you?
got you, bro.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
You guys like the Gundam skins? They're pretty sick.
Not at all. Not a Gundam fan.
Oh,
I
okay.
think they're
Then I'll
okay.
just kill myself. That's fine.
That's always an
Yeah,
option as well if that's,
yeah.
what you think is necessary.
Yeah, I think it is necessary.
Okay,
Well,
well,
I
we had a
mean,
good
you win
run.
some and
It was
lose some,
cool.
you know? Yeah, it is what it
We
is.
we won a few Apex games.
Yeah.
And this Pokopia player named Dash ready up.
What was it, me?
Guys, do you think I can ask the Apex Legends Creator Hub for
It's always been you.
Oh shit,
for
like that?
money? For coins?
Like the last thing my ex said before she left.
Yeah, that's crazy. Cause like I don't remember asking about all that.
This team will be landing at Boardwalk.
Control the charge, control the arena. Think if I ask my nicely, I'll get merch after this game?
Oh wait, I kind of wanted to play Catalyst. Oh wait, I gotta change my title.
I'll break right through.
I can't type. I give up.
Interrupting Pokopia to for
We tried to make matching names for you.
a little shooting practice.
She don't fuck with us.
Hey, what'd you
Ooh, that's why we
say?
love her.
Hi,
I
random
said we
fan.
made
What's up?
usernames to match with you.
I don't. You guys change your usernames too often. I don't really like doing all that.
Well, we're just showing our support.
Yeah. Cause we too love
Okay.
Pokopia.
You can't even say it properly, bro.
Are you making fun of me because I'm
It's a big
ESL?
word.
Are you
What?
being racist?
What do you
speak
mean
Japanese and
ASL?
You speak
American
Japanese
Sign Language?
I said ESL, not even making fun
Oh,
of my accent.
oh my
Wow.
god.
That's
It just
crazy.
gets worse with every
It's
single
worse
thing
and
that happens.
worse. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Can't believe this.
I'm racist as hell. Screw me.
Yo,
Clip
type
it and
shit.
ship it. Wait, hold up.
Wait,
What do you mean by that, Ross?
yes, sir.
I thought you was joking, but you said that with some conviction.
My teammate said she's racist. Someone has to double down.
Yeah, they also did not hear
Okay.
ESL. Just saying.
So your chat's racist too. It's okay. I dealt with prejudice
Wait,
in my whole
actually, I
life.
kind of need this at the moment. Dropped a 1 to 2 variable.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Luckily for you, Dash and I were sweating our ass off in LTMs, so we are lost.
I can't hear you. Why are you so quiet?
I'm not very sure.
Okay, can you speak?
Hello, this is me speaking.
You're still
My name is Ross.
quiet.
Sounds normal to me. Maybe Discord's low?
Well, no, I actually had him higher.
Oh.
Well, that is not good.
I have you at 200% now, and you're still quiet for me.
Oh. Oh, that sounds normal to me.
Extended energy mag
If I
here.
need to, I can
Level
scream, but
Well, I think
I
you
was
should
trying
just
to-
lean
I don't
into your
think you should
mic
do
a little
that.
more.
well,
I
I
think you
literally
should scream.
I'm kissing my mic right now. Is this
I
okay?
no,
Yo,
that's
yo, keep
really
doing that.
uncomfortable. I
Nah,
don't
keep
like
doing
that.
Hold up. Keep going.
No, I regret everything. I should have just
Well, it's a
sacrificed
one-to-one
you.
vote. It's a 1-to-1 vote, so who should I
Yeah,
side
she made
with?
fun of me and was racist, so my vote's like
Wait, you're racist.
more
Why
powerful.
are you racist?
Let's make a mess over
I don't know how I'm racist. I'm not gonna lie.
Why, care package over there.
You don't know how you're racist? I mean,
Yeah.
this comes naturally. This is crazy about it.
That's you guys, right? With the zip.
Maybe? It wasn't me. Was it you, Dash? Hey?
I was not on a zip, no.
Yeah, I heard
Well, maybe
a
that's the
zip
winner,
sound. I don't actually. I might be going C now.
The only zip is the one that's in the back, and then but I don't think you heard that one or the zip.
No, I thought I heard a zip on
redeploy.
the right, so I think it might have been
Oh.
one of you guys.
I don't think
Bye,
there's a zip over there.
Blue.
Oh, maybe in this building? I didn't hit that though.
I didn't zip in there.
There's about to be a team ratting behind us.
Imagine. I mean, you don't have to imagine. It's freaking flat. Simon. Wait. Oh.
Always ready with the fallback.
I don't know whether that's a good fallback.
Oh? Behind us?
Survey beacon over there.
I
Oh,
kind of
someone
want.
flew behind us as well.
Okay, where do we want to
I'm
go
following you.
then?
Wherever you want to go.
I'm going
following
to
you.
my survey beacon over here.
Let's avoid there.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah, we
land
should hit the
above it.
beacon first to see how many teams there are.
You should land on the. Oh,
Oh, there-
I'm not a survey beacon yet. Fuck. I forgot I'm
Well,
not
it's fine, we know where
blue.
they are.
We have the juice over there. Gonna go grab that first.
Yeah. Ross.
You can queue through that.
I
Okay.
can go grab it.
Oh wait.
No, I like
Oh,
going
you're
to scenic
talking
route, too.
about the. Oh, dude. I'm trying to look at the fighting.
Okay.
I wanted
Okay, let's
Ross
go
to
fight
look
y'all.
at the control beacon though.
I mean, oh shit, I'm coming to y'all.
Oh,
There's a whole
okay.
team on top
Okay.
of us.
Okay.
Go fight him. What's up?
I will.
Whoa. There's a cat.
I took a grenade on it.
88 blue on her.
You get involved.
Oh shit.
I'm fishing this.
She's weak as shit.
They just
I might be dead. Yeah. I'm dead.
I got one.
Alter knocked me
I'm coming to you.
on the outside. On the
I
outside.
got stuck.
Is this a different squad or same squad?
I think it's the same.
No, I got stuck, bro. That's on me. You win this though. You do have TP also if you want to say fucking get out. You can pull
Yeah, I'm
us.
going to.
They're rezzing too, so you
gonna pull.
should be free.
Yeah. Please pull. Please pull.
I'm coming. I'm taking it right now.
If you res me first, I can res her with support.
Yeah, I have it as well.
Actually, you might have support too, so it don't really matter.
I'm just resing whoever comes through.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I think you
They should
stick
take
this
it.
even if they take.
They should take it.
They should
Because
take it
then I'll
too.
do
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
And
They
then-
should take it.
Okay, then now they're dead.
Oh, I see.
Hey, Squishy, what's up?
Bro, I should have killed the cat. I hit her for freaking 162. If I knocked her, I probably could just spin it up for us.
Where do you guys want to go? Oh, my ping's at 100. I don't like that.
Did we join on Dash or you?
I
Oh.
think you joined on me.
Yeah, we joined on Huge. They're fighting where we
moment.
were fighting now.
I'm down to give it a
Oh, there's
second
someone
try.
on us. I'm kind of beating the fuck out of that guy. He's weak as hell.
Nice. It was
Oh,
a
it's
solo.
He was running from somebody, I think, over here.
Yep.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
No,
not sure.
I'm
We can
pretty
always come
sure
back
you're
and look at
right.
this.
Okay, conduit cracked. Can you recharge? It's
they
conduit
finished?
lifeline. It's like a double support team on top.
This
They're getting
kind
shot
of
by
turned
another
into
team as
World War
well.
3. Oh, relax.
Stop shooting my friend Dash. He has anger issues.
Yo, they took it. That guy's 1 HP on the top.
Fuck.
Oh my.
I'm gonna get him out of there.
Oh, he's literally one, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, that's so unlucky.
Last one's about to take it.
No.
Mm.
The other one's taking it.
Oh my god.
I hit every shot, by the way.
That guy was.
I'm really sad.
I'm telling you, I don't think that guy even had a health bar. That's so unlucky. They might have died or ran into somebody.
I wanna hit this real quick.
Okay, you can hit that.
Precious.
Nobody would dare shoot you off of it.
People behind
Oh,
us.
what the?
Look at your map.
Yeah.
That's a duo. We should turn to look at that. Can you keep through this?
Yeah.
Setting a gate.
Okay. I cannot cue the. I can.
Yo, good
New
cue.
strat, new strat.
New strat, the untouchable cues.
Care package over
Now
there.
we
Let's
take
fight
over
real
the
quick.
building.
Yeah.
Wait, there's a
It's
Valk on
okay.
our right. There's a Valk on our right. There's like multiple squads here.
Yeah. That's okay. We'll just stabilize here.
I
Okay.
set up height if we need it.
Yep.
Let me do the second floor as well.
How'd that miss? Hello?
Oh my god.
That guy is 1 HP. Hello? He's 1 HP again. Hello?
Dude, I can't hit
Wait,
anything
someone's
right
on
now.
us.
Yeah, I thought I heard people.
I heard
on us,
a
you know?
pathfinder. I heard a grapple. There's a pathfinder like under us somewhere. Maybe like close.
Okay.
These people are cooked.
I know where we went. Maybe like that there.
They're in here.
Yeah. Oh. Whoa.
Taking damage.
Wait. Cross the map.
Wait, that guy's on the box. He can be shot.
158 on the box. 158 on the box.
Nice.
We're good. $158 on the sparrow as well. Oh yeah.
That was rude.
I'm just.
88 on octane. 60 on caustic. I'm hulking out.
Are you actually? That guy's cracked.
That revenant's cracked. Yeah. I don't have that much.
This caustic seems like pushing.
Caustic crack. Caustic.
Nice.
I got him.
They're gonna res. They're gonna res.
Let me get there.
Stuff. Callbacks in play.
Octane riding over here. Oh my god. Wow, they just.
Oh my god.
Breaking through the
someone pull me back to height?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Returning you to
You could pull him maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. You read to me?
Yeah, they're pulling out.
I just fenced. They can't do anything. Oh, we're not even in.
No, we
Yeah,
are
they're
not.
getting ignorant for no reason.
Thank you.
over there.
Oh, that's stupid.
I think they already pushed up.
Work with you at the gate.
Are we playing
Play
under
low,
then?
play low ground, play low ground. Try to hug this.
Access is no more.
Oh, they're right to. They're to our right.
We should get in this, just
Okay.
to like, just like stabilize somewhere.
Whoa, they're looking. Can you fence?
Alright, I'm gonna walk and all. Yeah. I'm just getting real quick.
Oh, they're getting griefed above us.
Yeah, fuck them.
I'm not really peeking this right now. Whoa.
I'll just let them know I'm here. I'm good, I'm good. I'm gonna take it to Phoenix real quick.
107.
If you guys can send it, then send it. You might be able to queue up.
No, it's too lifeline ulted. Wait it out, wait it out, wait it out. It's not worth it.
Oh, okay. I'm dropping back.
You can queue through this though. Come here, come here.
Uh huh.
Don't
Yeah,
don't
we
go
can
through
actually-
it. Don't go through it. But you could put a queue here, and then put a second one like on this side, and then I'm gonna put my ult down over there. I don't see them. Where are they?
Oh,
Oh, there,
on this side.
Alright, yeah, don't go through that. Don't go through
We
that.
have to find a way to rotate.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to go out this way.
Yeah.
Alright, you're gonna have to queue like on this corner of the
Over here now.
bus to give us a little bit of ammo.
Okay. Oh, I just
Alright,
left.
we'll go. While they're fighting,
Yep.
go, 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 go.
Yeah. Oh man, I've been sparrowed.
There's an octane pad in front of you guys. Oh shit. It is maybe not safe.
Just don't go to where Ross went, and you're fine.
I blocked off some time. They can't throw this.
Do you have a TP, huge?
I do, but there's so many teams in front of us.
Yeah, just stay alive, Ross. There's a team in this too.
Yeah, they backed off. so
Yeah,
I
they're
wouldn't
play
roll them.
ulti
our
low
top
ground,
left.
okay?
Yeah. We're in between two teams low ground.
Yeah,
Oh, I
we're in
might need it.
between all of the 8 teams. Can you put it
Yeah.
down now? Just put
Yeah.
it down now. Just put it down.
Setting up for
Oh, you got in the way.
plan in place.
Oh,
I tried. Can you grab him? You can grab it from like right here.
okay. Oh shit.
I'll leave the team on us.
Oh my god.
Teammates better.
Oh shit. Oh, this is.
This is so cooked.
Yeah.
No, you guys win this.
Oh god.
An enemy shield.
I'm trying to bat.
Yeah.
Oh. There's a Maggie on you.
No, I had to reload
Oh,
my
and
gun,
TNT.
bro.
Okay.
Forking you, you're done.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
fuck.
Yeah, there's just a lot of teams there. It's all good.
Hi, generic. What's up?
All good.
Hi, Poros. I mean, Alter doesn't seem to be a bad choice there, but I think we would have benefited from like Wraith for like the rotates. I don't know. We don't really play like. Honestly, Alter was fine there. I'm grasping his straws. But maybe, what's her name? Rampart would have been good there, just so I could erect walls. I'm overthinking it. I think I just should aim better. My aim was not good. Hi, Kun. What's up?
This team will be landing at the Lotus.
Doing good. How about you? Glad to hear that you're good. I'm doing alright. I'm chilling. That was honestly not a bad first game of Apex. Could have been worse. I don't know why my ping is so bad though. Like, since the last couple of days. My ping is at 100. Oh, it's because I'm central? Are there no West servers anymore? Why am I central?
Oh,
Those are great questions.
did you move and you just don't remember it?
No, I
Is this a
definitely...
fever dream?
No. I'm gonna swap after this.
I'm on West Coast. You could just join me.
Okay, sounds good.
Sure works.
I'm on East if you guys want a surprise.
No, nobody
No, I
wants to
don't.
do
I
that,
don't want
actually.
that.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
sorry.
think all of us are okay with that one. Thank you for the offer, though.
Yeah, no problem.
I actually want to say no, thank you for the offer.
Okay.
Well, thank you for your feedback. Every bit of feedback is appreciated.
Is
Is
it actually?
it?
No,
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I'm going to go missing now.
Okay. Is that like a vacation? Like, is this planned or something?
You could call it whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
I don't really plan things in my life. They just happen. Are y'all the type of people that has to have your days planned out, or you kind of like go with the flow?
Bro, if you guys hit me
I
up to
like
play,
having a
and then, like,
plan.
my whole day is planned for that, because I know you just gonna be late. So, that's about it.
I like
And then
having a
otherwise,
plan,
I
but
don't do
it
shit.
often changes up because I'm fickle.
I see.
We're kind of
Yeah, low-key, I'm about
disadvantaged with
to-
this comp. We like don't get blue shield like right off the bat.
Oh, blue shield is fake.
You are only
I mean,
saying
all
that
you need
because
is
you're a
one.
controller.
You just need one bin. I have support bin, and we have a juicer right here, so we get juice off the bat.
Okay.
We are at a disadvantage with our comp because we have low-key Ross on the team, though.
Well, I
That's
don't
an
even
advantage that you don't
think
even know about.
Oh, okay.
I don't even think that's a disadvantage.
Okay.
Charity work.
Okay.
Well, I think our disadvantage is that you have to tell him to fence something.
Yeah. You have to tell him he has abilities.
Those
Yeah.
aren't even real.
Former rank 1 Watson never uses fences.
Never had to. Everyone was afraid of the potential of fences back in the day.
Yeah,
it's
well,
because
now they have a
You
lot
just
of
didn't know.
abilities that are way better than fences, and yet you're still sticking with a character that you're not even...
Whoa, no Watson slander.
Okay,
Yo,
my
so I
bad.
have a question. So like, you know, what happens when the love of your life gets old and is not the same person physically that they maybe can't be? Are you just gonna leave Onk because Onk is Onk?
Yeah.
Well, no, but that's because you're the love of my life, and you're not the love of my life, so...
Well, I'm not saying me, but I'm talking about Watson. Is Watson not the love of your life?
No.
Oh, you must have lived like a terrible life. I don't know.
They're like... Oh, wait, there's a team here. Valk team. And then there's fighting further up.
Just a little bit.
Man, I really wanted to upgrade my 30-30. There's also fighting west. Oh, these guys are gonna land on. Oh, yeah, they're landing. They're landing.
If just a little bit.
Wait, is there?
There's 2 teams
Oh,
here.
there's.
They know I'm solo. They're trying to egg me out.
Wait, there's another
Oh, I can't
team.
get to y'all then.
Oh shit.
Wow. Anybody look at me? Back from ours. Nice, thank you.
There's another team that Octane padded. We have to care.
Okay. Nice shit. Dash, you might be muted. You might be so super locked.
Yeah, I think he's muted.
They're in here. There's a duo in here now. If you want to go kill them, they're
Okay.
getting thirded actually.
I don't want to
Oh,
third
whatever,
them
I'm bored.
then. Oh,
I'm just poking. I'm just poking like an evil maniacal villain. To right, to right. Real.
oh, I can't peek this. I can't peek this.
Oh, that. Oh, okay. You good. Right here behind this rock. Good nade on it, maybe? They died.
Enemy shield cracked.
Everyone is the best player in the world right now. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I'm phoenixing. Go right as well. Octane team, but they're not looking this way. They're trying to go in the
This team,
tunnel, I
this
think.
team is still gonna look at us. By the way.
Oh, Dash sent them.
Oh, okay.
Remember
Cool.
Dash?
Oh. Nice.
I can res.
Res.
One left. I killed Cola 12, 3, 4, 4. He got TP'd out. New team thirding.
Can you fence it up? There's a Maggie nearby. Is this team still? Oh shit. That Valk is flesh.
Alright.
I'm selling.
Probably an ulti cell just to have my shit.
Yeah. My ult is not safe, by the way.
Come in. That's the cross. I'm trying to let them pull. We might be able to beam off of this. One HP.
She's
Oh,
solo.
my bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, we weathered the storm.
I'm dropping a med kit if anyone needs.
Oh yeah, Simon.
Where are we going? Where are we going? Ping? Oh, I'm
We're
just.
following you.
Okay.
Oh, we're following you. Okay. The team goes.
Oh, there's a
the
team right in
goes.
front of us. That was a knock guy. Yes, gold sentinel.
Come here, go with this. I just one clipped the dude out of the air that was knocked.
Nice. I'm dropping a bat. I have bottomless.
Okay.
There's a R9.
I'm here.
Dropping 2 more bats, 2 more med kits.
Has too much light to pass up on this.
Are you muted on purpose, Dash?
He must be locked.
Okay. I mean, I really want
You
info.
can rotate if you'd rather.
Can
We
you?
could just beacon maybe.
Yeah. I mean, we're just looping around for the survey beacon, huh? There's people. I think there should be people around here.
Over there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Oh.
On top, on top.
Wait, right here, climb me up.
Care package
Oh.
over there.
Last almost cracked.
You're right over us.
Yep.
I'm batting. I'm batting. There's like 3 teams
On the third
here.
I'm vertinating.
floor. I'm just dead sliding, bro. What the?
I just vertinated myself for some reason.
Yo, goat.
I guess we just go in then.
Yeah, I think we go.
Oh my god, these guys are going crazy.
I don't think we can look at it.
Dash, I'm not gonna lie, back my sorry ass up.
Go here.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm coming.
That shit.
I'm getting patted on though, so goodbye.
Okay, then
It was
I'm gonna-
nice
I'm gonna-
knowing you.
I'm trying to look over you.
Same. Oh, they're flying on us.
Flying?
Kill that guy.
Wait, we haven't
Kill him,
killed
kill him,
this
kill him, kill him.
He's also getting shot at.
He's running this
Alright, I'm
way.
not gonna lie. We turn here and hold. This team's behind us.
Okay.
There should be like an Octane team coming in.
I think we're gonna get sniped at from that direction too.
Where the absolute flick did the Octane team go?
I don't know. I think they like went the other way. Maybe they were scared of my aura.
They're double sentineling. I say as if we
Oh, they
hadn't
just-
done
they
that
just got it
earlier.
in. I saw one.
Bottomless
Okay,
bat.
we don't need to fight that. It's fine.
I'm on
We should look for zone though. We could go. There's a lot of action over here. We could go this way probably for
Another
free.
rab.
Yeah, we'll probably go this way for free.
Okay.
You
Oh,
promise?
there's a dude over here.
Enemy spotted. Over there.
That might be the solo.
Yeah, it might be the
Alright.
solo that flew in.
He might think I'm cheating.
I mean, you are.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. Actually, he might have went in zone to craft. Does this hurt? Is this ring 2 or 3?
It's 2.
Dude.
Oh, it don't hurt. He definitely went around then.
There's a
think it's gonna
team
go
right
outside.
here. Sniping teams. I want to just go into
here.
rings. Oh,
Okay, well, we can go in the ring if you want. I'm down.
oh my god. I could
I mean,
only
if
take
we're
one
doing hella
shot.
damage. Nice, come on. Octane basically cracked. I feel good
Yeah.
on it. They're trying to alter out. They got altered out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm watching our
Well,
back to see if
one
the horizon is-
one got finned, but the other one got out. We should look for zone though.
Yeah, I wanna
Yeah,
look. I wanna look.
Attention.
I'm
We have
running.
one kill, we'll be alright. They don't want this. They would never shoot my conducy.
Okay.
But when you say it like that, I don't think anybody would.
Oh, what
There's
do you mean by that?
double car this game. Oh, there's a team in front of us right here.
Enemy here.
Oh, at the building? I don't have ult.
Yeah.
Mm,
It's oh,
dead. Oh, I'm not dead.
oh, Sparrow.
They're bad.
Sparrowed.
I actually traded damage with that guy, so they shouldn't have pushed off that.
He's on me.
You're kind of deep up there,
Yeah.
Ross, by yourself.
Gate for any crashes.
That's the second ult.
Oh!
One more, just keep that in mind.
That Sparrow I cracked. I need a bat. Nice. Good knock. Good knock.
Did they run?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're run on the ground.
Enemy shield.
Box on the
Nice.
flying. She
Got him.
broke.
She's dead. She's dead.
Nice.
Wait,
Oh, new one. New one.
No, Valve.
New team.
Yeah.
New team.
Shit, my bad.
This is a
No,
different
that's their
team.
third, isn't it?
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
no,
No, it's
it's
not. We
just
got
the
the
people died.
elimination already.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, that guy was on the crafter though.
Well, what the frick? Did we shoot her? We just rotated in. We got some KK.
She's probably a solo. Did she dip already? Oh, I think
I hear
someone was
steps.
shooting at her.
Oh,
right in
I
front of us.
She's blue. Yeah,
oh,
I got
I'm
it.
stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
I killed him. I killed him.
No.
Can you res her? Can you res her?
No, you guys are both forward.
Okay, come back.
I'm out.
I'm on second floor in the bathroom. Fence.
They're not going.
They're gonna res the one that
I don't care if they're not gonna push. Just fence it off.
Oh, it's been
panicking a lot.
The
You got
deed has
Nick
been
for
done.
me?
Medkit.
Kit here.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, they Revenant ultied. Or
That's a bloodhound.
They
oh,
should.
just kidding.
They're also bad, so it's alright.
No, they're not. They're doing their best and they're hardworking.
I don't think you believe that.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna craft ammo anyways. Who's gonna stop me? Behind me, actually. Right here.
Aw. I can't peek. I can't. The bloodhound's cracked. That's all I got. Oh.
Coming.
Oh, yeah, they're pushing. They're pushing it. Dash.
Wanna beg me for another?
I'm with you, Pickle. I'm looking over.
There's another
Dude,
team
what is-
behind
what
us
are-
on the bridge, I think. Wait,
They're
they're
in here,
close, close,
underneath.
close. Yeah,
This team
under.
gotta- Oh, alright, fuck it. We're in here.
Crack.
Wait, what? Oh, there's a lobe in the corner.
Wait, she's still there?
Yeah, she's
Nice.
still there. Nice. You could probably
both
res.
came out. I can res that perk.
Yeah, you stick it in me.
What?
I don't know what that
We should
means,
definitely
but
kill them
yeah. Yeah, 2 should be dead.
though. Oh my.
Oh, this is.
Where
That
the?
was kind of trippy.
Where did you send me?
I don't know. I don't
That was a
know.
Shadow round.
Put me in there.
They're still above us.
Spotted an enemy.
Right here, right here.
Okay, nice.
Oh, this dude's dead. His team dipped and left him.
Oh, whoa,
What
whoa.
the I'm good.
We're getting. We might be getting flown in on.
It's only one dude, by the way. You can send him.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm right behind you.
I'm not with you
She's
guys.
just hitting every. What is
Oh.
this? I didn't touch her.
Gonna put that plan in place. Bring
You
it
just
here
pulling me.
back
You
to
just pulling me down.
avoid nexus.
That's pretty bad. Another team just sent us, by the way. I think that Wraith might have died.
Bro, she shot me so many times around the corner.
Yeah, she kind of pissed on you.
I
I
can't do
ain't gonna lie.
anything.
It's
Whoa,
alright.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
She's out of the game though, so at least I think so. She should be.
I'm walking up. I'm walking up over here.
There's someone underneath.
There's a third party here.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh my
In
god.
front of me.
Okay, I'm batting first. I'm gonna go to Ross.
Alright. This regular solo, he's running.
Oh
He's
my
dead.
god.
I can't really look for you. I'm getting held out on the thing here. That's a crazy nade, by the way. You gotta pull me right now.
I don't have a ult.
Alright, well, I'm dead then. Unless you can
No,
kill
she
this
can grab.
Octane.
She can grab with the altar passive.
There's a full team on me. Oh, what a...
Friends.
Oh, this team is so
Looks like
irritating.
we lost one. Deploying a respawn beacon.
Arcane 1, you're good. They won't push.
Oh, they're Valk ulting for this.
It's fine. You get off.
Can you?
I'm ulting up here. And
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's just the Arcane and Valk to my knowledge. You said it's free? Bro, I should have walked up that Arcane. They're on this rock. Playing low.
Oh, they're patting on us, patting on us.
Yep, I'm here with you.
They're on the other side.
They ran.
Okay, that's fine. As long as they're not on absolute, I think that's fine. Do you guys need anything? I can get you a car, Dash. Or, yeah, Dash.
I just grabbed all my stuff back. It's alright.
Well, I'm dropping
There's
this.
one on this wall.
SMG here.
I got 2 cars. I dropped both.
SMG here.
Man, you got 2?
Yeah.
Bro, these guys and their scouts are so annoying.
I knocked one. I'm walking up.
Oh, shit.
Wait, can you
alright,
ping? Can you
sucks.
ping where?
Yeah, they're down here on me. They're both one.
Oh wait, this is last squad. My bad.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Good shit.
Oh, bro, I just beamed the dick off of them.
Mean the what now?
You're
I saw it fall off.
trash. You're trash. You're trash. Raw.
You died to low key raw.
That was what you
Pulling my
said.
health.
I
That's
didn't
what you
say
said.
it.
She was
I
talking
didn't.
mad shit.
That is not what I sound like. JJ's. JJ's. Yeah, I didn't do it. Well, no, I led a supportive role, and I just pulled my teammates at every single point in time. Let's back up. Let's not fight. Dude, I'm just so unconfident. I'm such a coward on E District. Like, I don't know how this map works, and I hate the endless fighting. Up on the roof, dancing with you. Million skies. Oh, stars? What did I say? Skies? Lol. How do we feel about the altar? You think it's working, you guys?
I think it was. He
Yeah, it's
did
fine.
save our lives multiple times.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
believe we would not have won that game if it was not for Yujon Alter.
True. Because
But-
you were able to grab banner.
Yeah. And I had a Moby on me.
And you rezzed Ross the like 6 times he got knocked first, per usual.
Okay, but the thing is, I got knocked as a way of showing my respect to Yujin her res abilities.
Oh, okay. You're padding her res stats?
I
just
only
wanted to
res
see if
twice.
Master does it.
I only
Low-key
res
WT.
twice, and I think
Fence them in, fence them out.
Hey, I resed once as well. I resed both of you actually.
yeah, you
so
res twice.
We're a team, Dash. If they res me, then I must res them. That's my philosophy.
Why I weather long, but I'll bring the sun.
Introducing your champion.
I'm Jump Master. Hell nah. So, why are we dropship sometimes, and then sometimes we're random
So
drop?
if the majority of the lobby has diamond players in it, then we get drop ship.
Oh.
But this lobby is a platinum lobby, so it's like thingies.
They
Also, people just
landed.
late landed on us, and they should have watched their manners before thinking of doing such a thing. There's an oxen out here.
An enemy shield.
Cracked, hit 62.
The octane is 1 HP. Kill it.
Lifeline cracked.
I killed him. The
Yep.
octane ran towards the center.
Yep.
I think Ross is on him. Question mark?
I killed Octane.
Alright, dub. Yeah, that was definitely a solo queue team for sure. Got
Now-
their teammate or
now-
what?
That is a whole
I
team
got you
over
with the
there,
big
a new
Q?
team. Thank
Oh, that's a new team? Alright, roger that. They can still get the hands though.
I cracked this Tyrone.
Oh, I'm not with you.
Oh my god, I cheater beamed that guy, but I got pistol on by the top. The guy on bottom is 1 HP, but there's a guy on top.
Oh, what is shooting at me? Is that a different team or same team? Just really
No,
split.
Same team, same team. He's gonna swing this bridge.
They're getting thirded. I can't even do anything. I'm with Huge.
I'm gonna swung.
Oh my god.
Bro, there's like... I'm backing up to Huge.
Yeah, it is 2 teams, I think.
Yeah, I don't have ult. I don't have ult.
I'm gonna fence all the entrances on the bottom.
You could probably grab my banner though.
Yeah, I did get
Oh,
his
what the-
banner.
There's a team on the res. You
Okay.
can always leave out the back door as well. Like this
Oh,
way.
yeah. Just out. Just head out. Just head out.
Alright, Dash, I'm a fault. Which...
I appreciate it. Can you grab a Moby out the support pill or what? Since you're support now,
Oh, I am a support hero. 1 second. Let me support you.
you get a Moby here every time. Watch this.
Yes, sir. How was
So you
that?
don't fuck with me like that. That's crazy.
Grab the
It's very-
bat. Grab the bat.
I thought you fucked with me, bro.
Let's just
It's
go
You still
to.
got this
very
ugly ass
subjective.
Watson skin on with those bum ass gloves. Come on, bro.
Look at
Bro.
We're going
Look at
to
me.
the
Ooh.
res. Don't worry.
Oh.
Hi, Bourbon. What's up?
Why
Oh,
do fingers look like
there's
that?
people. There's people. There's people. Right
Okay.
in front of me.
It's alright. Ross is about to kill him.
Oh!
Tree? Okay, he's aiming through the tree. He's
Wait.
cheating. Oh, he hits those.
Is this guy
All right.
walling?
All right. Ross is
There's
like
an.
0
There's
for 6.
another. Far left. Oh shit.
Well, there's a solo on the beacon right now.
Yeah.
Bro, you're on the big screen. You gotta lock in.
All right, then let me log in. Then
Oh my god.
I'm walking this dude down.
Oh my god. That's all you. That's all you. That's all you.
That guy's single firing a hemlock.
But we're in fucking flat.
Always ready with the fallback.
Alright, you're right. My fault.
I do that sometimes.
Well, that's why we're in plat.
Okay.
Oh,
That-
good
that was
headshot.
kinda rude.
Yup. You don't play the game. Wait, is one knock? Oh, never mind. He
How
was
is it not
crowd
a
walking.
headshot?
Tossing a thermite.
I think they're low key
Bengals
scared
guy.
of you guys.
Oh, they're burning. Oh my god.
Gate for any crashes.
Oh, okay.
Enemy shield crack.
That is
They're
bad.
gonna be meeting us. Oh my god. Oh my god. The lifeline's flesh if you
I'm
can.
back in, I'm back in, I'm back in. I'm one. We're all one.
Oh my god.
Isn't there a beacon
think
back
you-
here?
There's a redeploy. There's no beacon.
I'll hold if they push.
You know, you have fences.
I
that can be
have
doing that.
I have no light.
Yeah, I also.
I'm just going to the back. Did you already hit the beacon?
No. They're looking for us.
I can't fight with no ammo.
I don't
This-
think they can beam us off of this.
I too don't think they
low-key-
can. Just ping where you're
Well-
going. Just ping where you're going.
I'm going as far right as I can.
Okay.
Like just hugging. Oh shit, big damage. I'm gonna land on this beacon over here.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna res my friend Dash.
It's
First I'm gonna slide.
I'm going for this light arsenal first.
Yeah, yeah. They could chase, but I don't really know what their vibrations are. Dash, I'm going to grab the thing for you now. There you go. They're flying on us.
No, this is me.
Oh.
There's a blue bag here.
Back here. Level 2.
I'm currently R9 wingman, so I will be a short range menace, but I will be a long range problem.
I have
Not
Nemi
like that,
R9, but I don't have anything on my Nemi.
Sounds like we need to get up close and personal with someone and steal them. Steal everything they have.
Okay. They're kind of fighting in northeast.
Waiting to be played.
I can hit the res,
Survey?
not res, recon. Where is the recon? Am I stupid?
Towards me.
Okay.
Right here.
Okay.
Okay. I will go grab the evil harvester.
This could be the gateway.
We are Apex Gaming. Shadow Scyther.
Okay, I want to go third that or what?
Bro, I'm down for whatever.
Yeah, I'm
my
down to
friend.
third it.
Because I need stuff. I'm poor.
Well, I am poor as well.
Yeah, well, I'm poorer.
Luckily, our friend Yuj has a lot of money and will be spoiling us.
Oh, true?
That is not true.
Check your PayPal.
Yo,
What?
thanks. Thanks, huge. I
Thank
really
you,
want the
Yuge.
new Switch too without having to buy it because I want to play Pokopia.
I also am a Pokopia enjoyer, so I'd like to play it, but I need a Switch 2 as well.
Any Oilers in chat want to buy me a Switch too? Pretty please. I'll send fee pics. I'm getting landed on. I'm not getting landed on.
Stop being dramatic, buddy.
I thought it was all about me though. My fault.
They're landing on me. It's me. They are looking at us though.
Yeah. They were
Oh,
coming towards me.
shit.
Oh, they got a longbow? No, never mind. I'm not peeking that.
I
Hey,
don't
come
have
back this way,
anything
come back
for
this way,
this.
Come back this way. Yeah, I don't have any
Okay.
sights or anything.
All good. Oh my gosh.
I'm not helping you, Ross. You're dead if you die.
You're
We'll die
dead
every
if
day,
you
man.
die.
Thank you for telling me that.
You're welcome. All right, now we
We
can
use
kill
this
him.
information.
Oh, is that a person? What is that? Is that a pole? I can't even fucking see.
That's a
Oh, it's
charge
a
of
pole.
Sentinel waiting for us.
Whoa.
That is a charge of Sentinel connecting with my body.
That's a charged up sentinel connecting to my head.
That's really unfortunate.
You
You gotta
make
make it for me? Thanks. I hope they push. Maybe they get confident.
There's a. Oh my god, they're on the bridge.
Hey, huge.
Yeah?
So I think there's a way. Hold
I
up.
cracked the valve. Valve got exploded.
Oh my god, wait, that's a crazy nade actually.
Wait, are they getting.
Alright, bro.
Okay.
Like, I just healed.
I think these guys might be getting third partied.
Hmm.
Oh,
wrap on the
never
right.
mind. Never mind. Oh, they have a crypto drone. Oh, shit.
We're good. They can't close the gap fast. Why are they playing like this?
Oh,
I
no.
don't know. Alright, huge. I'm not gonna lie. You might
Yeah.
have to, like, try to bounce out this way by yourself and then put a port down for
Okay.
us.
I don't think I can do that.
I don't have a Q for you for a few seconds.
So who put down the zip on their end?
Mm,
Does this guy have a power booster? How is he queuing like every fucking 10 seconds, bro?
It's called swag. And he has a
do
lot
I
of-
get this off? I don't even get this off. I'm so sad. I needed this syringe first.
I got. What the?
This is so sad.
These guys are just. I mean, technically we're safe, Dash. We're safe as hell, but
They definitely send us though.
yeah, they send it.
Yeah, they send it. I mean, you could just leave.
Bro,
If you keep calling, I might be able to save you.
I
but got 2
can't.
syringes.
I'm dead. You can maybe get dash.
Yeah, I can
yeah,
get
you might be
dash.
able to get Dash probably.
think
I
can
mean,
get him.
Ross. Stop! You guys have monosyllable names. It's hard to keep them in check. Is it
Bro.
not hard? It's like
Oh,
sometimes
shit.
when you mix up mom and dad.
Damn.
Unlucky. Wait, how did you end up there? Now I'm pissed off. Oh, he died, by the way. The guy who was bullying us died.
Did they actually?
Yeah, Mario. It's Mario. You probably hit that crap right on your right, low key, high key.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do in this life, but it's up to you to do them, you know?
I feel that.
Hello, Garrett the Carrot. What's up? My mom would mix up our names as kids. She still does, and eventually give up and just say
Damn, bro,
offspring.
this is a really
Yeah.
strong ability.
I mean, that's pretty good if you think about it. That took 2 kicks. Most people don't have that type
They
of leg
did
strength.
buff it. It used to be one.
That's true.
That's a cool shirt. Thank you.
Up and over that I'm
You
dead
can
here,
steal
by
the
way.
res that they put down. Just kidding. I don't know why I heard a res.
No, I heard as well. They're playing this dash as well.
They already stuck it.
The crypto res.
There was somebody like immediately to my left. There's a crypto drone right here.
That is a strong ability.
Hello?
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh.
What the fuck?
That guy was just ratting and swung you.
I thought that was like the last of that team. And then it wasn't. Are you off in that kill, please?
Bro, you can res us, I think.
Yo.
I'm very excited to play the game if you'll resurrect me.
Hi, Elle. How are you? How many dubs
Racist
today?
Mario is in the
0.
game as
Oh, no,
well.
one.
There's two people
One.
named Mario. One of them is named Racist Mario. Oh, he
It's
died.
Mar 10 Day. Mario Day.
Oh, true, huh?
Guys, help!
Coming.
One of them's weak as fuck. The other one's on me. On me. Nice. Let's go! Oh my god! Ah, the crowd goes crazy.
That's who killed us. So honestly, the crowd does go crazy.
There's a car here.
We gotta go.
Yeah,
Hold
I might
on.
be dead to this ring.
Oh, shit.
I'm dead. Unless we have a second queue.
Oh! You gotta throw us the queue out.
I don't have another queue until now.
Goodbye, fool.
We are both dead. Oh my god.
Bro, it's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Wait. Leave. I don't want to be on Central.
Ross. Ooh.
Bro,
I
it's
think
not-
they
I'm not
released
the one who got
Super
knocked out.
Mario Galaxy 2 or something.
Oh,
no?
shit, he's right. Nah, you got knocked.
Like the
you got knocked
Nintendo
by
Switch
Mario.
bundle or something.
Who did?
Oh,
Huh?
I had to res you.
Wait, what?
So who's the party leader?
I don't know, but I'm leaving yours to make sure it's me.
Can I get
Just
an
an
invite?
invitation.
I did.
It says party's full. Hello? Oh, there we go.
I love you, my boy. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I love you, my boy. On it by me, Crafting medals? Enough crafting medals for nowhere? Sad. On it by me, by. Where is a night at the Palladium? Because this milk bar birthday cake empanada with Taco Bell looks bussin'. And I must eat everything. Holy fuck.
Fuse is set and capacitors charged.
Bless you. Thank you. Oh my god, and the Cantina Mexican pizza with the flaming hot Diablo dusted nuggets. Oh shit. Live Moss. Live Moss, live Moss. Diva, diva. Oh, much better. Much better ping.
That's exciting, but guess what? We have to win.
Okay. I'm gonna land on the energy arsenal.
Okay, I'm landing right over here.
There might be a team with us. I don't really know though. Yeah, there's a team. There's a team landing with you
We're
guys.
landing. Oh.
Oh.
I'll have an ulti.
Where are they? It sounded like they were close.
Oh shit.
There's one over here somewhere.
Oh, yeah,
Over
they're
here.
running. Can we slam them?
Yeah, I'm done there. Going into the bottom.
He's queued.
I'm chasing her. Can't go very far.
Nice.
I don't know what the fuck. Got Watson. Oh, low as fuck. Not low as fuck, but like, I hit her for 90.
For any crashes.
Oh, okay, just do it to them then.
That squad is as dead as this world's future.
That's crazy, Yuge. They had a family. Probably.
I mean, he was just low. I didn't do anything.
Sweat up. Put that man down like that.
Okay.
And you talk shit and teabagged his box after.
I did not do such things.
Optics here. Close range. Laser sight here. Level 2. All 99 here.
Do any of you guys have like a bin or something to hit so I can hit this recon beacon?
There's one like this way if you want me to go grab it.
Yeah, go grab it, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll be back. If I die, just tell some person that I love them. I don't even care if I know them.
Okay.
Can it be me? Can I tell myself that you love me? Like, I low-key kind of need it today.
Yeah, honestly, we all should lie to ourselves at some point.
What do you mean lie? Hold up.
No, I said we should cry by ourselves sometimes because sometimes it's
Okay.
good to let that emotion out.
Yeah, I think that's what you said.
Okay, well, if I die here, also tell someone I love them, I guess. But you can tell, like, concrete people, like my parents, my brother, my boyfriend,
Oh, I
my
just gotta tell
chat.
myself. Nah.
Well, what if we don't tell your chat?
Yeah, how about we skip
Okay,
that part?
everybody's at
Who's everyone
Energy
else?
Bank, and then there's some at Labs.
What if we tell them that you hated them so that we could try to, like, scalp all of your clout for ourselves?
I mean, I think the real ones wouldn't fall for it, but you could try.
Damn, she said she got a real community.
Damn,
Stop
she
playing
got
with
real
her.
ones. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I do. Wanna go to
This
Labs?
person does
Yeah.
not frick around. Yeah, I'm done.
Wanna go
Damn.
to Labs? Hello,
I'm
is this
down.
thing on during
Hello, I'm down.
International Women's History
We're going
Month? Is this thing
Labs?
on? Yeah, 'cause there's
You got a
people
rib?
there.
We should go there.
Huh?
I got a
So you the real lab.
You got a rib?
What's a
I'm only on
rib?
Classic nail gun right now.
I have a 2X. Let me pick up this Evo Harvester real quick.
laser here.
That was only for like maybe 3 people in chat. I'm sorry.
Uh,
You're such a people pleaser.
do you guys want me to hit this recon beacon one more time?
If you want.
Yeah.
I'm like
Hit that.
looking in this direction.
Okay.
Get a feel for the vibes. Do you think that they would shoot you while she does that?
I mean, they could.
They're over here.
Enemies hiding.
Yeah.
Check
Two
your
teams.
map.
I'm
Okay.
gonna charge up my Sentinel and then shoot one in the head.
Okay, that sounds good.
Broke their shields.
Target acquired. And
Plan all set.
headshot acquired. Wraith 1 when she takes his portal. Wraith.
That was a crazy
annihilated.
shot. Their third's about to take it.
Crack. I'm gonna get him out of the air. Oh no, he's half straight or something. I don't even know.
But one of their dudes is knocked right here.
What's his team get?
Oh my blissy.
Oh,
Well done for you. No sense.
okay. I mean, I thirsted their
Zapped her ball like that?
I thirsted the lifeline on their team, I think. So it should still be a 2v3.
It is.
They're behind the wall. I'm gonna headshot one right now. I wish I did not headshot
I
anybody.
almost broke.
186 on this cat.
Good one. Nice.
Oh, uh-oh.
Slide down into her.
I need a phoenix. I need a phoenix. That's all you guys.
Just die, Maggie. You're so annoying.
Is that a different guy? Different squad? Their
It's
third?
their third. Yeah.
Too low.
It has to be their third. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh, she had, like, 5 vets.
It was on a different team.
Oh, okay.
That's probably on the team that patted out. So
Okay.
you probably made that team into a solo, and then
Yeah, the other team's
this
solo.
was a full. This was a full third grade that we thought was a duo.
I see.
Beginning ring countdown.
Wait, they're coming. New team.
Over there.
Alright, I'm going up the height real quick.
Replicator being delivered.
On me, on me.
Here. Open for target practice.
I'm going up.
Classic's kind of weak. The other one's kind of weak too. Octane. I don't have any nades though.
Where are they? Can you ping?
Right there.
They're down there.
Okay.
They're
Back
back.
too.
Oh, one's on me actually. Big killers is solo.
Okay.
One. Oh, nice. They might try to TP him. We should gotta get this Fen.
Ain't nobody TPing the little dude.
She dead.
They're padding out. To the
Yeah,
left.
I'm running with
Yeah,
you.
we can run it down.
I don't
Yeah.
have much heavy.
It's alright. They got a whole inventory.
This is a different team, I'm pretty sure. Because they're...
One just got knocked off the balloon. It is a different team. Different team.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Fine.
Oh, there's one top, one under.
Yeah, one top.
Oh,
one
I got
bottom,
stuck, I
one
got
bottom,
stuck.
Fen.
Oh, I got stuck. They might push me here.
I'm looking for you.
Get over.
Lifeline knocked.
Nice. Good knock.
good
Good
knock.
knock.
They're coming.
I'm swinging on our right side.
The gate.
I got shit on. Nice. Okay, there's over here.
Yep, on top, on height. She's running. I think it's a
No,
Benga.
no, buddy.
Let's go here.
Oh, God.
This shit is so annoying. Go back the other way in case he does a Yui.
She's flashed on you. Nice.
I just knew he was gonna do that shit.
Classic.
Hit him with the U-turn. Where'd their lifeline go?
I don't know.
A better place.
They just slid all the way down.
Dude, does nobody carry heavy?
In this
I
economy?
think every heavy gun is just not meta right now.
Wow.
There's like a lot in here.
Okay. Thanks.
You just gotta ask for it. You gotta say, hey, Heavy, can you show yourself? And then it will reveal itself.
I
Is that
don't
how it works?
I don't think that's how it works, but okay.
Why? Can't
Kraber.
manage over there.
This
Oh
one's a
my.
Damn, I am
PK.
one in the K.
Something inside.
Gold PK. I'm taking this over heal.
Kraber's kind of far though.
Yeah. I need to grab that heavy. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Damn, people just don't just use guns that they like anymore.
Not in plat, bro. It's just serious.
Oh, my apologies.
I'm not gonna lie. I think the quality of plat lobbies is probably higher than diamond.
Oh, I agree.
Really?
You
Actually,
get to
I think
diamond, like people just start inting for no reason, make stupid plays.
I thought our
No one knows
diamond
what they're
lobby
doing.
was fine. Like it was a
Oh,
good
they're
game.
okay. I mean, it's like hit or miss, right? Like there's some plat lobbies that are also run it down, but
Mm.
I think overall the quality of diamond lobbies is
Yeah, I
just
think-
really bad.
Yo, people on me at this res beacon spot.
I see them. Or I saw one on this roof.
Pullbacks in play.
They have a.
The
Oh
thing
shit.
where there's kind of shit on.
They have a bow. They have a bow.
They have one blue,
Headshot ain't
by the
coming.
way.
You get on
Oh
the
my god. They might push me if you guys aren't watching for
One
me.
roof, 100.
Okay. Nice.
Nice. I can't push with you. I can't push with you.
It's fine. I'm about to walk this dude down.
I hope for your sake you're serious.
Hey, Rez.
They have a Maggie.
Got an airstrike incoming.
Maggie Bangalore maybe?
Let's aim for any crashes.
I dropped
Uh-oh.
it. I had to.
Oh my god.
I have a cube for you.
No, on the left, on the left.
Hold on. Oh, fuck.
Bangalore
They're
pushing
from a really
you.
good region.
They're taking it. They're taking it. I'm going off for you.
No, NT.
That's crazy.
Yes, sir. The ping was pretty lit.
Yeah, that was a good game.
I don't think I'm running the dual alternator again. I thought I would try it, but I didn't like it.
Hi, Snow
First of all,
Kitsune.
R9, I just-
What's up?
One clip the mag gun height.
Yeah, I never run double alternator. If I'm running double subs, it's always R9 alternator. And that guy was 1 HP and we had 1 knock. That's unfortunate. I should have probably stayed.
I'm gonna BRB. I
Just
need to
play
go
off the
pee.
0 HP I had. You're good.
Be safe.
Safety's laser sight here.
You have to tell your friends to be safe when they pee because sometimes you don't know if they're gonna do it.
Target over there.
Replicator being delivered. Enemy there.
Hey, we got bad guys over there.
Now we have drop zone.
This team will be landing at Energy Bank.
How are you guys feeling about the Enhypen guy leaving?
We're all here for a
I know
love
some of
begin.
my girlfriends are in shambles. Welcome back. Thank you.
Safe and quiet before the chaos.
I feel yeah. I don't really know in hyping like that. What agency are they under?
Champion.
Bro, I can't. I
It's like
can't
a
breathe. I'm like
Zayn from
choking on
One
my coughing
Direction
today.
angle,
That's
I
pretty good.
guess.
I'm dead.
Young'un from
That's not the worst
Kepler,
thing.
right?
I mean, it's pretty bad.
I
to
guess
die,
we
you
only
know?
care about the
Well, I
groups
mean, how would you know?
we
You've never
already
done it.
stan.
How do you know?
I
that
got
haven't done it?
Legacy. What's up?
Well, if you did, then you should monetize it.
So my death is just monetization to you?
Drop
I mean,
zone.
everything is content.
Drop zone invasion.
That's bait. You know they're not invading us.
It's
Freaking
probably because this
cowards.
team lands really close.
Mm,
But I'm gonna kill them, so it's okay.
okay. Does that mean you're going?
Well, they always push this right away.
But they probably will run towards us. I'm just gonna grab a second gun, hopefully. The weather permit
They're
it.
pretty close.
Okay.
Oh, I'm charge rifle Eva. I don't feel the best about this, but I felt worse.
I mean, I have a RE45 with a 2X on it, so
That's pretty elite, bro. Oh, I got a wingman. I'm fast.
You're not pushing this? Or you're just routing?
well, I was waiting for you guys because you
Oh,
guys
do you
were
want to
like
go then?
really far away.
Wow.
They're
Using
definitely here, by the way.
distance
They're ratting for sure. They
Wish
might
I
be in the
was a
building though.
Wish I was a seer. Oh, I hear them zipping.
Yeah, they're in the building.
The left one?
I'm throwing a thermite.
I'm burning
Oh.
one. I'm burning one hard actually.
They're running.
But there's one right here.
Yeah, I hit him.
Hello? Okay.
They're near me.
I don't keep for you.
Pretty good. They won't drop on me. Unless they're crazy.
You're
I'm
inside.
here.
They're not there. They're burning on my phone. Oh wait.
Oh, what the?
Dropped on me behind.
He's one.
Last one's in here.
I shot her. Oh my god, what a snipe. Dude, I don't know where my bullets went on that first one, the altar, but all my bullets hit on that guy.
There's a
get to
team
see my
behind
right.
us.
Care package over
They
there.
might jump tower towards us.
Extended heavy mag here. Gold tier.
So you see, Ross, those are called fences. What the enemy team
Fucking
used?
terrible. And see how they died? Crazy.
Because they ran into us.
I
Do you have any
need.
bats? I might have 6.
No, I.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I do. I only have one.
I have 0.
I'm
I got
taking
some
two.
medicals
two.
right there for everybody.
You can
You
pick
guys all
those up. I need energy.
I hear people behind
Wait,
us.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, over here.
Ow.
Tossing a thermite.
He's burning too. Cracked.
What's in the roof?
Uh oh.
Wait, don't on us.
They dropped.
What the fuck?
Oh,
I'm not there
I
with
didn't do
you.
anything.
dude, this fuse is moving so erratically. That's my
Yeah.
bad. He's one.
No, he did it to me. I don't, bro. Why did he jump down? That just threw me off.
I don't
He just
know.
jumped- Okay.
He just got it like that, bro.
Oopsies.
Oopsies. D-lift? And hyping? I don't. What groups do B-lift have? I'm so old. I assume most of the big groups fall under like the big three. JYP, SM, and YG.
This team will be landing at Uptown.
Best friend you can have is the one that keeps you from me. Is that my stomach rumbling, or have I just unleashed the beast? Let's get to work.
This is your champion.
Life is meant to die. Accept your fates.
I was in shambles when Youngin left. Oh yeah, this was your earlier message. I was like, did I miss that earlier? Hello, tired tofu. All these like groups are kind of leaving. No, it's a little sad. Spitfire 2 games in a row. Is this a sign? Am I just gonna be a dirty LMG abuser from now on? Mayhaps. Mayhaps this is my life now. Should I become a Rampart abuser as well then? Oh, I gotta sit up. I really want Volt. Am I gonna get Volt? I don't know. I mean, I guess I could always go to that energy arsenal.
Setting a gateway.
Oh. I keep forgetting that we always spawn. Holy, I cannot speak right now. We always spawn with
Extended heavy mag here.
a gray bag.
Attention. Eco harvesters are online.
Laser sight here. Level 3.
Do we think Spitfire? Honestly, it's probably an R3 angle. I would really like that, but I'm kind of far. Actually, if I'm being honest with myself, it's a G7 scout angle if I was better at the G7 scout.
Chuck, go grab the thing.
Okay, I need to grab the energy arsenal
Alright.
near it. So if you could stick around, I'd appreciate it.
Do you have like separation anxiety, Huge?
Package over there.
No, I just I feel like I get the short of the stick most often. Oh shit. Okay.
Nearby.
Well,
Yeah, from
I
here.
guess you have separation anxiety for a reason, I guess.
I
Your intuition
guess.
is always right.
Yep.
Forgot this POI was this close, not gonna lie. Where were they? Where'd they come from?
Well, it was
They're
like.
on my ping, on my ping.
Target over here.
Oh. I just cheater mag the piss
Yeah.
out of her, by the way.
Oh.
She just, what the fuck was that? Hello?
I think I
Come on,
saw one.
back.
I might have seen one on the left. I
Oh.
just got fucking pissed off from the right side somewhere. That's a really good fucking thing on me.
We're good vert on them.
Oh, that was our thermite. What the hell?
I cracked all 3 of them. Two of them, 100 piece.
110 on
that's
altar.
what I'm trying to get
110
to.
on altar. They're ulting back. They're TPing away. I'm just gonna
Oh,
grab
this
the
fucking
Volt.
loser, man. I hate this fucking. Okay, I guess we're playing it, so I can't hate too much, right?
Nah, you can hate. Let it out. I'm not gonna lie.
Be
I'm
the
pretty
best
bored
and
of the
rugby.
altar meta, to be honest.
I'm playing
pretty
altar
boring.
though. But
Well, I mean,
I'm
I'm sure that's
playing
meta.
altar.
I mean, it's
You're
fun, but
the
it's also really
fool.
fucking boring fighting a team and then they just run away every time.
Oh.
But we fuck with you, Yuj.
Oh, they're flying.
Looting there, and
They
today
flew
is
from
all
the
there's been
zip.
to mess over there.
So they
This is a
TP'd
diff.
and then shit themselves so hard that they Valkolted away on top of that.
No,
That's crazy.
they didn't Valkyl. They took the deploy. But I don't. That might not be that team. That might be a different team. I'm hitting this.
Oh, they came back. They spawned back. They want smoke.
Yeah.
There's a team
What a
behind them
foolish
though.
decision.
That's a solo right here.
I wish I had an optic. That would be real cool.
You
Wait,
might
on
one
me?
X against the world.
They're like on me.
Okay.
Oh, there's one on this roof.
That Valkyrie is
I
like
172 on that guy, by the way. How is he not dead? What? Fuck, I'm
these
Phoenix.
guys are just high ping. I should have won.
You're a little deep by yourself though. Just keep that in
Yeah.
mind.
If you get a crack, I can kill all of them.
Give me 1 second.
Valk is still on height, I think.
No way they're fucking.
They're
TPing
porting
again.
back. The lol.
Nah. Where's
Nah,
the
now we have
TP
to kill
go?
them.
I'm
It
going
goes this
to
way.
it.
It's this way.
Where is it though?
I don't know. It just went this way. That's what I saw.
Oh, I see it. It's right here.
Another team is rezzing.
That's
Well, now
fine.
this shit's personal. They're running. They're on
They-
this building now.
This is personal. They need to die.
Okay. I hear padding.
They
Bro,
went this way.
there's another alter TP.
They're over here. They're over
Yeah.
here.
Oh my god, thank
They're gonna
god.
try to Valkyrie, I think.
The Valk is on height.
Spot a target in the distance.
Oh.
I'm fine.
Shield cracked.
Oh shit.
There's an Octane on me. Oh, I just ran. Bro.
There was one low. Oh, that Valk is flesh on height.
I got one.
Okay.
Where do you knock him? Where do you knock him?
I knocked him right here. The TP goes behind. Over here.
Bro, how did they have this many TPs?
It's on me. They rezzed them.
You're a
They're
fucking
not a
loser.
buckle. This ain't real, bro.
Oh my
Y'all are
god.
not real.
This is so
Nah,
sad.
This is not
Man.
real. This ain't real. This isn't real.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Fucking
killing
real.
them.
This
I
isn't
have
fucking
no
real. This isn't fucking
shields.
real.
I have
This
no
isn't fucking
shields,
real.
by the way.
This isn't fucking real.
I have.
It doesn't matter.
We're
at
not
this point.
playing
Okay.
against real
Personal.
fucking people.
They disrespected everything we stand for.
Okay. That's cool. I love having no
They're
resources.
all three up. Land on height, land on height. Oh, no,
I
no, no,
can't
no.
land on height.
I'm pissing my shit up.
I almost got Valk. She's only up top. Multi height.
Oh,
This is the lamest shit I've ever been a part of in my whole fucking life.
I have no shields. I have no shields.
Yo, I got cheated on once. I think this is worse.
I'm gonna drop one.
Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck?
This is the dumbest shit.
Oh shit. I'm down. I'm down. I'm down.
I shot on door. Oh, they're all shit on. They're all shit on.
On stairs. Bottom of stairs. Octane on me. Octane thirsting.
Alright, fine,
Octane first floor. Octane first floor. Got a shield swap.
He's rezzing. Bro, these guys are
Oh.
fucking losers, man.
fucking game. I
These people
hate this
actually
game.
are the worst players of
I
all time.
hate this fucking team more than I hate anybody else on this fucking planet. I
actually agree.
this team more than everyone on this whole earth.
I'm actually tilted. Oh my god, these people need to fucking never have access to the internet again.
Guys, I wish I
There's
had
no-
I wish I had shields there. I really wish I
that
had
they were
shields
fucking
there.
losers, man. Why are we running 15 times, man? Oh my god, that is the Apex
You're
Legends experience.
D4.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
but we lost, so there's an. I
But
mean,
we won 7 times and we lost the 8th. Okay.
I mean
good shit.
it's just it is what
I
it
don't get it,
is.
bro.
Just go next. Just queue
This
up.
guy has
I'm going
red
next.
badges.
Don't worry, I'm going next. I just
Hi,
respawned
Juan.
these to
Good
do something.
morning.
Oh my god. Oh.
I just
They will do something next patch.
I don't
Or
think
I
they'll
will
do
have
next
them pay
thing.
for my PC
I don't think they'll do
when it
that.
goes out the window. Oh yes. That was the lamest fucking shit I've ever experienced in my life. Okay, I'm reset now. Sorry, I had to ult for a minute, but I'm good. Are you done ulting, Dash?
What skin should I wear, guys? You getting any of the event skins? I'm thinking about it. I'm hoping I can get some maybe packs, coin packs to mitigate the damage as well as give some away. But we shall see.
I just pulled up your stream, Dash.
This team will be landing at Canal Plaza.
Oh my god. There's no way.
Trust your senses. Embrace the hunt.
We're all here for our love of the game. At least I am.
Bro, that I don't think I've been that mad in a long time.
I cooled down. I was looking kind of tight for a second too.
Nah, that shit actually was the most infuriating thing I've ever fucking had to fight in my whole life.
Is your champion.
One of those fucking losers has last season's pred badge, dog. And you're playing like you're literally iron garbage.
Well, if we see them again, we'll just have to defeat them.
I already forgot their names. That's how irrelevant they are to life.
Well, I remember everything.
Okay, what's their names? Go ahead.
One of them was it was MC something.
Damn, that's crazy. You remember everything, huh?
That's all I need to remember. You just have to remember little things. Like
Okay.
if I died to huge, I would just remember. I remember like huge. Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's short and simple.
Yeah?
Just remember something about them.
Yeah?
Or like if I died to you, I would just remember long name Pokopia. Is it Pokopia or Pokopia? Someone is at a beacon nearby. Bro, all I have is an Eva. Where are they going?
Survey beacon over there.
You run away from me?
Ain't no time. I'm gonna do you. I got Sentinel now.
Hello,
There's
boy?
another team that direction.
Okay.
Are you the one shooting at them, Ross? I mean Dash?
Oh, no, Dash is
I'm shooting
all-
at this team.
Okay. Well, I mean there's another team nearby too.
I'm gonna grab this Evo cash.
Okay.
Nah, I'm still tight about that shit, bro. There's no way you get
I'm
shit
over it.
on like 6 times in a row. TP on repeat, Valk ult away, playing your absolute fucking life.
I mean that is what it is.
If anything, it's a compliment to us.
They're sniping.
They're pulling up.
There's someone walking up on the right as well.
There's 2 people on this box right here.
We're probably gonna get
One
third
stood up. They
party.
both stood up. They both stood up. They're right here.
Marking our surroundings.
I'll headshot this Watson in a second.
Enemies light up.
Watson cracked.
There's one on this far left side too. It's just these 2 underneath those.
New team over here as well.
Yeah, that team's shit though. It's
Cracked the
alright.
raid. I'm just looking at everything. I have fences, so I'll fence this whole thing up and I'll fence the second floor. Or the floor under us. Nice.
Wait, there's one like close under.
Double on this team.
I hate. They might try to come up on first floor.
They're right here. Wow.
Can we
Coming
kill
in,
this?
coming in.
I'm with you. I'm with you. They're on the height.
Wait, okay, they're on second floor?
Yeah, they're with the height.
Oh.
Oh god, Dash is.
Guys, I need help.
Hey, Watson ult.
Oh my god. Dude, the other team's just swinging.
This is just your final approach.
They're just overly prepared, okay.
Dash one.
Yeah, I already abandoned you. I'm not gonna lie.
Getting shot.
I'm dead. Ross, run.
I.
He could not run.
I was just pinned down by a fucking Sheila for an hour because she just gets it off drop and just has infinite bullets.
I'll go.
That's crazy. How does she have infinite ammo off drop? Does that ult not like spawn with like 10 bullets in it? I don't get it.
I think it's like a third of whatever the max is. Don't quote me.
Oh, wait,
I don't play
is
Rampart.
a third like 500 bullets? Cause like she just didn't stop shooting it.
I mean, it had been like 3 minutes of the match, so I don't know what her cooldown is.
That's crazy.
Maybe she landed on triple ult excel.
Yeah, ate all of them, I guess.
I feel like this one's gonna be a banger.
I know these territories like the back of my hand.
Dude, okay, do you guys know like the new rom-com with Jisoo in it on Netflix with Song Gook as her male like counterpart? Whenever I see promo for those two, it's never like them asking any questions about Song Gook. It's them asking Song Gook questions about Jisoo. I don't know whether I mean I laugh, but at the same time I'm like, damn, I feel bad. Like if I was a co-star and then all the questions that they were asking me about were like, how well do I know my co-star? I don't think I'd be very happy.
You know what? It's been a minute since I went to the city hall. And that sounds kind of fun.
And it's shiny yellow.
One team? I'm gonna go like towards the energy, I guess, like on that side.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna land on the arsenal.
Okay, I'll just land it right.
Oh, they're coming.
That's fine. I land on the ground.
Oh shit.
Octane cracked. With you, Dad.
I have two on me. Thank you.
And the castle resin.
I have to reload. Oh fuck.
Nice.
Thanks, guys.
Why is our username? He said yes. He said yes.
Am I missing that?
Oh, new team.
What? Okay.
I don't have much
Yeah, I kinda
ammo.
That guy's got a bow.
If we need to back up, we can.
No, I think we're good. Unless y'all
I
don't.
backed up a bit. I backed up a bit.
There's one right here.
Cracked Octane.
Nice.
That's a perfect.
Oh, I
mag
100
to
bangered
shoot.
him.
Nice. We can walk up on something if you have.
Yeah, 100 banged the wraith on this side. They
Okay.
push towards middle. There's two in mid, I think, at least.
Okay.
I'm pushing up on this.
Are they running?
Shit on Octane again. I can't.
40
fucking see
white.
it through
Cracked
that
1
bush.
HP. 1 HP.
Inside. Oh. No, the Maggie's won. The Maggie's won. Nice.
Da, 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 da.
Sleep tight, my friend.
Nice, good shot. Good shit.
Bottom those bats here if someone needs them. With 2 bats.
I don't think I have any batteries. I have
There's 2
one.
there. If you're feeling like you need batteries.
Thanks.
I might go Nemi this game if you guys can ping me one.
Should I keep the 3x?
How is this for you?
Thank you.
I'm taking the H-cog next to it though. Sorry, that's what your attack.
No, I already have an HCOG.
Fine, there's an energy bin right here, so could have gotten Nemi and a H-cog. I don't want a 2x.
That might be true.
Optics here. Close range.
No, I'm pretty much set other than barrel stave and shotgun bolt.
Word.
My bird is saying go there. Northwest,
Alright, let's
but
go.
Scans were kind of clutch.
okay, we can go there.
Whatever.
We need this later.
Oh, I dropped the purple one. Literally right here. It's really close, actually. You can go grab it.
Okay.
There's someone down here.
She takes
Already
it,
pushed
kill
up.
him. Oh, okay.
He's on white. Broke. One.
I'm just gonna abandon it. I don't know where it
Ross,
is.
you literally missed everything. He was literally 1 HP, Ross.
Well, I did a lot of damage the first 2 fights, so I'm taking 1 off. Thank you.
There's a lifeline right here, close, broke. The guy here is close too,
Oh.
broke. I'm 1 HP.
Yep.
Back to altar.
They have a conduit too, or is that yours?
That's theirs.
Please crack. You guys are actually peeking. Roddy, you got nades for days.
I stuck one. I stuck one and they're on top of each other.
Yep.
I broke all of them.
Okay, I'm coming. Pick up the TP, you already know.
Conduit's in the back. She's fully HP. On her way.
No, lifeline is low. Oh, you guys are both. Lifeline is.
One dead.
Last one.
Lifeline has no
Last
shield.
one.
Get the res. Get the res. Nice.
Oh, yes. Bro, that
You guys have
lifeline all
swag.
went down, and I just like stuck him immediately. He's mad. I know I would be.
Amp here. Bottomless batteries.
You love saying that people are mad, but what if they're actually happy? There's a bolt in here. Blue.
Thank you.
I can go try to ping the
To our enemy. Let us follow it.
purple one.
My bird is going this
Explore
way.
this way.
They
you guys wanna be a bird?
they spawn. They spawn. They spawn.
Someone res on us.
Yeah.
Okay, we shoot them.
I don't have ult.
All good. Charge up my
You don't have
coming.
what?
Ult.
Oh.
There are people
They're, like,
here, by the
close.
way. Yeah, they're right here. Like they just rest. Or this was a res.
Someone traveled
Their
through
footsteps
here
are
recently.
19 seconds ago. Jump down. I don't know where they went though.
Probably went up height if we don't see him here.
Let's ask the Allfather.
Okay.
It's like Grok.
Okay.
At all,
The Grok father.
Nah, that's crazy.
Hi, Turtle Rabbit. What's up? I'm gonna hit the recon beacon.
I'm down.
I have a
Wait,
feeling they're gonna be up here
Someone
close.
traveled through here recently.
Oh, maybe they hit the beacon.
I think they did. I think they did.
Oh, they're kind of deep already. There's only two.
Yeah,
They just put that redeploy though.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're gonna fly to. Oh, they're flying this way. They're flying deeper.
Might be something good this way.
We could just mirror them. Go behind.
Someone
Mirror
traveled
on the
through
wall.
here recently.
Yeah. You're going in the right direction. I see their steps.
Yeah, well, I mean, they redeployed from right here, like straight
Yeah, I see
south.
them flying. I see a trail. They're landing up here.
Someone
Jump
traveled through
down.
here recently.
Zip lined up.
You just literally not listening to us at all.
No, I'm listening. I'm just
Someone traveled through here
pinging.
recently.
I'm doing my job as Bloodhound. I'm focusing on the
Thank you, Allfather.
tracks. Stop, dude. I'm gonna hit this.
Might be something good this way.
Watch your hidden. There's 3 people on top of me right now.
That would be
Oh, they
sad.
just res actually.
I think it was too.
Yeah, it was. They ran into a new team.
Oh yeah, they're on another team. Oh, wait, that's. Hello?
Yes.
We'll go this way, I guess.
I'm farthest behind. Okay.
You're good. That guy is 1 HP.
Is there any ping?
There's a caustic in here that's like weak as shit.
They
But
both ulted as well.
there's another team.
Wait, there's a horizon.
Target spotted.
This is a caustic team. We gotta be
Okay,
careful.
Watson. This team's resing right here.
Whoa. Caustic Watson team. I do not want to push that.
We can just walk past them. I'm gonna just fence this back. And
Okay.
Bloodhound under me right here.
Enemy over there.
Wait, why is she? The team behind us is well. We can always just walk off.
Yeah, we should like not put
Uh.
ourselves in the middle here.
They're trying to come out.
Yeah.
They're here.
Yeah,
they're
just
here.
back up a
I'm
little
playing
bit.
on
If they want to push us, that's fine. But
Our aim is
One's like close right. Behind us.
we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go left because zone's closing. Okay,
Yeah.
come here.
Oh, they just
what?
alter ported back.
There's someone close.
It's a caustic, I think.
70 Bloodhound.
The other guy was weak as shit too. We might be able to just slam this. I got one. Need help.
I got Watson.
Nice shit. I'm on top.
Oh, I fenced myself. I thought this was yours.
I'll take one. Beautiful team.
This isn't yours, bro. This is.
Well,
I
there are
hate this
different
shit.
colors of fences.
I should just
Yeah,
know that
red
it's
one.
not yours because you don't fence.
When you see a red fence, it's not.
Can I
It's a
open this?
super bin.
Thoughts? Oh, okay, you got it.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Kraber?
Oh.
Oh, nice.
In the
Hey,
corner.
we're
ammo though.
here. Okay.
Extra supplies. Amp here. Bottomless batteries.
I have overheal. I think I'm good.
Okay, twin.
Um,
I got something.
Alright, well, yoojin are gonna ping and you're gonna shoot people with your Kraber, okay?
Yo, thanks.
my bird going on
There's
over
people
the
up on the left
bridge.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're up there.
Hey, Potin, what's up?
Dun, dun.
Oh, good.
Extended light mag here.
I am.
They're right
Who's up back
here.
I just saw somebody.
Yeah.
Coming.
I hit the octane.
Oh, okay, Octane
Nice.
knocked. Oh, I'm batting. I had to drop.
They're resing right now. They're behind this.
Okay.
I hit the altar.
It's still a trio.
Oh, they're not.
Altar dead.
Nothing's coming through the ring this way.
We have
Pretty
to
good.
we have to
Just
pry a
goes
ring.
on, goes on, goes
Yeah.
on, goes on, goes on, goes on.
He doesn't live that. That's a Valkyrie on top of us. Maybe going towards us? Or
No,
though?
no. They're not stupid.
Well, I
There's
am.
people on me.
Where? Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
88.
Oh my god.
Bank one.
There's people on both sides of us.
This is so fucking
The whole
bad.
team on our right.
So why is Fuso going through my ult?
If you can
That's
slide down
everything.
to me, I'm safe-ish.
No. Knock behind you, on this ping.
Okay, I'm going to ult and then I'm gonna push.
I know where she's called to.
Calling upon nature's strength. Scanning the area.
Oh, this Mirage is so annoying.
They pull under.
Okay,
She's running away.
There's a Mirage that's like over here that's annoying as shit. I don't know where he is.
Yeah, I mean I think he ran to. Oh wait, over here.
Did you guys get the thirst or no?
Yeah, she's right here.
Okay. I'm just gonna heal then.
Yeah, do your thing. Where do we want to play this? Since we're like,
Yeah, that Mirage ulted and stood still, and I couldn't hit him.
damn, good aim.
Happens to the
Do it
best of us.
Nah, he was like jiggling back and forth. on
There's a
his ult.
team east on this building height, and then there's
We
also
don't
this
really
is
have
a
to push this
Kraber
deep.
guy. Kraber guy on bridge, on south.
From another squad.
If we want to have
We
like
wanna play
any
like this?
sort of, no, it's not in.
Scotty there.
We just want to play like bridge probably,
Okay.
like where we are. Okay.
Maybe walking towards.
Where? Can you
I
ping?
thought that like up this way, like east.
There's a lifeline up here.
Scanning the area.
Maybe we're not walking this way.
Someone.
They're on like the
there's a
other
sparrow.
side of this wall. Oh
Yeah,
wait,
they're
they're
on the other
dropping
side,
down.
yeah.
Yeah, lifeline dropped down.
We just want to stay like probably bridge
They're
side.
vernating us. Vernate, be careful.
They're gonna try to fight us here.
A second squad is attacking us.
Damn, they actually are. Not my ult yet.
They're in the. They're in this building. It's a duo?
Running all the retail. No, three. Lifeline Maggie +1.
How the fuck is that hitting me?
158 on lifeline. I'm walking up. He's on lifeline ult.
Wait, I got pushed.
Oh.
He's weak. You can just res. Oh, okay, I'm dropping with you.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, whoa, whoa,
Lifeline's
whoa.
pushing you, careful. You have my knock. He's pushing on the side.
No. Ross, it's 1v1.
Where?
1v1. Lifeline.
He's
Lifeline.
selling, he's
And good nade, good nade. She didn't stick yet. She's sticking
He's
now.
sticking right here. Stick in this res. You get thirsts. Oh, that's a good nade.
Good nade, good nade.
Nice.
Climbing the wall, jumping on you. Nice.
The whole squad's been shut down.
Come on, now our team could never lose. We're too tall. This is the win.
Good shit.
This is the
Good
win,
W.
team.
Okay.
Let's go, Rossi. Finally
Yeah.
locked in.
What do you mean finally? I've been locked in for the past 7 years.
7 years.
It's just now coming to fruition.
I'm dropping 2 bats if anyone needs. I had 5. I have 7 total and I have 5 now.
Huge
I don't know where the
columns.
Kraber team is now, but I'm not trying to get Kraber, and they were up here earlier.
They were up here. Oh,
They're looking. 63 on one. There's
Whoa.
one on the right. What the fuck? This is.
wait.
There's
That's
2
decoy.
teams. This is 2 teams. Oh, is it?
Might be 2 teams. It is, I think. I hear people on the bottom.
Can we go under down here?
There's people under
There's
there.
someone on my ping. Yeah. It's a Horizon, and then out under there too, but they're lagging behind somewhere. I'm just.
It's a Bangalore. Bangalore on height.
I think she's about to me +1. Dash, I'm creeping with you.
Oh, this is.
We might be able to take height.
Oh.
One over here to our left.
Okay.
Because they're going to have to push into us. Or we just take their height.
Dude, I'm freaking stuck.
On me? Caustic? Caustic 1 HP. I need help. Caustic's literally 1.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
what? Team? The ults are trying to thirst me right here. Caustic was 1. He died during.
I'm being forward though.
I need bat, I need bat, I need bat.
It didn't Moby? Oh, there we go.
Under and across.
Yep. I'm resing him. Alright, I was getting the bang on top actually. Use ult from deep.
It's a good ult. He hit.
Nice, good knock. Holy.
Good knock.
One. Oh, fuck, I have no nades. Oh, that one might be a banger.
Yes, it's ticking, it's ticking. On the left, not re-knocked, re-knocked.
I probably shouldn't have dropped.
I don't have anything else. They're still under us.
Yeah, I'm playing a weird angle now. I fucked up. We have to figure out how to get in. Is the real one? Oh. What? The final zone ends right here.
Okay. This is a Lifeline Mirage team.
Other team's under us.
There's a team here and a team under us, right?
team
Yeah,
under
there's
us.
still a team under us.
I'm kind of playing a wide angle here.
I'm as well. I'm trying to look at this team. I think you
Yeah.
focus is high and you look at the creeper.
If I could eat some ult cells right here, I'm gonna try to.
I don't have any.
I might be able to ult this team on bottom, so they have to push
Okay.
out.
He's dropping? No.
Could be decoys.
It is decoys. This team's gonna creep up on the side. I'm gonna have ult on the side.
Oh god.
I want the day one.
Oh.
Bang in the corner, low as fuck.
She's dead. I'm pushing up to kill this. She wants to. Nice, they're dead.
Last team. Continue.
Oh, I traded. Fuse knocked. They have a lifeline though.
Left line knock.
I should.
They're rezzing, Mirage rezzing.
Mirage rezzing.
Nice,
Hey,
good
let's
shit.
go. Okay,
Good
team.
shit,
I told you I
dude.
was at the one. 7 years of training from one moment.
7 years of training for 1 win in plat.
Hey, that's a big win.
Oh,
Ex-champions.
That was a momentous win.
Nice. We won another. Yummy. Okay, we did some
all we had to
stuff.
do was
Okay, a
sacrifice that.
3K. Ross, you actually were locked in.
I told you. I sacrificed 7 members of my family in the last 7 years to train for this one moment.
Wait, you didn't say that. Hi, Mono. What's up?
Well, I don't know if you've ever watched Naruto, but I had to get my Sharingan somehow.
Oh
on
my
Get Get.
god. You are not Itachi.
No, I'm Shisui. Thank you.
You're what now?
I don't even know Shisui. That's crazy.
Shisei?
The real goat.
Shisei. Oh. I thought this was Toby.
No. Toby is. Oh, I can't spoil it in case you haven't watched.
This isn't Obito Uchiha.
Nope.
Oh, my bad.
So you're saying that all Uchihas look the same?
Yeah, they do. I will straight up say it.
Well.
Because they're family.
Allegedly.
This team will be landing at Humbert Labs.
Trust your senses. Embrace the hunt.
Laban lang! Control the charge, control the arena.
This is your champion.
Switch your engine and fight.
That wasn't us in the champ squad. Are we
And we
not
will punish them
champs?
for that.
Are we? Are
No.
we? Are we worse than champions?
We're higher than champions. We're predators
I don't think we are.
Round one.
in Apex.
Okay.
Our aim is clear. Enemies lie that way.
They are southwest, apparently, the enemies.
correct. They spawn pretty close.
Okay,
We
I'm
usually just fight them off drop.
okay. I'm pretty far from you guys, but I will try to come
Can you
over.
not be?
I said I'll try.
Can you come here right now? I'm going in.
That's just one of them.
A man.
A real man would never tell you what to do.
This is literally like my third time ever like playing E-District seriously. Or like in ranked. Yeah, like I really don't have any experience on this map.
Broke their shields.
Oh, you're up. Oh, I'm coming in. I'm far as
I'm
well.
like fucking this team pretty bad. They have a lifeline though.
Enemy shield broken.
Oh my god, that lifeline's 1 HP right here.
There. Enemy shield broken.
Dude, I have farmed 400 damage off this team already.
Very good, very good.
They only have lifeline heals too, so they're kind of cooked. They're like pinched all back here. I'm
Okay.
pushing up.
Well, I got this bad bunny in my ears, so I can't lose.
You can.
Nope.
Oh! Oh shit. I needed to drop. Dude, they just go for any big hit guy, huh?
Why is it knocked?
I do
I did that.
not know how to.
Lifeline weak. Only lifeline.
Hit your little stupid ass down, body.
Oh my.
Oh wait, are you playing Nemesis huge? I don't really want to play energy. There's a lot of energy here if you need it.
Bro, I did 747
no, I'm good.
damage to that team.
Wow, do you want a Nobel Peace Prize?
Yes, I do, but that'd
Well,
be
there was
kind of
no
the
peace.
opposite of what kind of, yeah, and what I just did to them. That was like Nobel Violence Prize. They got one of those.
I don't think they
give me a
do.
bomb?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
What's this punching? Dash, I feel like you're pretty violent.
He is a little.
Violent?
Yeah,
Only
you
in
like to run
game.
at people. You like to run people down.
Well, yeah, I mean, I want to win, right?
Do you have any felonies?
Not on
North.
record.
North is where the next set of enemies might be.
W.
Nah, IRL, you really are. You just be like chilling.
Yeah, I'm
Bro's
only like
ultimate
this in
viber.
game. IRL, I hit the Gibby ult. Just sitting there in my bubble.
Bro's in his bubble chilling.
Oh, the fuck is that? Is that a person? Oh, that's a person. 100 on conduit.
Far. I'm far, far.
I'm kind of cooked right here. Need help.
Oh,
There's a Horizon right here. She's like shit on.
I'm getting 1v1 with
I
the
need
Valk.
to try to make it. Oh, you kind of pissed
Horizon
on.
1, Horizon 1, Horizon 1.
I saw that. That's not my conduit ult. I
Horizon
broke
still
the
1.
Valkyrie again.
Wait, Horizon in the air. Nice, good knock.
Nice.
Oh, this conduit just swung me. On height, conduit on height.
One left, one left.
Yeah, I'm pushing.
She's rezzing. Nice. Oh my god, I did not think she would just
Good
swing
shit.
me there. Thank you. I didn't do anything.
No,
Thanks.
you're chilling. We are
No.
a team.
You know.
We do not win without you. We can lose without you. We can't lose without you.
Marking our surroundings. There are Scotty to be found.
I need
This
light.
is kind of controversial. Oh, I have 350 coming.
What the
I just want
fuck?
to light up those boxes.
Why don't you come to me, bruh?
Well, you're running away, bruh.
Well, I'm going to where the enemies are going, bruh. Cause I'm
Alright,
following
bruh.
my
What
bird,
will it see,
bruh.
I'll see you. Not everybody has birds, bruh. Some of us have fences and baguettes.
I literally have been pinging my birds,
You
bruh.
barely got those. Bruh.
Alright, so work in progress.
Yeah, you
for-
got those and you don't use those, so what's the dealio with that?
There are Scotty to be found in this direction.
I'm right here with the ammo, by the way.
Okay, but
Let's go this
they're
way.
going this
That
way.
was like a low-key a W bird, by the way, because you said they were on that direction, and then I got swung by 3 of them. I was like kind of prepared.
Yay. Info. Yay.
Yeah, you be giving knowledge and shit.
Yeah, she be cheating on the low. She was
Yeah, I
hiding
don't
with a
wanna say it.
bloodhound. She's like, guys, I think there's a team over here. And then we're
Bird.
like, wait, where's the scan?
Next to our enemy.
Bird going
Let's go this way.
under for some reason. I might just sit
Would you
there
rather be a bird?
recon. Huh? You were trying to
Would you rather
ask
be
this
a
question
bird?
earlier and it was really annoying because it was at the start of a fight.
Well, it's an important question. That will help
It's
me understand my
really
teammates
not
better.
an important question at all, in my opinion.
Yo, cook his ass.
Well, that's the beauty of opinions. They're resting right now. Resting on the beacon.
Enemy sight. A trail towards Scotty.
Market almost cracked.
Let us
We just
capture
farm this guy out of the air on the dark and get away.
Oh my god.
I think it's 2. They can't get away. Dash behind you. They're white. They're white. You and that.
All father, give me some. Our aim is clear. Enemies lie that way.
Or Danny XOXO.
Oh, Danny XO, you a freaking bot.
Damn. I can't believe you would say that.
Why would I say that?
Someone traveled through here recently.
I mean, one thing about
He
users,
bandaged his wound 13 seconds ago.
There was an Octane that was somewhere here.
He
Somewhere.
slid
He
11,
probably full depth.
12 seconds ago. Yeah, he went through where you're going.
Did he actually? Wait,
Yeah.
like, I guess there isn't a crafter up this way. Did he go
Mantled
up
up
here?
here.
Oh.
Usually
Wait, is that him?
Here.
No, it's not him.
Oh.
12 seconds
That'd've been
ago,
really
weapon
funny if it was.
reloaded.
This isn't him either.
Oh, shit.
That's a different team, by the way. 100 on Lifeline. Lifeline's absolute. I don't think anyone has ever been 1 HP more in their lives. Those might be crazy nades.
There's another team on top of them, though. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, the yeah, the Lifeline got.
Oh.
No, that's a solo Octane. Why did he have a drone on him then?
Uh-oh.
Don't worry about me. I think I'm close.
This isn't a solo. You should leave me.
You sure? I don't know whether I
Yeah,
can.
leave.
Oh. Yeah, I think I'm just dead, bruh. I'm just... Oh.
No. That's crazy timing. If you have ult, you might be able to make it out. Otherwise...
Nope.
Nice try.
I was trying to thirst him for fucking disrespecting me that bad. What do you mean you're gonna pad into me? Piece of shit. Sorry.
Damn, you put him down like that? Yo,
Tricky
come on.
dance moves with a 3. What kind of fucking fugly name is that? With a 3.
Sorry as fuck.
Yup. Uh-huh. With a 3, by the way, when you could, in the age of literally having any name you want.
And there are letters.
Letters.
Nobody's gonna choose a name like Tricky Moves.
And she said your dog shit.
I didn't say that, but I was mad a little bit about the disrespect. I like the pad into me. I just ADS R9 him. Like, what the fuck? You think I'm that garbage, bro? Like, we're just in a terrible spot.
That Octane, the original Octane was a solo from a different team, but he had a lifeline drone on him. I don't know what was going on.
I don't think it was a solo Octane.
Oh, did the other team pull up in third?
Yeah,
then?
it was the other team.
Well, then that was a different Octane.
Yeah. Correct.
There's 20 Octanes in the server.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty normal.
Damn.
Let's break some circuits.
As one, we will be gifted with victory.
As one, we will be gifted with victory.
Eto na. Let's show 'em what a little sunshine can do.
Introducing your champion.
Jump pads, gravity lifts, geysers. Ha! Is everything you do half-assed?
You think they purposely give the champion squad to the Gundam skin haver so everybody's like, oh man, I want to have a Gundam skin too?
This is the next big conspiracy, and I'm here for it.
Landing on this.
I don't even know where I'm landing.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
It's time to bring out Boki Ross.
What now?
Loki Ross with the bow.
Oh, that's kind of
I
clever.
thought you said broke Key Ross, and I was like, he's already been here.
Come on, man. You're not gonna mind me.
Wow.
Check your map.
That's a lot of people.
Ring console over there.
We shall do a lot of violent things over there.
Well, there's one by the red. Hey,
seems to get a cannon.
there's one really close.
Weaponry.
They took the cannon thing. On the
Okay.
redeploy.
I'm pretty far, so y'all got that shit now.
He flew away. He flew to the back over there.
Yeah, my bird is following him in that direction.
Our aim is
His
clear.
team's probably back there.
Enemies lie that way.
We're about to go kill him.
Well, there's other teams southwest. Do we want to go there instead, or do we want to challenge the solo team?
No, this one's ISO. We should
Okay,
just
I mean
kill
Ross
this
is
first.
just really far.
It's not
Yeah,
that
he
far.
usually is.
What do you mean? I was trying to find attachments
Oh.
for my boat check.
I don't really trust Ross check.
I don't really know about that one.
Oh, they're here. They have a triple take.
About this-
But their teammates like all the way over here.
Yeah.
We should just kill these guys right here. There's one close in the tunnel. One on you, Ross. Kill that guy.
Yeah. Nice.
Kill him, right?
Come on now.
Yeah,
I
nice.
killed Quavo.
Almost broke on that guy.
I couldn't grab the armor swap. It's fine. 2v2. I'm back in.
Back up. I'm just gonna rest.
I broke his rebel.
Oh, they're nading.
That's some crazy needs, by the way.
If you have
Okay,
ult,
swing
can
me.
you place it down?
Swing me, swing me.
I don't have it yet. I'm at 85. I'm with you. Have to reload. Wow, Rev got away.
Nice.
Good shit.
My low HP was just a bait. Definitely not me panicking.
Bro, you've never panicked.
Where'd he go?
No.
Those are big heals.
Okay.
Damn. They call him Vacuum Ross.
What? This is all from the POI that I was looting while you guys said I was behind.
You were behind.
Oh, so.
No, I was off, if you think about it.
Okay.
Well, I'm not thinking about it.
That's the problem.
So now you're down. Now what?
Well, we need to start thinking, man.
I'm gonna hit the recon beacon. We're at the edge, so I don't think it will hit anybody. But
Might give
doesn't
us
have
info on
respawn.
this team that's up here, though, that we're fighting.
wait, how do I get up there? There's it.
It
Yeah,
should be,
from the little thingies underneath, like the.
I see
Yeah,
it.
there should be like doors.
Yeah.
a big door.
Yeah, I'm on Apex. I've been playing
What
a
is
little
the
bit
beacon
of
for right there?
Apex. This is like my
Okay.
3rd day in 2 weeks. Not bad.
Here's the ring console.
Look to
Oh,
your
what? I just heard something.
So you're lying to
Maybe
me
not.
now.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm lying.
That's crazy.
All I'm gonna do is lie.
surroundings.
All men do is lie, period.
A leaf to our enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Let us follow it.
I guess I'm following the Allfather.
The Grok
Allfather
father?
says to go this way. Yeah, the Grok Father.
I don't like that. We're placing a respawn beacon like north.
Was that north?
I think so.
No, it's right here.
Yeah, that's
Of course
north.
there are people there.
We can go through this door,
Wait,
I
wait.
think. Can we?
Wait, here-
How was that guy not on the scan though?
Yeah, that's why I'm confused. Because they scanned that beacon over there. I heard it. I don't know why I didn't pick it up.
Buggy game. My class is trash.
Maybe both.
The
Hey,
Allfather has let us down.
it's not the
We
Allfather's
don't have
fault.
Twitter premium.
Damn,
Are you guys here? Can I?
Yeah, we went the other way.
we're a little
um,
slow.
We're probably like 5 seconds behind you.
Unless they went this way, they weren't ahead of you.
The bird is
Oh,
going.
they're up here maybe?
Yeah, they might be on height.
Let us catch them
They're in here, so they in zone.
Yeah.
Oh, there's somebody on me.
Calling upon nature's strength.
That guy just pinged the piss out of me through this door.
At least 100.
The Loba was weak in the corner, but all three are on you, Ross.
Wow, what the fuck is there?
I'm just sticking.
Well, okay, that guy's not real.
Run, run, run.
Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I'm dead. I'm just gonna let this kill me.
That guy is like insanely high ping, by the way.
Oh!
These two teams?
Yes, there's like a team coming.
No. NT.
That guy was like 1 HP.
Bro.
That's sad.
Bro, what?
What are these
Nah,
color
that's not a real team,
settings? This
bro.
is the
That Loba especially is not real. That guy is on like a million ping.
I think this whole team's on high ping.
They are.
Tritanopia. And then I have brightness at 70%.
You guys saw.
Oh, that reminds
My
me.
bullets no reg the piss out of this.
I actually have. Normally, I have NVIDIA color settings on as well. I usually have contrast to 70, digital vibrance to 70. But it doesn't really reflect on stream, because sometimes you guys complain about my color settings when I had it on different games. So
Oh, no.
I know it was me.
Oh, you're good.
thank you, no problem. Yeah, exclamation mark color. I
What do you mean
think
by that?
is
Sorry,
also.
Did you like my drawing earlier?
Yes.
That
Oh,
shit
Apple
pissed me
Jam,
off so
what's up?
much. I didn't know what to do. I just started drawing.
I mean, that's honestly.
You ever be so mad that you just like lose control of your whole
How's
body?
rank going? It's going right. I mean, I think I'm P1 right now. Was your Loba squad mate a
Okay.
bot right there?
Okay.
I didn't have a Loba on my team. But I think like the whole team we were fighting against there, they were very high ping, so it was like a little weird to fight against them. But at the end of the day, like even if we lose in weird circumstances, like we still lost, you know, is my motto. So then it's just like do better, be better.
This team will be landing at Humbert Labs.
Humbert Labs. Dude, I still don't really know whether I like E District. I like E District if somebody else knows like the rotates and stuff and how to play this map. But if it's like me and like a bunch of noobs, I really don't like playing this map. No, I'm the best, so if I die, the enemy must be cheating. Well, in your case, I feel like maybe that's true because you actually are good, Dong. But for me, for a chud like me, it's like, yo, I'm not gonna waste my time being like cheater or high ping abuser or whatever. The only time I get really mad is like if somebody is like actively disrespecting me in the game, like dude. Like when the Octane Octane stim jump padded into me and I just R99 straight his face as he made like a straight arc into me. Like you think I'm that bad that I can't hit like an incoming target, literally taking up my entire screen. Yeah, I think World's Edge is pretty new friendly. I think Storm Point is a really good map. I mean, it's definitely boring as fuck for pubs, but
Let's see what's going on over there in a minute.
Bro said a minute. That's way too long.
I actually really like Storm Point.
Yo, why didn't Bocheck Ross win that?
Our aim is clear.
Well, believe it or not, something terrible happened.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
In a wide swung by the Bangalore playing from another universe. And all I could do was take it.
Hearing a lot of yapping.
Dudes get mad when you tell them the truth.
Okay.
Okay.
Marking our surroundings. A trail to Unscotty.
Why is this guy
Let us catch them
mirroring me?
unaware.
Can't beat your ass from far away.
Hello?
Is there
Hello?
stuff in here? Dude, my
There's
loot
a
is
person.
ass,
Yeah,
no?
there's one in here.
There's one creeping.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
how to
looking for
fight
me,
with
but I don't think
the...
it's cheating because Whoever's seen me.
RE45.
No, they might just. They have a beacon as well. They do. I mean, maybe they know.
Or did I just land in a really ass spot?
I don't know. I just missed though. I thought he was like peeking at, and he didn't.
A failed one, Scotty. Let us catch them on there.
I wish I had a massive. Dude, the massive was kind of doing damage
on this
last game,
roof.
no? Uh-oh.
Wow. I love the hemlock. I'm good.
Might be good, Nid.
Dude, I keep getting stuck on certain
Was not.
parts of this map. It's really disorienting.
I want to cross, but I have
Expert Valk or Expert Spirit? What is this expert stuff you speak of?
Oh, there's two in here.
Yeah, charge Penny.
Can I pull up ignorant or what? Are we here?
Let's do a good vert on it, like a good vert.
Oh! One on height.
Only one? You promise?
Yeah.
I was lied to.
Okay. I'll kill myself.
Wow, this guy, like none of these people are fucking real, man.
They're killing your fences. Dude, you play an ass character.
Alter. The guy nades, bro.
Crit phase.
You watch this?
Oh, shit.
One of them is 1 HP. I gotta get ult up there.
Oh my god, dude. Why is that guy?
158 on Wraith.
Oh.
Can you make that strong?
Yeah, it's all fence.
Thank you.
It's all... I have no white heals. Yippee.
Here, Ross.
Catch them on there.
That's all I got.
Oh wait, I have a mech hit. Right here, right here. Dude, I did not know how to play this.
Bro, I'm pissing on them like high key.
Oh.
I don't have any shields though.
Oh, nice.
Wraith weak as fuck. That was weak. Nice. It's only Wraith and she's up top.
She's low on top. Nice.
Oh, I'm so poor.
Here you go. Nice. Let's go. Power of teamwork always wins.
Jesus.
Dude, I hit some like ridiculous shots in that. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't feel like I did a lot there, so that's all you.
I did not do anything. I was just extremely upset the entire time.
Just upset,
I'm
uncomfortable. Wanting to go home the whole time.
Yep. I don't really have stuff. I don't really want to loot them though.
I'm gonna hit this ring beacon and give me evacuation tower.
Sure. Whatever you just said. I don't really know what you just said.
Just know I'm spitting.
Okay.
Please examine your maps. I have found the next location of the ring.
Oh! Oh, you scared me. I thought you were an enemy.
I am.
No, I'm talking about Dash.
Okay, flyers flew over here.
Come on.
Okay, I have a bird hint.
I am the bird.
It is going in the direction that you indicated.
Let us follow it.
Countdown.
I hear triple taking, dude. This elo loves triple taking.
No, it's just in general right now. It's kind of the meta.
Oh,
I've been
really?
using it almost every game.
They're also
What's this
shooting
fucking
like
sniper?
left, so.
You can rap.
What the? Hello?
Oh,
You
this
can rap
team.
up here. Or you come towards the altar.
Oh, wow. I couldn't hit that. Thanks, Crash, for the 3 stream streak.
I'm just griefing. I guess
Why do we
griefing
get rap and look
myself.
down on
So.
them?
I'm down to rap.
But they were shooting at somebody else. So like, right in front of us.
There's.
Here recently.
Yeah,
You have a
13
scan?
seconds ago. I'm,
Nearby.
They should be like here.
Scanning the area.
I didn't scan anything.
Oh, huh.
But I do think there's a Maggie
Right
team.
here. Damn.
Yeesh.
90 on 2 of them.
I am not winning the far range battle.
Bro, I suck right now.
He shoot at the fence.
All Father, give me
What the fuck? Where are they? Wait, are we forgoing
I'm
this
just baiting
team?
them.
Let's go this way.
Okay.
I'm down for whatever.
Y'all got me those shield cells? Some cells?
I only have
I got
2.
mine.
This is my last one.
I
Thank
did
you.
that one bad. Sorry. Here, I have a few more. If you need.
Thanks.
I mean, if you're offering them.
No,
then
I
shit.
took it up. I slurped it.
Oh, she did. I have 2. I have 1.
Shut your
That's
broke ass.
crazy.
There's bullets
That's
over
actually
here.
crazy. I said I got no cells. You
Well, I had
vacuumed that
1
shit up.
cell.
She's been playing too much.
I have
Po-
1
Po-
cell. Would you
Playing too much
recommend getting
Pokopia.
a
She hit
relic
that
or a
ditto
vaulted
slurp.
for 100 berries? Well, I think you're less likely to get disappointed with a relic, but the ceiling, there
fine.
is no
Just kill a team,
ceiling
and we'll take all their
with
shit.
the
Wow,
vaulted.
it's like I just did
So
that.
if you feel like really
yeah.
lucky,
Brother, man,
then
they're
you
wherever
might just
want
want
them
to go for the
I
vaulted,
want
you
them to be
know?
right here. Why aren't they here? Did you lie to me?
Dude, I don't want to pick up the PK. Why?
I don't lie, I want the others, but I think I
Like,
do
I didn't think I'd be
well.
getting card
I don't know.
questions
As a man, you tend to
anytime
lie a
after
lot.
I left Crash
I'm actually one
Cards.
of the most straightforward people on the internet. I can show you what a liar looks like.
I was gonna make a bad joke. Never mind.
You guys are running out of the ring?
No, I was just seeing if there's anybody over here coming behind us. Oh, in front of us on the
you
left
just had
side.
this okay, so where the F? That means fuck. Are we?
Still got the ripping
We
knowledge.
should at least get into the ring probably, and then
Oh,
we can
Yeah.
go on the left side. We're kind of in here. They might go for this juicer if they're not like already purple. Oh, they have a
Like us?
bin over there too.
Target over there.
Someone that's over here.
Yeah.
An altar, I think. Altar Revenant. They're about to go fight that
walking in this
team. We
building,
could just
they're
kind
in
of
this
let
building
them.
Wait, there's people at the bins.
Yeah, that's them. They're walking up to
That's
go third.
them. Yeah, they're walking up to go third dot.
Wanna just 1, 2, 3 somebody? Oh,
Yeah.
We should
down.
let them third
oh no.
dot,
Yeah, let's just. Oh, like 3
and then
frag
we become the
needs.
They
Sure.
third.
probably heard you.
I don't think so. Did they? Did they turn back around?
I don't
I
know.
heard Revenant jump.
I saw somebody right here. Saw another one right here.
Yeah,
No,
there's
they don't
some
know. They're kind of going up right now.
Someone traveled through here recently.
They went to the right, I think.
Yeah.
They might not be trying to fight.
I think they did go right. I see these footsteps.
Well, there's an altar over here. Is that them? Oh no, that's them. That's them. That's them. Oh my
is it a
God.
dog? Or is it Oct-
That was an Octane. He was doing that little like stretching bullshit idle animation
That was
thing.
the altar
There's a
was to me.
team like far left, like sniping and stuff, so we can get shot in the back.
Maybe that's the fun of it
Oh,
all.
they're right here. They kind of got shit on. They're batting. Hold up. They might come this way. They are. Oh, look at
Oh
the
my
altar.
god.
Good shot.
I
90
need
on
bat.
another one. We gotta get in there.
Yeah. Ross is in there.
Got one. Rev low. Rev dead, Rev dead, Rev dead. He's gonna die. He's gonna die, he's gonna die. We can play slow here. I'm gonna fence up here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm being an idiot. They might swing this. I don't have any med kits, so I have to syringe.
Play slow, Ross. They got like a
Yeah,
they got like a head glitch or some shit up there. I just wrecked the fuck out of that guy. Hello?
I'm gonna go fence
Oh,
up the
one of them
backside
just
as
got
well.
knocked. They ran and one of them got knocked
Okay.
from the team on the right with that longbow. I'm just gonna make it get full.
Yeah, we just play slow here. Like, this is one of those slower in games, I think. Or we're just happy
Oh.
to be alive.
Okay.
Just happy to be here. I'm happy to be here with you, Ross.
Fucking dick riders, man. Holy shit.
Okay.
Alright, fuck you, man. Die.
Okay. You didn't see the movement I did to kill that Octane, though. I really hit this smooth wall bounce.
I just did like 200 damage with that one shot.
Dude, I did not like playing with the Havoc with the charge up.
Really?
I don't know how people
That
do
fucks with
this.
You gotta like pre-charge it when you hear someone coming.
Yeah.
Oh, what you mean with the turbo?
But I don't want to
Oh,
like
yeah,
waste
fuck.
ammo
I'm not
or
gonna
like
lie, we gotta look for zone though. We're
yeah.
kinda getting cooked
Yeah.
here. We're like
Easy
in a
back here,
really
too.
bad spot.
Yeah, I'll get some
We
intel.
could just pad out
there's
right.
like seven teams.
I'm
That
looking.
other team's over there. Someone else just padded in front of us too.
As
They're right over here right now.
Hello?
oh my god.
That guy's 1 HP. He dies. He died.
Boom. Oh,
Alright, this team on the right
Yeah.
is like demonic with the triple take, so we gotta go now.
Okay.
Where
I don't know
we
where they
going?
are though. Oh, they're over here.
Yeah.
Where we going?
I don't know.
Zone.
Yeah, fuck it.
This
They make
team's
us make
gonna.
plays.
They're trying to fight us.
Are we going where
We
Ross
we might
is
have to
going?
low-key fight
Come to
this
me, come to me,
shit,
come to me,
but
come to
we
me,
should
come
go
to
to
me.
Ross. There's another pattern here.
And then whenever you have scan, we just probably play off that, I guess.
Okay. I have
Two in
scan.
front of us on this side.
Oh yeah,
I
right
heard
there.
somebody
Looking at us?
shoot.
Where's decoy? Oh damn, I was gonna light him up. That was a good rotate actually.
We're
They're
kind of good right here, actually.
yeah.
I don't have ult yet.
We gotta make sure this team doesn't come behind us.
Yeah, I'm just.
We should do that
Doesn't
before we
matter.
do anything, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just you right now. I'm coming back to look. I just finished off this side.
Nobody yet.
Someone traveled through here.
Might be clearing where on the side we came, but they might be in front of us. Thoughts?
That's how it's
Oh yeah,
supposed
E
to
they are. They
happen
are.
that
They
way.
are. They are. That's That's Someone else rezzed over there too. Yeah, we're good on our backside now.
Okay.
We should go and stay here then.
We could look to third this.
Yeah.
Come to me,
I
come to me.
will.
I'm already on you.
Right there.
I already
Well,
came on
get
you.
on top of them. Why? They dropped. They dropped.
I can't see shit.
I hit gun
Is
them,
that-
boy.
Closet dead. There's
One
someone
next
knocked
to
in
your
that
right.
corner.
They're rezzing. They're rezzing inside.
One up, one up.
Oh,
I
nice.
just 1v3'd. Holy shit.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just giving info.
Nice one. That was a good ping.
Yeah, that was a really good ping, Yoojin.
Bro, it helped me. Thank
Last
you.
ring,
You're my
278 damage. I'm never picking up Havoc again. I hesitate too much.
We got in here. There's a car here if you want that.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that.
All Father, give me sight.
Any
There's a
overflows
scout.
anywhere?
There's an overflow in one of those. Did you take the
Oh,
scout or no?
No. It's on the inside though. It's in one of those boxes. Unless they do they have a Loba? They might have took it.
Wait.
guys.
Oh,
On
I think they took it.
above, on height.
Okay.
That's
Alright.
unfortunate.
Damn, y'all boys suck. How did you not hit me once?
I just 100 banged
Oh,
two
in
of
here, in
them.
here, in here, in here, in here.
I 100 two of them on that.
Oh
on
wait,
that
we
right
have
side,
a different team.
Yes. He's ratting in here somewhere.
Hold up.
He's on the outside maybe then?
Under. Just ignore him.
Alright.
126. Killed. I killed
Wow.
over here.
I need Phoenix. Okay, I'm just gonna go.
We should try to kill this maybe. Thoughts?
Now I'm creeping. The problem is we can look at it from height.
Are we? They have blue armors.
Low shit on, low shit.
Get by yourself for a sec.
Got one. I had to fall.
I need
He
bat.
dropped on me. Got another one. One left.
I'm dropping with
You
you.
got me?
I'm with you.
He dicked on me. Fuck.
He's one.
Doing that. I'm underground. Oh shit, right.
It's fine. It's fine. We're good.
Nice,
Wait, there's
team.
two teams. Oh, ah! Oh shit, I'm dead.
Drop huge.
Come here, I got you.
Dude, the rat's rezzing. The rat's rezzing.
That's fine.
He got a res beacon down.
They,
What?
they dropped?
I
102 on that guy.
blew this shit up.
I'm doing nothing this game.
Are you chilling? That's a solo down here.
He's over here. Can we kill him? Thoughts? Oh, not a solo, but I killed one. I got shit on two. Nice. Last
The other guy on your left.
He just
ulted himself.
that shit easy.
Dude.
Dead.
On top.
He's on top of us.
Scanning the area.
I have no nades. Wait, the ring ends on us.
Well, that was my last nade.
Okay, ult takes off.
Very good. I almost have ult too.
It's
Oh.
right here.
Wait, a little bit queued?
Trust in the All Father.
Wait, we just put corner one.
She's on my left.
There are unscoped to be found.
Oh god.
90 on that guy.
Right, you
Just
almost
play
died.
slow.
Yeah.
Ninety on him again. He's 1 HP.
You
This guy's 1 HP.
There's one couple of us over here as well. You guys are scared of us.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, intercepted.
I killed one.
Okay. I baited.
He's rezzing.
Oh, they actually
They're
stuck it. They
rezzing.
stuck it. I can't do anything. Hold that foot, hold that foot.
Died.
Oh.
I overpeaked.
Where's gonna drop?
They're gonna drop this side. I'm trying to come to bring you knockdown. You free shots, Rob.
Oh shit.
One left one. Get my knock. Get my knock.
Oh.
Okay, let's go.
That's my bad. I controlled for that.
Oh, you're good.
I
did it
played
first.
so
know if he,
bad
like,
that
peg glitched on that
entire
shit.
game.
I thought he was gonna be like right here,
Oh.
like on the fucking on this thing.
I played so
but we won.
yucky. I didn't
True.
deserve
I
that
have to
win,
sacrifice
but
some
what
family members.
ifs? What
Oh, you
freaking
didn't?
ifs?
Not that time.
Oh, okay.
Bleh. Oh, I'm P2.
Damn, Dash, what the fuck? Thought I was shitting.
was
I
doing a little bit of
actually shat
shittage.
the bed.
A little bit of shittage.
But in the end, you did the damage when it mattered.
Better
like,
than
you-
doing everything and
True.
losing, you think so? I would rather do everything and lose, I think. I just feel
You couldn't wipe without your
embarrassed.
shit, you feel me?
Did you just call you?
Was that directed towards me?
Well, she said she shat the bed or whatever, so I was like, trying to like, put a
Are you calling
positive
her
spin.
toilet paper? That's kind of fucked up, bro.
No, I'm saying you and I are the toilet paper.
And she's the shit.
Yeah, she's the shit.
Bro, what?
Guys, we're a team. Don't fall apart right now.
Bro, we're like one ply right now after that.
Just hold on. Stay strong.
I'll try. I'm confused though. Oh, there's a one predator in this lobby.
There's two actually. Ross is here. It's not
Oh.
in game.
What?
I know the player you are.
What did I even just hear?
Uh,
Oh, just punch
the
that guy in the
player
throat.
I am is mediocre and bad. Cry when I want to, cry when I want to. Don't mess with my mascara. Cry when I want to.
This team will be landing at Energy Bank.
Time to rise and shine, mga kapatid.
Oh, I didn't want to play Bloodhound. Fuck, it's fine.
I will use
I
burst
do
to
think shotguns are the way with Bloodhound though. You just ult and then you go pew pew. You see red while everything else is gray. And go pew pew with the
Introducing
shotguns.
your champion.
Let's play a game of cat and mouse.
I don't want to play a game. I don't want to be Mouse. I don't want to be Jerry. Actually, Jerry always comes out on top, so maybe it is better
Okay,
to
play
be
slow for like
Jerry.
1 second. I have to step away for something just happened. Give me like 2 seconds.
Okay.
Bro said play slow, and we got the POI with the like most immediate action possible.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, right. I'll just 1v3 him.
Yeah, you do that. For your boy.
Either that or I'm dead immediately.
Oh, well. That's no bueno. Damn, this building of mine had so little.
Hello? This guy has the weirdest strafe. I just shit the bed, bro. This guy, okay.
Well,
I've got your back.
okay. I'm just leaving him. They recon beacon there. Aw, shit. This is not looking good.
Bro, someone was at my door.
Yeah, well, you
Oh,
are
what
literally
happened?
facing an enemy team, so I wouldn't go in the direction that you are in. Because they recon scanned.
backpack here. Level 3.
I think we just try and craft. Minecraft.
Okay.
I'm not a pussy. I can use Mosey and McKimbo, she said really unconfidently.
I've been pretty confident.
Okay.
Let's explore.
That direction?
Yeah, I'm down. I'm up here, Mar9 coming.
We need to get the whatchamacallit.
Yeah, the Evo.
No, we need to craft him.
Replicator
Oh, yeah.
there.
What do you
Look out
mean
for
we need to
night
get the Evo?
Well, I thought he was like an accessory.
He's our teammate. Our important
Also,
third.
now he's our ply. Our one ply.
Okay.
Bro, that was so weird. Bro, someone was like knocking on our door. It's 2 in the morning.
They're sniping on our left.
Okay. I'm gonna rush him right here because I'm crazy.
I have our teammate's banner.
Is it over here? Yeah, we can just. I'll try to make cover for you or some shit.
Just scan if they get close, and then they'll be like, "Oh damn, we're on scan." Hello, Dash.
Is he backpack? He might have gone to the bathroom or something.
No, I'm
That'd
here.
be good.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab this Evo.
I'm gonna grab the recon then. Oh! That was a
Come back now.
sparrow.
People on you?
No, I think a leftover sparrow drone.
Yeah, I just hit his dart as well.
I might get shot at. We'll see.
I'm like kind of looking for you.
Oh, there's one guy like right by. Do you see that?
Yeah. I'm going for him.
You think he's AFK?
No, he's moving.
Okay.
Should be right here. He's about to piss on me.
What?
He's running.
He's Valkyrie thing. He's waiting for his teammates. You can't wait. Oh.
I can't hit this.
Fuck, I suck, bro.
Aya. Ay.
I mean, we could just go to survey beacon again.
Not for whatever.
I think a team placed down to deploy. They're
Making contact with enemy.
P2020 akimboing over there.
Okay, I'm coming towards you. Ash went the other way.
Because he hates us and we let him die the first time.
Nah. I just got diff.
Oh, okay. Dude, this sparrow keeps leaving his fucking trackers.
That guy just had a better gaming tier.
Our enemies. Check your map.
Okay.
Let's go that way.
Like 3 teams. And they're all like looping each other, so we're gonna be next if we don't like, I don't know.
Oh, they're gonna be on the other side of us. Wait, they're gonna come this way probably for beacon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They're right here.
I spotted an enemy.
Marking our surroundings.
Are we looking at this?
Yeah.
Oh.
You see on that shoulder. Genius.
They alter portaled.
Of course they did.
Or alter queued? Yeah, alter queued. I think they have a Loba. Oh, shoot.
They do.
What the fuck?
Maybe ult. Nice. Oh, he's looking at the top. Can you crawl down?
Yeah.
They're getting thirded.
Come here.
I can hold my ground. I can hold my ground.
No, no, no. They're looking at the top of the building on your left side.
I'm going down.
Whole team down
There's
here.
one up here.
You're good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Maggie had to dip. She's on this ping now. That's
Wait,
Maggie.
what? There's two teams? 2 alter teams?
Yeah.
One now.
I
There
mean,
should be 10.
There's about it. There's actually like 20. Alright, bro.
3 teams. Oh my god. What
I
the
don't have
fuck?
overball this now.
Everyone's running Alter Maggie. What?
Well, Maggie's like one of the best characters right now. Alter is probably the best character right now, so not surprising.
They're missing Watson.
No. That's
That
why
Maggie's
there's
cracked.
That's why there's no Watsons at all, actually.
I can walk up on this team.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with it.
I'm just gonna ult. Oh, okay. They're zipping. Out back.
New team, holy.
Oh
I'm just
my
gonna walk
I just
down
got
from
placed
here.
on from another team.
There's a Lobo on the bottom floor.
Okay.
Oh, you're kind of far.
Yeah. One's out and two is in the building.
Okay. Lobo's right here.
Wait, I think.
Contact with hostile.
Oh my god. Maggie's on me. Or like, she's across, but she might swing.
Making contact
Maybe
with enemy.
creepy.
All father, give me sight.
Hi Maggie, I'm scared of everything. I can only play if my nexus is down by my teammates.
I mean,
I'm dealing that guy.
don't know.
Where'd this other team go? Oh, they're Valkyrie team.
Alright, I'm coming back to you, Dan Dash. I don't want to triple on you.
Okay. There's another team behind us.
That's cool.
Oh, look at me, I'm fucking Sparrow. I could just double jump.
Hating on a man for being an athlete is actually crazy.
Marking our surroundings.
This is gold flatline in here if anyone needs.
Release to our enemy.
I still need a shotgun
I
bolt.
need a shotgun bolt.
I need shield cells.
Yeah, there were none in the level before. We just rotate at the same time. Like, it's kind of edge, but
I mean, I'm down. Whoa, they feel really close.
Target.
Over here.
Marking our surroundings.
Guy's like hella split, by the way.
that was a TV.
He
yeah.
TP'd.
Oh my
Hello?
god.
90 on one?
There are at least two on
Yeah, you
height.
like that?
Can we kill this team? Thoughts?
I mean, I
Nemesis
couldn't walk
is
up
good.
before.
I wish I just decided to run like Nemesis R9.
How does he know?
There's another team behind. Oh shit.
Bottom.
Multiple squads attack. I'm taking
What do I do here?
There's another team behind. I'm so fucked. Wow, I'm literally 1 HP and I have no bats and I'm gonna die. There's no way. Dude, you know how in Marvel Rivals the Scroll Girl comes back? For a moment I was like, does it auto the track? Am I fucking dead as fuck?
I'm fixing the
On the
ball.
outside. He's 1 HP on the outside, the Maggie.
Oh, I can't. Height is holding.
Nice.
scanning the area.
I'm gonna wait. They're gonna try to pull it. Nope.
I broke their TP too.
Oh my god.
You'll knock. Place off.
I'm
Place
leaving.
off. I'm gonna back up a little bit. You could probably play the Reza in this corner. Nice. Watch the door.
I'm rosing it. They have an angle on this dash. Be careful. They have an angle over here. They just rezzed on our height. All the loot is here off this guy. He didn't have
need
to,
it.
but this bottom looks bad, so he need it.
Marking our
I'm taking all of his shit. Hey, even in the ammo, I don't need. I'm taking all of it.
They ran somewhere.
Can I have syringes or shields?
They're in here.
I don't know whether I can swing that.
Yeah, that's not all you and Ross.
There's a knock guy in here if you want to thirst.
I got them all.
Nice, good shit.
There's a ton of loot in here now. Go and get
There's
over
an octane cracked.
A lot of loot in this building.
Okay, I'm
I need to
coming.
get to you. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm dead. I'm dead.
I got you.
No. They wanted so much more, and I'm a scrub. Hi, Noko, by the way. I hope you've been well.
Nah.
And TNT.
I was trying to call out that team above Ross. Like, we couldn't we could have come
Thank you,
across there.
Reload, for
I was
gifting
like
us
in the
up.
middle of
Thank you,
saying I
thank
can't
you.
come to him because of that team above him.
Why are they just? I guess it's just.
Dude, I was like, I'm so poor, I need this loot, and then I just got reamed.
I really think this Ultra
Just
Legend
taken out back and touched.
load.
I hated that. You're only a scrub when you think you are? No. No, I am a scrub. Sometimes you just gotta admit you're a scrub when you're a scrub. Like, imagine if I was like a bronzy. There's no shame in bringing bronze, by the way, but I'm just saying for the amount I played and the heights that I used to reach, imagine me being like bronze and then being like, I'm not bronze, and then like me being hard like bronze. Like, you got, at that point, like, no, that's delusion. You are a scrub. Damn, bro, this game ain't lending me buy Apex coins. You could use code yoojin. Wait, no, code, you got an EA code as well? EA creator code? You just got unlucky that fight? I don't think I got unlucky there. Wait, where do I enter your code? I think you have to do it within the EA app. Maybe? Yeah, that code still works. Every month I get like a little thing like you can check how much revenue you made, and then it's like pennies. I'm actually making more on TikTok now than I used to. I'm making at least $10 on TikTok per month. Isn't that crazy? That's the amount of a boba. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I don't think I want to be playing Bloodhound, but I don't know what to play. Should I just try Vantage, even if it doesn't seem that good? Because, I mean, there's just so many buildings, it's, like, really hard to snipe on her.
I had a Vantage unit earlier when I played this morning, and I was calling them huge.
I'm sure they didn't
True
understand that at all, and they were like, what the
That was
fuck?
their problem.
They're like, why do you keep calling me huge? Or if they knew, then they'd be offended, honestly speaking.
I only said it when they did good stuff, though. I've got nice shot huge.
Okay.
Good shit huge. Just like that. You're not huge, Dash. You're not her.
Okay.
I know her.
I never know where to land on POIs.
Ugh.
Okay, I don't want to run a museum this game. I like how I complained about,
On me.
Alright, oh, you went, huh? I'm coming in. I land on the heavy arsenal. I'm far away.
Are they close left?
We're right here.
He's on, like...
Right here, close to me.
On my roof.
Oh. Yeah.
I have overflow.
I can't keep up with this dude.
Can they break through any of these? On height? No.
I don't think so. Nice.
They have a bunch of nades.
You gotta fence this door too.
I don't.
Alright, fuck you, man. You know what? Don't then.
They're
See what
zipping
happens.
across, or is that another team that's zipping?
Oh, they're zipping. Almost killed one. Cost 640. If he's anybody but Caustic, I kill him, by the way.
Dude. Oh, there's a caustic. Oh shit. There's a caustic trap on my door. I'm just gonna break it.
Bro, if he's anybody but Caustic with Fortified, I kill him. That's so unlucky.
Are they still across?
Yeah.
Catch and pray. Shatter the prey's shield.
Sparrow still on height.
I just got hit from I don't know what. They're looking at me only.
Oh my
Nah, they're
god.
looking at me. Cause I'm getting active.
Oh my
That was my
god.
turn.
Out to the roof.
Are you on roof? Oh shit. Dude, they're still
there,
looking
dude.
at me when you guys are. Yeah, just. He's coming back. He's coming back. On first floor. He's all the way on the bottom right
I'm
now.
jumping on him. I'm jumping on him.
Nice.
Fucking dumbass.
I can't get to you. I can't drop.
You're good.
Look at that one.
He dropped. He dropped. Behind this thingy. Caustic throwing a barrel at you. Pushing.
Damn, he's lucky. Yeah, yeah.
Over here.
Target here.
Nice.
Let's go.
Nice.
Shit.
Dude, this
Let
team.
me teabag him for a second.
No, Kim, get me.
Alright, now I'm gonna res use. Sorry, I got excited.
I'm actually gonna wring your neck.
You promise to make it quick?
No.
Oh. Okay, well then I'll just res you and keep my distance. Goodbye.
Dude, this entire time they're double sniping at me and then they just keep looking at me despite the fact that it's so clear that you guys are walking up on them. It actually, like, where are their brains? What are they thinking?
Well, come on,
Good
this
shit.
is diamond. You're not required
Nah,
to take
cook
a
'em.
diamond.
Nah, cook them. They ain't shit.
It was a joke.
This actually pissed me off.
And you just said y'all are dog shit.
I didn't say
Garbage,
that. I didn't
and to
say
get out of her
that.
lobbies forever.
No, I just said. What are
Yeah.
you thinking?
She called them idiots.
Okay. I'm gonna shut up.
Call them dumb fucking dogs.
I'll never say anything negative about the team again because you guys will just compound it to something I
We
did not
translated
say.
it. It's called translating.
Yeah.
Okay. Can
In
we?
case anybody in the chat is a little older. And
Can
they
you
don't
hit the
understand lingo,
ring? The beacon.
I'm working my way
Laser
there,
sight
but
here.
my legs are
Level
not that
2.
big.
Are you calling me fat and you skinny?
Wow, Ross. Wow.
It's
If
just.
that will motivate you to stop being mean, then yeah.
Damn, he doubled down on it.
I'm about to
That's
triple down.
crazy.
Hold on.
Oh, triple down. I'm waiting.
I gotta think of something to say. Give me a minute.
Yep. Yo, let him
I'm
cook.
loading.
I need
Need an extended
this.
energy mag.
I'm gonna hit the recon beacon.
Where the F? I mean, fuck. Or the small heals.
I picked up the enemy's
You guys are right by someone on the light arsenal.
Let's hunt over
Oh,
there.
full
No,
team.
they're right next to us.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, almost one to the
Sparrow's one. Oh my god, Sparrow's one.
Alright, we had two of them for lifeline for fucking 1,100,000.
Did they fly away?
No, they're here.
Oh, they're here.
Can you ping?
Yeah, they're over here.
There's a Revenant right here. There's like a Sparrow on me
If I
somewhere.
crack again.
Tagged him. Tagged and half in the bag.
Nice, good tags.
Both behind the rock. All three behind the rock.
Any nades?
I have a nade, but I'm a little bit far.
That's crazy nades on them, by the way.
Crack another one.
Yeah, one is by here, I think.
Lifeline's 1 HP.
I'm in the barrel.
No,
one HP,
he's literally
man.
one.
You know
Dude,
that
I'm
is.
rezzing, I'm rezzing.
Bro, these guys are so fucking dog shit.
Here come the jammers.
Tucking a frag grenade.
Frag out.
Kill one.
Okay.
Kill two.
I'm jumping on him.
Moving to Echo for a better
Oh,
angle.
they have lifeline.
She's over here.
Oh my god. So crazy then. I saw that you just fire.
Thanks. Dude, I didn't have a. Oh wow, they thirsted you. That is
Taking a
really
shit.
lame.
And he's taking my everything.
Got me.
More.
Yeah, your team. Oh, I gotta leave.
Getting a fresh angle.
Cold this
Oh
I'm
my
not gonna lie.
god.
You got Q, right?
I have Q in a little bit.
Current angle sucks. Switching it out.
Well, GG.
I'm down.
I'm just so fucking fat, bro. It's so unlucky. Why didn't they make this character with a smaller hitbox?
That's a
Inclusivity.
little strange to me.
Yeah, but they don't even give her fortified. They're all over here. Huh?
They made her chunky for a love of the game.
They really did. I might be able to just craft in the middle.
Yeah, probably. Bro, it's my fault. Like I hit this throw for 160 twice. I just have to hit one more shot.
That kind of
on it.
low key is your fault. They were all three like 1 HP as fuck.
I joined for 1 second, thought you were about to say fat chud. Guys, I like the word chud, but I don't call myself chud all the time, bro.
Wait, 60 plus 41.
Meanwhile,
plus 20
Octane
plus
zooms
46.
around the map with a tiny hitbox plus
166.
fortified. He gets
One more point,
fortified? What about Vantage? What about my girl? Where's my fortified? Huh? Maybe they're just gutting her because they don't want sniper meta to be an actual thing. Dude, I feel like I hit more ult shots when her ult was like the previous like they changed something about her ult fire shots and I don't like it. Did they remove Octane's Fortify? The fact that they even added it in the first place is crazy though, no?
Tell me why you'd rather be playing Pokopia.
Thank you, Triangle Choke, for the reset for a whole year. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you. I really
This team
appreciate
right
it.
here. And they just Nexused, so they're gonna be weak.
Oh
And they're gonna
my
run
god,
down.
wait, that was actually blessed. No?
I kind of ulted a little bit towards our side, so they can't push us. Oh, I fucked up.
Do you have a Horizon? Oh.
I dropped. I didn't mean to drop, bro. They're pretty weak. They're pretty weak. The Bangalore is weak as shit, by the way.
I would say, I don't know where
Do we not. There's another team right here. Another team.
Oh, damn.
Can you guys get inside the house?
Unlucky.
Oh. No!
Man, that's just fucking so unfortunate.
My shotgun, my lack of shotgun. Oh, I'm so sad. Yeah, I don't think Vantage is for this. I think we had the most success on Altar, but I hate playing support Altar, bro. I hate being back and not being and just playing for the res. And Tizzle. Is this guy gonna look up to the package, by the way? Is he gonna fulfill one of his skirmisher duties, by the way? Nitpicks, cause I'm dead. Oh my god, there are 4 gold people in this lobby. I hope they land right in my lap and just give me KP. I'm hungry.
This team will be landing at City Hall.
My head kind of hurts.
So, how long does Pokopia take to beat?
I don't know. Cause I mean I don't think I've done like the entirety of the
I'm not surviving. I'm living.
oh shit. I didn't mean to stick on Vantage. I don't think I've done the entirety of its story, and I don't know whether I'm close to completing it.
You enjoying it?
Yeah. You need a refill? What we eating? Maybe I get a sweet potato. Sweet potato.
Cause I'm the best. Got you on my side.
Courtney Cook. Who the heck is Courtney Cook? Hi Mafia. You guys are you guys happy with the longer streams, be honest? I've been pretty consistent these days, Yig. I'm not an embarrassment of a streamer when you're like, oh, who's your favorite streamer? And you go yoojin, and then they check the profile. They're like, this girl hasn't streamed in forever. Is she actually a full-time streamer? And you guys are like, yeah, she's just going through them things, and those things are like her mental. Yes, I can watch you after work. Yibby. Need baticles. I'm not cute anymore. I'm not cute anymore. I don't know how to loot this map. It's very wide.
In progress.
More Eugen is always good.
Dibs.
Doubt. Press X to doubt. What if you're at a funeral and then you start watching like me, and then it's like really awkward because everyone's like crying and sniffling, and then you hear me just go like, dude, I got fucking
Do you have
reamed.
like TTV or like Twitch in your username or no?
Wait, what'd you say?
When you were like a smaller creator, did you have like Twitch or TTV or anything in your
No.
Moving there.
You were never one of those people?
No, because I was scared of sexism, so that's why I was always huge
That's
slong.
fair. People are a little evil. Trust me, we got dash in this call.
By that.
Anyways, my day's been pretty good.
Magnet here.
I have the bat thingy, but I don't have any bats.
Yeah, I have 4. I got 2.
The bat thingy, and I have 1 bat.
Want to take one each?
I'm about to open the supply bin, so I'll take one if I get really unlucky.
Okay. Surely you don't get that unlucky.
20 bats. I got 1. Barrett.
We all be bottomless.
Yeah, we all be bottoming.
I'm such a bottom.
But you can
Holy
carry
fuck.
these, can't you, Ross? Here, you want this one too?
Oh, happy birthday to me. I love carrying things.
Is it
You're
the
welcome.
ult accelerant? I need those later.
Oh, true. I can actually be the one to hold them.
They're like fighting over here.
Pray there with
level 2 shields. Running with a full squad. Getting a fresh angle.
Getting a fresh angle.
Damn.
No, she was low and batting behind an arch, and I just saw her, her little behind.
That fucking trash can to sleep.
Tagged him. Enemy shield broken. I need an ultimate accelerant.
Do you have an ult excel?
Angle.
I
Moving.
do.
Can I have it? Thanks.
Yes. I'm going to.
In here, I think.
Okay. I thought I heard someone sniping from heights. That's where
Oh.
the fuck it is.
There is somebody in here.
Yeah. Oh. Horizon. Up the stairs? Or up height?
Can't sit up there. Oh, this team just flew on us.
Uh-oh.
Dead. Nice.
Dude, I don't know how to
Other
get...
team's above us. Above us. Above us. Just keep that
Okay.
line.
Can you fence or... Or should I back up and then just
Throw
look
this
at
out the
them?
window? It's not.
Damn, son. The thing is, they won't push off that.
Yeah.
I need them to. Yo, wait. I could put a. Wait, did they put a Moby down? Wait.
Through the window.
Oh. Wait, we can take evac on them. You can land on them.
It's not really a good idea.
No.
No, there's another squad.
We go this way.
Are you leaving?
I'm
Yo.
just going to this building to relocate because I don't want to be pinched. There's a lot of freedom here on this side.
I'm gonna hit this. Oh. I'm not gonna hit this. I hit 90 on Valk.
Should have triple take.
Yeah, but she was a...
Taking damage.
Oh, Vert! Watch out for Nert!
On
I
us.
know, hi.
Climbing. What the fuck?
Chucking an arc star.
I'm fencing up the top 2 floors.
Frag out.
They're on white armor, but they're very confident.
I need help! He's so low! Nice! On me! Just thirsted! Bangalore! Running to you!
Octane's weak as shit. I gotta bat.
I just. Oh, how the fuck did not a single bullet hit there? Oh, Octane's one by healing.
You get in maybe?
Oh, why are you sitting on height, you fucking bum?
Teammate's banner in my pocket.
You should be able to get used as well.
I can't. I need someone to fight with me, and then we can res her after.
You cancel his ult.
Okay, but.
Oh.
Wow.
Bro, dude, like,
NT.
fight the other team, bro.
Yeah, it's the reason why people never make out D4. They've been playing all season, they're D4. Okay.
That's crazy.
I'll play one more.
Alright. I will play one more as well then.
These are also the same people that give respawn money. It's crazy. They got matching fucking their little mech skins.
Huh?
They got matching mech skins.
What do you mean?
The Gundam
The,
play.
the Gundams.
Why are we calling the Gundams Mexicans?
Huh?
Oh, Mexicans! Mexicans! I heard
That's why
Mexican.
you're calling the Mexicans, huh?
I hate those Mexicans.
Dude, I was like, wait a minute. I know we joke about being racist here and there, but we're not actually racist, right? Also, you need to requeue.
You're not?
Wait, you're not,
No.
bro? Bro, I'm Mexican. I hate them.
I mean, I think if
I'm
anything,
probably
Dude,
probably listening and she'll beat my ass. I'm
Dude, you
joking.
should have
Mom,
you
please
should have
don't kill
seen
me.
my camera. Like my face is like I was actually like frozen up. I was like, what the fuck, Dad?
Wait, is it kind of racist that you heard Mexicans though?
Well,
Like you kind of heard what you wanted to hear though, no?
no, my game is so loud right now. I don't adjust it either.
Hmm.
I thought I heard the same thing. See, my chat's divided. They also thought you said Mexican. Half of them
well,
I
then your
heard.
chat's racist as fuck.
That's crazy.
They are not. They're better than me, honestly, because I hate Korean men and they don't. The game is loud for me.
Don't you
I
just
swapped the
hate men in general, though?
IEMs.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't really discriminate.
No,
I feel
Yeah,
like
you
when it
don't.
comes
You
to
don't
men.
discriminate on that.
well, I do hate
I
most
think the only guy
men.
you like is your dad. I think
No,
everybody else is on like a hit list.
I mean I love my dad. I don't like my dad.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
I don't. I like him as a dad. I don't think he's. Well, actually, he did his best considering the circumstances, but would I consider?
Yeah, the game's. for
Dude,
sure
this guy got
loud,
the
and so is your racism.
heirloom. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm
And the
saying these are
Mexican.
and the Mexicans.
Well, I. You gotta stop.
He got
saying
all the
that.
Mexicans.
Stop. Stop. Now I think you're deliberately switching it up between Mexican and Mexican.
Oh,
Are you making fun of me because I'm ESL?
No, you're
was-
actually just like you're trying to gaslight me now. I know this.
I was just telling you the other thing that he bought because he had the
Yeah.
heirloom and
He
the
had
Mexican.
he had the heirloom, so he had to get all the Mexicans.
You're not saying Mexicans right now. You're saying Mexican. Earlier you were
Oh, so
saying
you're making fun of
Mexican.
him for his Japanese
That's
accent.
crazy.
No, earlier you were saying Mexicans, and now you're saying Mexican to
No, I
trip
said
me up.
Mexicans.
Okay, that's when you said Mexicans.
Yeah, Mexicans.
Yeah, you're saying Mexicans right now.
I didn't even hear him say anything. Are you just hearing things?
We hear what we want to hear, Ross, and unfortunately, Huge likes to hear racism, I guess.
Oh my god. Dude, it's not even I'm not racist. All I heard was like I hate those damn Mexicans and I'm like, what the fuck?
Whoa!
I heard-
I'm Mexican. You can't say
Dash
that.
is literally Mexican.
Dude,
Like, I know he's a VTuber, but
That's
he's the
crazy.
Mexican behind all that.
Wow,
Under the
wow.
VTuber.
No,
he is
I
Mexican, so
heard
you
you
need to be
say-
nice.
Crazy.
oh
I
my
can't believe she just
god.
said that. Someone
Oh
said
my god. I'm going insane. I'm actually going insane.
Sacrifice couldn't be fun.
You know when Yuji enters stream, she goes on Urban Dictionary and looks up new racist slurs to say. She's like, let's see what the kids are saying now. And she looks for like the trending words. And she's like, write that down, write that down.
My coin produces 1.2 million volts.
My experience with Eugen.
Should I just kill myself?
Oh, don't kill yourself. You're such a good lifeline.
Introducing your
Dude, I haven't even played Lifeline this is how I know you're lying. All men do is gaslight and lie! You literally
See, have you
said,
noticed
okay,
that, like,
you said Mexican. I heard Mexican. That was what made me really like, Dash, like, I know we joke about racism, but what are you saying?
Well, I can't hate my own self.
Well-
I would just go on there and say, I hate white people.
Hate or
I hate white
myself?
people. I hate white people. I hate white people.
All right. Okay. Congratulations.
I'm just gonna go ahead. You know, if anybody ever wants to say Ross said that, I just want them to know, yes, I did.
All right, bro. I don't think anyone asked.
Why did you ask?
There's so many H-Cogs in the bin.
Can't believe my streamer's racist. What a day.
Let's glide, Doc.
Dude, actually, that was like perfect looting. I know that like that is the like saddest thing.
Giggling?
You can be like,
So someone from your chat said in you just chat.
Oh,
I
God.
came from Ross's stream, but it's true.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Well,
Let's get some air.
I didn't.
Can't
Yep.
believe you endorsed this, Ross.
Let's go kill this team.
Way to change the
put our
subject.
lights
Wait,
in
I
the
need to
back.
get an R9 first, and then I need to And yeah,
It's too
my
late. I'm already
okay.
up here.
Well, see you later, guys. I'm going
Are
for
you
the.
leaving me because I'm a Mexican?
No, I'm leaving you
fuck with
for
those?
the loot. I need loot.
Wait, but there's an R9 right here.
No, I don't. I want to upgrade my R9 too.
You could upgrade it here.
No, I
Where
can't.
are they?
I don't know
Under me.
actually. Are they? Oh yeah.
They're going back this way. They look at me?
Good nade.
See, I wouldn't have gotten a two to four
Wait, one's coming to you.
if I
all
hadn't
trying to
freaking.
find me.
Oh, and
They
a
are.
barrel
There's two on you.
stable. Okay, I need to look in. My bad. Oh,
Yes, sir, because I shot first, but somehow while she's climbing, she can shoot.
Wait, you didn't even hit him once, bro.
No, I hit her for 81. 81 damage. They're on conduit queue.
Oh, they're on conduit
I can tap you.
I'm not gonna be safe. The whole team's on me.
I mean, I can. Can you die so I can literally craft you right here?
queue. Wait, they're on you, huge. They're on you. They're looking to 8 me, so they don't even know about you.
Whoa, this is a
like
different
Vespers.
squad. This is a Oh, they're patting onto me.
I can buy you time, you. Unless they're sending you.
Now they're on you, behind you. This team's on me. Nice audio? They all got me, right?
You can 23.
I actually 2v1. You can do this, Ross. Wait, Ross, you can get to me.
I'm going to res you.
Nah, y'all are so ugly, bro. You smell like shit in real life. For real.
Alright, we need to make her get away for it.
Okay.
That was amazing effort by you. Holy, you shit on them.
Dude, I was flabbergasted.
I heard it in your voice. You were like, I did it. Okay, wait. I never had a doubt.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna go fight the Octane, and then I was like, maybe I'll go help you. And I look
Uh-oh.
over, people dead.
Uh-oh.
The thing is, if we keep running and they keep running, they have a Maggie ball, but we have legs. We'll be faster.
Okay.
These damn Mexicans have no sound, no audio on them.
Are they pay to win skins?
They're pay to win.
Dang. Dang, dang,
I don't know
dang.
where the closest crafter is. I'm just kind of like running.
Can
towards it. We'll find
you...
that point.
I can maybe get a Moby from this bin?
I'll get one when I craft as well.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Oh, they're walking towards us. I'm just gonna.
They,
crouch here
I
for
think
a
they
moment.
res in front of us. Yeah.
They're on top of us right now.
Okay. Let's just bunker down for a bit.
Okay. Are we talking about the climate?
I heard an octane stim, I think.
Yeah, they're probably not staying. Oh man, they're on the crafter. Where's the next one? Some research.
Is that
On
you?
top of us?
Yeah.
They're here. They're here.
It's a Pathfinder octane team, I think.
Beginning ring countdown.
They're not hunting for us, are they?
No, because they went past us.
Replicator being delivered.
I mean, we could go here. Oh shit.
They're zipping across? The team above
Nah,
us?
that guy was running.
I'm still hunkered down then.
I mean, you guys could go for the viaduct if you go to Huge's right side. And just go around, like the long way. You can go
Wait.
balloon to balloon too. I think there's a balloon somewhere over here if I remember. Or maybe not. Yeah, I think you just leg it. Just leg it to the right, huge.
Here?
There you go, yeah.
Okay.
Just go that way. You should be able to avoid most of those. And go back towards viaduct side.
We can probably cut through like right here.
That way. Come on.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have time.
Oh wait,
Oh,
there's.
get into our right. Just walk it past.
Can
You
you
never know.
can you go forward because I don't really know this area.
Yeah.
Hi Akashi Seiji, how's the games? They're like good and bad. I'm still mostly getting used to my. I don't know. I just don't think I'm good on this sense quite yet. Well, but then I did shit on the other guy.
Let's get some
This is
air.
off.
They just hit a.
That's the ring one, I think.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
Let's try not to get
Oh.
Valcolt spotted or Valk spotted.
Boy,
Let's get
scared of
some
me.
air.
I cut through this way. Am I stupid and idiot?
No, I think you're right.
In progress.
Do you want to just grab the banner and then I stay by this respawn thing?
Yeah, I can. No.
The crafter's probably on low ground, Ross.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe, I don't know.
I think it always spawns. It's like 90% low, no?
Attention. Delivering care
I think so. I mean, there's like a chance. It'll be in the middle. Like, go to your. Yeah, whichever way is
around this
fine.
corner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crafted
W.
located. Alright, one second. I need a battery.
I'm gonna kill
Alright, go ahead.
you.
It would have been funny as fuck if you actually crafted a bat.
He's like, yo, sorry, Dad. He's like, it's cool. I know you're playing conduit, so you
I
are
wouldn't
like
have
a
even
battery,
been
but
mad. That would have been funny for the bit. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't have even been mad.
I'd be like, damn, bro, you know times are rough out here.
Ross don't fuck with me because I bought a mech skin.
What? I actually wish I could purchase an item from the event, but I don't play any of those legends.
Thank you for specifying an item from the event, unlike some other streamers in this voice call.
Huh?
Well,
They're kind
Oh,
of
it's a voice
fighting
call.
in front of us, but maybe we try to get this,
super bin?
yeah.
Kinda down for a super pill. Damn, you just took flight. Wait, I want to fly too.
Let's get some air, Duck.
Oh, you have a glider. That's not fair.
Is there people here? Oh no. Oh no, there are people
yes,
here.
yes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's fine. It's just an octane. They're looking at me.
I'm not with you.
Oh, he's one. He's ultimate one. I hit him for 162.
Can you ping him?
He's in here, I think.
Oh, he
Oh, he
alter
ulted.
ulted. Let's just get this mythic.
Yeah. Damn, I dumpstered him.
That's good.
Oh, Dash, we have a weapon for you. It's gold.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's a car. There's a gold alternator.
What?
I'm dropping
take
2
the car.
bats. I need more bats. I only have 2.
Here's another one.
Thank you.
I could use that.
Happy
Oh.
birthday. I hope you have a good one.
No, it's okay. You're broke. Oh! We're here? Wait, my 2 to
Nice shit
4.
on that guy.
Oh my god. Please rest. They're padding, they're padding.
I just whiffed every fucking shot and died around the corner.
I really needed you to win that.
Dude, that's my bad. I was the one who got shit on first. Dude, I swear to God, when I ADS on the Nemesis, it never hits as hard as the other guys. Okie dokie. Thanks
I
for the
low-key have to go to the bathroom
games.
again.
Damn, bro, your stomach's always 1v1ing you and
Bro, it's
winning.
this food that my family can't fucking cook, man.
Damn, you ate some mayonnaise?
Then
Too spicy for
why
you?
don't you just cook for yourself?
Well, I streamed this morning because I do hashtag ad, and then I was like, I need to go to sleep, and I woke up and there was food, and I was like, all right, I guess I'll eat it, and then I ate it, and then my body suffered.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
All right. It's just a whole load of hoopla.
All these damn Mexicans.
Okay.
All right, bro. All right, buddy.
All those
Okay.
skins in the event. Cosmetics.
Okay.
GG's, guys. Thank you for the games.
Okay.
Enjoy your Resident Eviling
I might
and your
just
bathrooming.
I might just play Pokopia. Also, Ross,
Oh,
you
okay.
have to let us know your schedule, cause
Oh, I'll send it to you guys right now. I got you.
okay. Goodbye. Have a great rest
Bye,
of your
guys.
nights or
GGs.
days.
Much
Bye bye.
Toodles.
Da, 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 da. You're getting scammed? Yeah, cause like I didn't play enough Pokopia. There wasn't enough Pokopia. And also it's like kind of late at night, so I don't really want to play RE. I'm like probably going to continue RE tomorrow though, for real for real. Or maybe I play Pokopia into well, I mean my stream notification said it'd probably be Pokopia into Apex into Pokopia into Resident Evil if anything. How far are you into RE? We're at Raccoon City, Leon Arc, and we also defeated Spider Boss. And then we saw a cutscene with Grace in the helicopter with Victor Gideon and Zeno. 9 is the best time for RE. Yeah, but I feel like most of my viewers are actually asleep. Because most of you guys are actually wages. None of you are like none of you are the majority of you guys are wages. Most of you guys are not like students and or young people who can afford to lose a lot of sleep. I'm not saying I don't fuck with this group. I just feel like I know my demographic. So if I stream Pokopia, at least like you guys aren't missing anything, no? Okay, I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick. Okay. You recently switched from wagey to stipend student. How is it? You like that? Oh shit. Thanks, Gara, for the raid. I really appreciate it. You were just chatting? What were you doing? Oh no. Slay the Spire! Wait, is it a solo run or were you doing the co-op? You were doing some solos? What's your favorite class? I've been playing a little bit off stream. I only knew how to play Ironclad and not very well from Slay the Spire 1, but I really like Necrobinder. You like the stupid star guy, but he's probably the most silly. Regent? My boyfriend also really likes Regent. Dude, he liked Regent so much, he was like, you don't want to play him. You can play another character. He doesn't like you. And I'm like, oh. Well, he could get to know me. No, he doesn't want to get to know you. Some shit like that. Scarro is literally talking about how his Insta feed is ruined and turned into Gooner feed because of his hot friends who are girls. I get it now. Aw. Is that like a low-key compliment to me? Low-genuinely a compliment to me? I appreciate that. Thank you. Being a grad student is great. I do all my work in one day and just relax the rest of the week. What the fuck? That doesn't sound like most grad school student life that I hear of. You must be built differently. Man is trying to riz you up when you just said you had a boyfriend. I didn't take that as riz. I just thought maybe it was like a compliment. Estro genuinely. Oh shit. Okay. Daps you up in an estro genius way. Hi Dash Dash. What's up? Yeah. Awkward timing though. I wanted to get up and go get a snack. Can I also farm ads from you guys? Exclamation mark ad. Can Because, you know, with the economy as it is and whatnot, and the Amazon Fresh near me going out of business, I fear for the worst and I must stock up on the currency known as AdSense. Farm, okay. Mods, you know what to do. Not the. I know! I was actually sad about the Amazon Fresh because they had really good, like, good, like, pizza meal deal. Okay, no, it's only gonna be a minute, but exclamation mark ad. Thank you. Thank you, mods. Okay, let me go get my sweet potato. Okay. Okay, I got my sweet potato. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That would be good. If you ran your own ad during a time when you're just gonna get up and go to the bathroom. Yeah, I eat the skin. The skin is the best part. You guys don't eat the skin? You're gonna eat this. I eat the skin, especially if it's been scrubbed down. I only don't eat the skin when my mom is being anal and she's like, you don't know whether they scrub the skin in the kitchen. No, but it's sweet. Why do you need butter on top of sweet potato? It's not a regular potato. You should try it next time, Brian. Sometimes you get a little burn patch, and when you eat the burn patch, it's like, carcinogen. Cancer. Yummy. But I hope one day, if you haven't already, that you guys experience the joy of eating a fire roasted sweet potato inside of like tinfoil on like a really cold, like winter, snowy climate. And then with the tongs, you unwrap the tinfoil and then you like hold it with your gloved hands and then you like go like hoo 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 and then you bite into the sweet potato and it almost burns it's gonna burn your mouth, but it tastes so delicious. I got sweet potato in Japan, peeled the skin, and then my friend ate just the skin. Like, did your friend gave the skin to your friend and they ate it, or they also got a sweet potato and then they ate only the skin on it? Ah, okay. I was like, if it was the other one and she bought a sweet potato only to eat the skin and throw the meat away, I would have been like, that's a weird friend. You might not want to be friends with that person. That girl sounds like a psychopath. 2 a.m. here. It's 12:05 a.m. here. Are you central, DJ Sneaky Steve? Can I ask you to dox yourself? And that's a real one. And that's an environmentally conscientious person. 2 p.m.? Where in the world is it 2 p.m.? Are you on like are you European? Hi Nathan. Thank you so much for the resub for 55 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Isn't it funny though that we've almost been dating for 5 months, but that's not the amount of time that we've been dating. He missed a couple of months. But I too, in all honesty, I've also missed a couple of months. You mean 2 a.m.? Oh. Nice Kokuma, thank you. I used to want to go by Kokuma Girl. Like as like a online username. But it was kind of too long. And I didn't want people to mispronounce Kokuma so often, so. Hi Boxseed, by the way, how are you? Cold sweet potato. I like most sweet potatoes cold, unless they're like freshly like air fried or oven baked, you know? 고구마 진짜 맛있어요. 네. 너무너무 맛있어요. You gonna go to sleep for work but can't fall asleep? Want me to knock you out? Bam! Bam, bam, bam! Wait, actually, hold up. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Eating sweet potato in a bowl of milk? A whole sweet potato in milk, or do you mash it up? Or do you cut it up? Hello, Ghost is now here. In another life, I would have been a Minky. I can't stand sweet potatoes. They sound healthy though. What is your diet like if you can't stand sweet potatoes? I feel like sweet potatoes are so. What's the harm in a sweet potato? They're so good for you and so yummy. Hi, William Boo. What's up? Sweet potato good for losing weight. I was eating them because they taste, but I'm trying to get heavy. Aishi bar. Yeah. I mean, I feel like if you've ever followed any like Korean Idol like diet, like they often recommend like sweet potato and salad together, but and then like plain chicken breast and salad, and it's just sad. Well, no, I don't mean to go that far. I'm just like I'm curious as to what you normally eat if you don't like yourself a sweet potato. 'Cause it couldn't be me. I love sweet potatoes. Okie dokie. I think we're gonna swap to Pokopia. 1 or 2 more hours of Pokopia. So if you would like to watch, feel free to stick around. Otherwise, thank you, Scara, once again for the raid. I haven't seen you in a bit. I hope you've been well. I hope the stream was fun today. And yeah, let me just wake my Switch up real quick. Hi, Sayuri. What's up? More Pokopia RE9 tomorrow, or I eat a shoe. Here for the chill vibes. Yippee. Do you like? I love that song. That song is so good. No, I normally don't. Well, no, I shy away from insulting you guys. I feel like if I really wanted to, I'll just be like, no offense, but, and then I'll just say some shit that is clearly offensive, but because, you know? What happened to RE? Well, I want to play this game. Oh, wait, there's 2 animals. I mean, animals. Pokemon, my bad. Oh! Oh my goodness! A Cleffa! That's so cute. Yeah, why did I call them animals? I mean, they're sort of animal adjacent. And there's more over here. Over here's I think I did see one where you can get like all the. Oh my god, a Clefairy! Aw, so cute. Well, do you play at nighttime? Because it is nighttime at the Rocky Ridges. Wait, what was I supposed to do here? Oh. Okay, did we finish buildings? What is taking so long? It was supposed to be ready by the time I got back, no? The frig? Okay, what is my objective right now again? Yeah, I feel like it was everyone's favorite. Can I even make a bread oven? I don't think I can. I don't know if there's a Ooh, wheat is already done. I'm thinking about bread. Okay. Are you talking about my joke? Yeah, I did see the clip. It was very funny. Your favorite Olympic winter? Yeah, I get it, William. I already responded! Wait your turn. Let some other people say things that I can respond to them about. Yes, I know. I was insanely jealous of you, but deserved. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I don't know whether this is no, it was not watered. Oopsies. Can I? Okay. Okay, I need to ask about... Make me some ingots. There's actually something else I need to do, sorry. Dude, I hate starter Pokemon in this game. Most of them are so rude. Lotus! Yay! So cute! Got a recipe for a cart. Nice. How do I make a... How do I get a bread oven? It's a real dilemma. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to meet a Pokemon, right? For that? Torkoal? Yeah. I mean, I like doing the quest. I'm just... Sometimes I feel like you're not very straightforward. Where are the hot springs again? Time to go exploring. Yeah, you're right. You feel so bad playing Pokopia this way? Why? Because you're disturbing all the non-nighttime Pokemon? Don't think about it like that. Think about it like you are supposed to heed my every beck and call as the Pokemon of my Pokopia game. So, get up. I don't think I have those emotes. Is that bad that I don't have those emotes? Is this where the hot springs are? No, this is where I came from. Hot springs, hot springs. Zainali. If you're Chinese, when do you say Zainali compared to Zainar? Or is Zainar like, is that like purely like Beijing Chinese? Is Beijing dialect? Do you guys treat Beijing dialect as like the main dialect? Cause like in Korea, Seoul dialect is considered the main. Kinda. Yeah, I can suck. Look at this. Yeah, do they discriminate accents? I feel like there are some Korean regions where they're like, like that's a really like a tacky accent or region. As long as you can speak standard Chinese, everyone in China knows their dialect and standard. I see. Sometimes Koreans don't know like other accents other than standard. Like they know the difference, but like they don't like consciously like practice it. Hot spring shower. Okay. Try not to beat up the furniture. Can we get on? I mean, I can do that right now. Ni howdy. Konnichiwa, what's up, everyone? Say what? Today in Pokopia, we are gonna be in these rocks, Yasurskis. Me when I go to Whataburger. Dude, I haven't had Whataburger in so long. Hey, yeah. Oh. What's the best Whataburger item? I mean, I honestly didn't eat a lot of Whataburger. And then I mostly had their burger. Aww, cute emote. I cannot pass. You shall not pass. Blech. Hi, More. What's up? Dude, Chili's food is so good. Should we do a Chili's mukbang stream? I was supposed to do one with Brendan last year, and then we went to Chili's, but like, I was having like not good thoughts, so we just ended up like having a normal friend meal instead of streaming it. Does my back still hurt? Lately it hasn't been hurting that much. But I'm not really doing anything special, so... Like the last couple of weeks, I was like really, like good about stretching and then going to Pilates and stuff. But like the start of this week has been kind of like weird for me. I've been sleeping way too much. Like I'll go to bed at like 3 a.m. But normally, like, I'm able to wake up like any time of the day if I have like schedules and stuff. But lately, I'm just like, well, fuck it, I don't want to go. But I am planning on going outside and working on things. Like going to a cafe or something to get some work done. Because that's when I feel most productive. So maybe for lunch then I'll also like eat and stream it for you guys, or like record a mukbang at the very But I'm not really a person who like, I feel like I don't normally have like a sleep schedule. Like if I want to, I'll just wake up and then like make up for, and then I can go to sleep at any point in time and like still wake up like relatively the same time. So it really did bother me, like that this week I've just been like, or not even this week, like the last couple of days I've been dropping the ball. What keeps you going in terms of like living or in terms of streaming? Living genuinely value-wise? Well, I want to do things that... Like, I don't want to live a life of many regrets. Ideally, I think I would like to... Like, you know, the moment I'm dying, I don't want to be like, aw, shit. Well, fuck me, you know? want to do anything that necessarily like hurts other people that much either. And yeah, dude, I still cannot find this hot spring. Is it up top? Sorry, those are big answers, but I don't know. I just want to be happy. I think most people want to be happy. Ooh, we can get combustion. Maybe combustion will be more useful than the stupid freaking score bunny. Huh. Let me tell you about what happened while I was looking for lepa berries to try and complete this mission for the boss. There's been a bunch of extreme weather or whatever recently that's killing off all the trees, but I finally found a tree that still had berries on it. But as soon as I started shaking the tree to get the berries off, some super serious looking lady came up and started yelling at me. "Those are not for you, they're for Pokemon. There are already far too few berries." Blah blah blah. She was so annoying, but something else she said was actually kind of interesting. Apparently she's making an app or something to get a bunch of people to work together and create a comfortable environment for Pokemon to live in. Basically, if you do good stuff for the environment, the app will reward you with cool prizes. Cool. So sick. Making control for the reset for 14 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you. Lord, dark in here. I'm good, how are you? I'm doing pretty good right now. Thanks for asking. Okay, I gotta eat some. There's nothing else here? Dang. No, I did not. I'm not really like a Mario DK girly. I like watching people play, or my childhood friend and my brother play the Paper Mario though. Paper Mario and the 1,000-Year Door or whatever. Loki kinda wanna play that one day. And I know it's like ported to the Switch now, right? Hi, Nick Pounce. How's Pokemon game? Is very good. Yo, I do not know where to go for the freaking hot spring. Is it higher up here? Oh. Gray's looking hella different. I'm playing it tomorrow, I promise. Yo, thank you, Rodolph, for the sub. If you received a sub from Rodolph, please thank him for his generosity and enjoy your Ditto badge. Beans. Tree shaded red tall grass. I can't go any further. Where the frick is the hot spring? Oh my god, Hoa's feather is so freaking high up too. Is that Hoa or is that Lugia? That kind of looks like Lugia's feather. Hoa was here earlier though during the day, and then I just like completely ignored him. So maybe it's Lugia during the night and then Hoa during day? Question mark? Oh, there's another hint. On the road to Viridian City. Yep. Yep. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Great. Because I always forget between rototilling and cutting. Yay. Oh my god, does anyone know where the hot springs are? Am I a big dum-dum and I keep missing it? I went that way. I went that way. I went that way. I went that way. Go into the mines? Yeah, I went into the mines. Well, I went into mines earlier. Go straight. Where's the habitat again? Mossy hot spring. Yay. Now we're just waiting. Should I just collect some limestone while I'm at it? Oh, he's already here. No, I did learn leafage. I just don't want to use it. We're kissing. I don't like how, like, whenever I inspect, like, and the new Pokemon pops up, we're just so close in proximity. Unless they start punching me, and because it's a fighting Pokemon. Like, look, why are we so close together? Hey, Ditto, do you need something? We need a bread oven. Sometimes I really feel like going outside, you know? Make a nice path for me? Oh my god. I mean, it's a relatively happy life, yeah. Okay, I need to make stairs, I think. And then... Do I just keep making stairs? No, I think I'm just gonna... Well, Torgal seems old. He's very old coded, I think. Okay, we can make stairs for him here. Stairs for him here. Is there a way to make grass blocks? Goodbye, more. Ooh. Ooh, PP up. Yippee! Okay. We must get this. I think they will like this. Okay. Okay. I can do both, I think. I can do that? I mean, yeah, I can do that too. That one kind of looks hard. I don't think we've learned how to do like 2 of those yet. Or I haven't seen those items around either. Well, here's a microphone. And then let's make a perk real quick. And we can also do make a shower. And then I think it was like a chair for Golduck. Yeah. Thank you, Rebel, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. And enjoy your ditto badge. Okay. Hi, Ronald. What's up? Hello. Ooh, that's no bueno. I'm sorry to hear that. I understand, it happens. The Pokemon saving, I think it's going well enough. Can I kill this? Or can I pick this up sometime? Am I literally just placing a leaf? No. I don't know how to place like the weed on the water. What did Torkoal want again? I was so distracted. He wants a path. Okay. I feel like that's gonna be kind of hard. No, I don't like that. Like, it's too different. See, I don't know how to get, like... How do I get more of this, like, alpine flooring, grass flooring? Just break it from the environment? I mean, this is so ugly. Maybe I should make pathing? Oh wait, I need to make stairs. Who's my host hated? Piplup is up there and so is Score Bunny. Yeah, this is a great game. Oh my god. Everyone's at the hot springs. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna build one more set. Maybe two more. Welcome back, Yvonne. Oh, wait. Oh, it's a hot spring shower. Oh. I have to put this by the hot spring. Oh. And then, okay. I made a mistake. Dibs on living here. Who dis? Oh, Ty Rogue. Oh, I hope you're happy. It wasn't really intended for you, but by all means. And then what else? Now it's hot spring shower. Is it not hot spring shower time? I'm confused. Oh, and then I drown. Hot spring shower. Hot spring water. Shower, seat, any. And are we at the hot spring here? Maybe it has to be on ground? Oh yeah, okay. So it couldn't be in the water. Wait. There's a Pokemon over there. Oops. Whoa. charcoal. Dude, what even is Carcoal's environment? Do they even have a home? I gotta go fast. Question for you, Ditto. Have you ever ridden in a handcar? Nope. Whoa, really? Well, you're missing out. I get kind of freaked out. That's where you remember the railroad crossing? When a handcar bumps into a railroad crossing, it'll stop in its tracks, literally. So after you lay down railway tracks, make sure to put crossing gates at the end. I can try. Yo, Bobby! What's up? Thank you so much for the resub for 50 months! Welcome back to the universe. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for the prime. Okay. Is this road paved enough? And where do we have to go again? Do we have to go all the way over there? That's gonna be kind of hard, no? Oh, my neck hurts. Hi, strawberry smoothie. I think maybe this track. Shoot, and then stops here is fine. Iron ingot. Well, no one's making me the iron freaking ingot, bruh. Can I just put in? No, I cannot put in iron ore. Is this game Minecraft? Yeah, kinda. Like Minecraft, Stardew, Animal Crossing. Mostly Animal Crossing, I would say. I mean, let's see if this works. I feel like it's not going to. No. Yeah, this music is very good. Oh, there's a shit. Oh my god. Do I have? I don't have any more. There. Thank you, on Saladin, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Thank you. Enjoy your ditto bag. Rainbow feather, get bleh! multiple houses. I'm a landlord. But unironically, like you build houses in this game so that you can get you can TP from region to region. So I'm probably gonna build my house right here. And then I'm gonna go get Machoke to help me. Wherever he may be. I don't remember where I set up his home. Or habitat. Hi, Jibbery. Hi, Kine. Yeah, it's a good badge. I need these tracks. Wait, what the heck? This is an ordinary copper ore. Why can't I target myself? Oh, they're just way too hard. I see. No. Everyone's just the same, I'm pretty sure. It's like all same maps, but there's like a variety of them. Where is Machoke? Where's my buddy Machoke? Hello. Here to bother you. Here to be an asshole and make you work at the middle of the night. Oh, I still need to find the other guy. You think he's at the hot spring? Oh, thank you, Kine, for the sub. I just noticed that. My bad. Oh, I think we... Oh! I think we get cold up here. Oh, side dog! Oh, that's so cute. What did I do yesterday? I can't remember. Sorry. Sorry I woke you up. Hi, Valerie. Got a side dog. Now where the frick is... Machoke, so I can build my house. Oh, did they say they wanted to see Psyduck earlier? I too hope they got to saw Psyduck. I don't think it's here. Dude, was it here? Was it all the way up here? don't remember where the frick I constructed his habitat. Oh, jeez. And now I can't build my home and I'm homeless forever. No. Oh, wait, I see him. Hey. Hey, come here. No, no, no. Follow me. You must work. There's no such thing as sleeping. $1:35 a.m. 16 minutes? I'll wait that long. Okay, let me see whether this works for Torkoal, and if it doesn't, then I don't know whether I really want to go through the hassle of building a path. Thank you, Melon, for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Could I get a shout out for Melon, please? Hello. Hello, hello. I hope you had a good time playing Pokopia. Have a good stream. Thank you. I hope you have a good I hope you had a good stream. And you continue to have a good night the rest of the day. Hi Tenchi, what's up? Long time no see. Have you been playing since release? I've started like a day or two after release and I'm pretty slow with it, but I've been enjoying my time. This guy is so slow. Yeah. It is what it is. I see you in your chat are a connoisseur of feet, mayhaps? Cause you're showing your toesies with the heh. He's no longer liking this. Oh. No longer liking this. Liking it? Come on, we're almost there. You can do it, Torkoal. Yes! Let's freaking go. You did make it. You're the boss. Thank you for your hard work. What did you need again? A bread oven. When I was little, I really loved coal. I thought other Pokemon would like me more if I let out more smoke, so yeah, that's my story. I hope it helped. Did it help? Oh, yippee! We did it. We got a bread oven recipe. Okie dokie. No, stay with me then. Stay with me then. Yay. He was gonna walk all the way back to the hot spring. Bread oven. Where you at? Yay. Okay. And then let's put the oven in the kitchen. Thank you. And now we shall cook wheat. Yay. Let's split up. Take me with you again sometime? Okay. Ooh, big slice. It was yummy. Guys, I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow, but I know I'm gonna eat something yummy tomorrow. I'm gonna either like get bread or something, get a lot of bread, or maybe I'll get a lot of fried food, something. What is this Pokemon? Greedent! Holy shit! Now this is a Chud Maxer if I ever darn seen one. Are you sweeties the one who saved me? What's with the reaction? Well, I said Chud Maxer, but Master could work too. Chef Dente. After Al Dente or what? Thank you so much, sweeties. I am kind of sweet. Are you also searching for humans? Oh, you are too? I'm looking for my buddy. They were a chef at a restaurant too, because my buddy was the best chef in town. What was your buddy before they disappeared? I have no idea what's going on or what happened, but this place was already in decline before since so many of the humans who worked as coal miners left. Even my buddy's restaurant, which used to always be full of customers, was seeing less business. I know they were worrying about that. Of course it wouldn't. When I woke up, it wasn't just my buddy who was gone. Every single human had disappeared. As for the town itself, just look at the state of it, gone completely to ruin. Humans have disappeared from other towns as well, and for a very long time now, I've been pondering what we can do to get them to come back. You earn a recipe as a reward for discovering lots of Pokemon. Wooden partition. Cool. My idea is to bring life back to this town to make it just as lively as the good old days. With excellent restaurants to eat at, cheerful music playing, if we can restore this town to the energetic place it used to be, maybe the humans will come back. Shall we do as Chef Dante suggests? Are you ready and willing to restore this town to the bright and lively place it once was together? Let's do it together. Let's not leave me alone to do all the work now. What am I gonna do? What's up, Larvitar? Sure. A mushroom street light. Sure. I can make one right now. Just kidding. I need mushrooms. Where do I get mushrooms? Well, I can just yoink this one. I had a good teacher. How would you like to learn how to make another of my special dishes? I'd love to. Knead the beans with all the love in your heart. Frying pan. Hamburger steak. She's asking me to get so many things. I want to make a frying pan. A trusty drying pan in my frying pan. My choke. I could cut it down. Dude, he's fast as fuck compared to all the other Pokemon that we have to do escort missions with so far. What the helly? That's kind of scary. Oh, nice. Digging and burning. What did that picture look like again? Okay. Do we have a wheelbarrow thingy in here? Oh, nice cooking pot. Oh my god, there's magma. What the helly? Okay. Piping hot lava. Can we move this? Oh. Yay. Okay. I don't think I can like traverse most of this area quite yet. We definitely ain't in Kansas no more. Aw, that's so cute. What is this one? Oh, can't hit it. Pecha seeds. Nice. I still need a wheelbarrow. How am I gonna get that? I need 2 wheelbarrows, I think, actually. When? Oh. I probably have to eat something in order to be able to break that kind of rock, huh? Oh, here we go. Digging and burning. Yippee. Chud Maximus, I was just poking around on the PC when it apparently decided to connect me with you again. How are things on your end? It's really hot. Smelting furnace. We're just eons ahead of the game at this point. Come on. Come on. Pop up. Come to Papa. Oh, I guess we could check up on our home first, actually. Because it finally got built. Oh, wait, we have a new Pokemon? Oh, Combuskin! He's so cool. What do you got? Graveler, nope, who's that? Mossy boulder. Okay. I'll try my best. Oh, she. Okay. Looks kind of nice. And now it's my home. I do think it's leagues above Animal Crossing, just because it has like so many different, like it's not just like one village. And also I think New Horizons, it was a little disappointing because it was kind of lacking in like the villager interactions, which I feel like is the best part, you know, of most of these games. It's sort of bright, but you ask for a street lamp. How's your comfort level? You want a toy? How's that? Shiny stuff? Shiny stuff. Dude, I'm too tired for this. You're asking for too much right now. What kind of outfit is suitable? Do I have any furniture in here? I don't think there's any shiny Pokemon in this game unless it's what is the word? Like for the plot? I'm not pressed about that. Oh, he's there! Oh my god, he just spit fire on me. Yes, I do. Okay. I would like to put copper inside first. No, 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 no. Come here. Come here. This is a good game. Such a good game. I feel like I should have put more copper ore in there. Did I only put one? No, like I sincerely, this is like pretty, like game of the year. I feel like it's gonna be kind of hard to beat, unless like a killer story game comes out. The The Game Awards loves those. Okay, guys, but I think I'm gonna save and quit here. Oh, because it is quite late and we still have to play tomorrow. And I also got stuff to do. But thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for watching me stream today. I hope you enjoyed our time together as much as I did with you. I'll see you tomorrow, and tomorrow for sure is gonna be Pokopia and Resident Evil. Yippee. And hopefully we get through a lot of Resident Evil, cause I think we're like at least a little like halfway. We shall see. Okay, let me see whether I can pass you guys off. Share the raid love. Oh yeah, wait. So sorry. I'm so tired, but thank you guys for all the support today. Whether it be, you know, the follows, subbing, gifting subs, sticking around from the raids, raiding, obviously, and then most importantly, just keeping me company, whether that be through chatting or whatchamacallit, lurking. You can tell I'm too tired. Thank you, Melon, for the raid once again, and I shall be sending y'all off elsewhere. I think I'm going to be sending you off to Leia. Ooh, wait, actually, do you think she's still streaming? It's like she's 7 hours in. Do you think she'll keep streaming or nah? Um. Okay, let me let me look at someone else a little. Oh, how about we also go into Pokopia actually? Because Melon rated from Pokopia category, I'm pretty sure. Um Dude, there's so many Japanese people playing Pokopia. So I'm like trying to find like English streams. But I'm kind of struggling. Pokopia truly is a global game, you guys. I see a Chinese guy. I see an Italian girl. Okay. Um. Oh, Lunity. Lunity streaming in Pokopia. Lunity is a fellow member of Nani. And we did that Kirby Air Rider sponsorship together before. I don't know whether you guys recall, but if you guys are still around and want to say hi to her and support her by sticking around in the raid for a little, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, have a great rest of your day or night. You can get updates about my streaming schedule or other content through Discord and socials, but better with Discord. Okay. Bye everyone. See you tomorrow.